Chapter 2249. Stop. Just after Sei Ito blasted another piece of land with a rainbow light cannon, causing a wave of disaster, a voice full of anger and boundless killing intent exploded in Sei Ito's mind along with a high-frequency vibration of mental power, causing Sei Ito to feel dizzy. Sei Ito, who came back to his senses, turned around and looked coldly at the person who spoke. The person who came was an Orion. He was very tall, at least 2 meters tall. He wore a black tight suit similar to the uniform of the Orion Empire soldiers. Only his head was exposed, which was covered by dark clouds. His body was thin, making him look like a stick. The energy around his body was tumbling, exuding a powerful aura. Based on initial estimates, he was similar to an official god on Earth. Master, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Since you know my identity, why don't you stop what you are doing and surrender? You won't have to suffer some necessary pain." The person looked at Sei Ito with some surprise, who seemed to be fine, and said in a cold and arrogant tone, "Have you become stupid from cultivating?" Sei Ito looked at the so-called master in front of him with a mocking face and sneered, "Bastard, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish." The master shouted angrily as the smoke around him churned. At the same time, a mental shock wave several times stronger than before suddenly rushed into Sei Ito's mind. Sei Ito, who was attacked, smiled awkwardly. His primordial spirit moved, and a wave of primordial spirit power erupted from his sea of consciousness like a tsunami. It instantly broke the mental shock wave of the master's attack, and then the remaining momentum formed a wave of mental power. It followed the mental power path of the master's attack and rushed back into the master's mind. In an instant, the master's body shook. The surrounding dark blue smoke suddenly exploded, revealing his skinny body that was charred black, as if it had been burned by fire. So this is what an Orion looks like. Sei Ito suddenly realized. He looked almost like a human. They all had a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but their ears were stuck close to the sides of their heads. If one did not pay attention, it was as if they did not have ears. They were bald, and their skin was as black as charcoal. They did not seem to have much flesh. How is that possible? How can your spiritual power be so strong? Are you a venerable one? Master's body swayed, and a stream of pale blue crystal blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with disbelief as he pointed at Sei Ito with a bony finger and screamed, "Venerable one? Is it the rank above the master?" Ito Sei frowned slightly and said in his heart. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to react, the Grand Master's figure immediately flashed and disappeared into thin air. Sei Ito, who was brought back to his senses by the Grand Master's actions, sneered and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, in a room full of metal, the Grand Master and Sei Ito appeared one after another in the room. Then, Sei Ito reached out and grabbed the Grand Master, who was desperately dodging in his hand. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a venerable one. The strength of the Orion Empire is definitely not something that a savage from a wild planet at the edge of the Milky Way like you can know. You will never escape the Empire's pursuit. Knowing that his resistance was useless, the Grand Master sneered. In other words, there are spiritual cultivators with the strength of a venerable one in the Orion Empire? Sei Ito asked with interest. The Grand Master's expression froze. He was speechless. Tell me the real situation of the Orion Empire. If you tell me the truth, I can consider sparing your life. Sei Ito said lightly. In your dreams, we Orion only fight to the death, never surrender. Don't even think about getting any information about the Orion Empire from me. The Grand Master said loudly with a heroic look. Then, his spiritual force surged. Majestic spiritual energy erupted from his body, emitting strong light and high heat. It caused his body to suddenly explode. Boom! In a huge explosion, a powerful energy shock wave appeared. It quickly spread, annihilating the surrounding metal into particles, and rushed to the periphery without slowing down. In just a moment, a huge energy light cluster was suspended in the air. In the orbit of planet Yin, a very special battleship appeared in the middle of a huge battleship that was much larger than the other battleships of the Orion Empire. Like a small white dwarf, it swallowed the entire battleship in half. However, just when all the Orion Empire battleships were attracted by the sudden explosion, a dim special wave suddenly flew out of the blazing white light like a small white dwarf and disappeared into a nearby Orion Empire battleship. TSK, how stubborn. He committed suicide without saying anything. Sei Ito, who sensed the abnormality the moment the Grandmaster detonated his spiritual path, used instant transmission to escape from the battleship and come to the universe, clicked his tongue in displeasure. Fortunately, the small white dwarf formed by the Grandmaster's self-detonation did not last long. In less than a minute, it became dim and then quickly extinguished like a lamp that had lost its power supply, disappearing into the universe. However, at this time, the body part of the battleship that was originally there also disappeared into the universe along with the energy of the ball of light, leaving only a small part of the head and tail of the battleship that was less than 100 meters long floating there, proving that something had once existed there. But at this moment, Sei Ito, who had seen the big explosion, appeared above the remaining battleships with a thought. He spread out his cosmic domain, enveloping the battleships and the area within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Then, he treated them the same as before. Like a patrol team, he detonated the huge planets condensed from various forces in the cosmic domain, creating a powerful energy impact similar to the Big Bang, forcibly tearing through the energy defense barrier of the Orion Empire's battleship, blasting the hull of the battleship, and turning it into a blazing ball of light that gradually disappeared into the cosmic domain. After all the smoke and fire disappeared, Sei Ito put away the cosmic domain, and with a thought, he summoned Jean Grey from the Rubik's Cube world. Jean Grey, who had just appeared, looked at the strange planet in front of her and the dark universe around her with some surprise. "Dear, I need your help." Sei Ito smiled. "What?" Jean Grey was surprised. "Do you see those satellites?" Ito Chung pointed to the orbiting planets. "The orbiting satellite of planet Yin said." "I see them, why?" Jean Grey asked in confusion. "I need you to help me destroy the alien military bases on those satellites." Sei Ito said, "Okay, but what about you?" Jean Grey nodded and agreed, then looked at Sei Ito and asked, "I'm going to destroy their battleships." Sei Ito said. Jean Grey's eyes flashed red and looked into the distance, as if she had clairvoyance and X-ray vision. Dozens of battleships many kilometers away from her came into her sight. "The number looks a bit high. Don't you need me to help you?" Jean Grey asked. "No need. Just some small fries. I can clean them up quickly." Sei Ito smiled. "Okay, see you later." Jean Grey nodded and said, remember to be careful." Sei Ito said, "You too." Jean Grey smiled charmingly at Sei Ito. Then her body turned into a flame-like stream of particles and shot toward the near satellite at a speed comparable to the speed of light. Ito Sei, who was watching Jean Grey leave, smiled faintly. His figure flashed, and he also left. Immediately afterward, hashtag on the orbit of planet Yin and the surface of the 8 orbiting satellites, blazing lights and explosions appeared silently, representing hashtag the destruction of the battleships of the remaining guards on planet Yin and the destruction of the satellite military base is also a sign. Hashtag the people of Orion Emperor on planet Yin announced. Hashtag the last defense force of planet Yin completely collapsed. Then Sei Ito and Jean Grey, who finished all this, reunited and flew into the space. Hashtag above planet Yin. It's a pity that I didn't bring Tanmei out of the Marvel world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to work so hard at this time. I can just release Tanmei, and it won't take long for Orion constellation to disappear from the galaxy. Looking at the scene of war in front of him, Sei Ito sighed with some regret. Of course, he also understands that this is just a fantasy. With Tanmei's kind mind that would rather be short and evil than devour the Earth, it is basically impossible for her to devour other alien civilizations without any reason. Therefore, Even if he really made up his mind to bring Tunmei out of the Marvel world, it is not necessarily useful at this time. On the contrary, it may be self-defeating and make Tunmei's impression of him drop. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? At this time, Jean Grey, who also saw the situation on the planet, said hesitantly. Although her consciousness merged with another dark personality split from herself because she devoured the Black Phoenix, and her personality changed a little, becoming belligerent and demonic, but it does not mean that her kind heart has disappeared. She is still herself, the once kind ex-war police Jean Grey. So when facing certain things, she still has feelings of pity and sympathy. For example now, it was just that it wasn't as strong as before. Now, they were facing another alien race that had nothing to do with the humans on Earth. This kind of sympathy and pity was even less. But out of human nature, Jean Grey couldn't help but speak up to persuade him. I don't want to be so ruthless, but Orion Planet is too powerful. Before we provoke them, they already wanted to destroy the Earth, not to mention that we are retaliating against them now. If we leave too much power behind, it's hard to believe that they won't retaliate against us afterwards. Seito sighed helplessly. Chapter 2250. And in order to make it easier for Jean Grey to accept, Seito told her about what Orion Empire had done to the Earthlings. And along with his narration, the dark side of the Phoenix emerged in Jean Grey's heart once again. The coldness in her eyes grew stronger, and the might on her body grew stronger. Gradually, the surrounding air even formed a red image of a flaming phoenix spreading its wings and flying high behind her. Obviously, Jean Grey was angry. If you still feel a little uncomfortable, I'll send you back first. I'll look for you after the matter here is over, Seito said. No need. I want to stay here, Jean Grey said firmly. Okay then. Be careful. I'll continue to clean up the planet, Seito said. Jean Grey nodded. Then, after receiving a response, Seito's figure flashed and disappeared. He appeared in another place and continued to attack the ground with the rainbow cannon and other powerful mass and energy weapons. Boom, 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 boom. After cutting off Orion Empire's escape route, Seito, his shadow clones, and the tens of thousands of soldiers he summoned, it didn't take long for them to destroy the planet. All the Orion Empire soldiers and individual aircrafts on planet that could fight were killed and destroyed one after another. The planet's surface was plowed, and the ecological balance of the planet was forcibly broken, creating all kinds of terrifying disasters and making the entire planet unfavorable. But the planet was too big after all. Even though Seito had spent a lot of effort to destroy it, there were still many places on the planet that could be used for human habitation. It didn't become a dead planet like the previous one. But Seito didn't care about all this anymore. This was because he had stayed on this planet for long enough. Who knew when the fleet from the nearby planets would arrive? Therefore, Seito had basically destroyed the planet's ecological balance, ensuring that the planet would not be able to support people for a long time, and all the internal military and civilian facilities had been destroyed. Then, he recalled all the shadow clones and returned the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers to the Rubik's Cube world. He set down a monstrous fire and burned the corpses and equipment of all the soldiers who died on the planet into nothingness. Then, he flew out of the planet with Jean Grey, who had been coldly looking at the scene before her. He summoned a small aircraft and flew toward Orion Empire's main planet, Orion Emperor Planet. In a flash of light, the aircraft disappeared into the universe in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, the moment after they left by aircraft, a large number of Orion Empire's support fleet appeared. In the vicinity of planet Yen's universe, I'm heading rapidly. Hashtag Star Yen flew over. Seito, who had switched the spaceship to autopilot, turned to look at Jean Grey and asked with concern, "How is it? Are you feeling better?" "I'm fine." Jean Grey let out a long sigh and shook her head. "That's good." Seito relaxed. This is the war between civilizations. It's cruel and tragic. Only one side can be the winner. Then, Seito changed the topic and continued. "I understand. Don't forget, I'm a mutated human. Jean Grilly glanced at Seito and said softly, "The war between civilizations was really similar to the war between mutated humans and ordinary humans. It was always one side trying to destroy the other. The only difference was, mutated humans and ordinary humans were both humans. Civilizations were two different races." Seito shrugged and didn't speak. "The battle this time consumed a lot of energy. I need a rest to recover. Are you going to stay here or go home? Or go home over there?" After a pause, Sei asked again. "Send me back." Jean Grilly thought about it and replied, "Good. See you later." Seito smiled. Jean Grilly rolled her eyes and rolled her eyes at Seito. Because Seito was right. See you later. After all, his shadow clone was in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Seito sent Jean Grilly back to the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he sat in the pilot seat again. He reached out and pressed the small button on the chair. The back of the chair immediately and slowly lowered, forming a reclining chair with a huge, obtuse angle. Then, Seito lay down, closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and slowly entered a meditative state to recover his energy. As Seito breathed in and out, a faint light emerged from his body, illuminating the dim cockpit. While Seito was meditating to recover his energy, the spacecraft operating under the autopilot program also quickly flew toward Orion Emperor Planet according to the program he set. From time to time, it jumped out of the subspace, jumped in open wormholes, and jumped until an unknown amount of time passed. On this day, a series of beep, 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 beep suddenly sounded in the quiet cockpit. Seito, who was awakened from his meditative state, frowned slightly. He reached out and pressed a button beside the chair. Then, he sat up with the support of the back of the chair, opened his eyes, and looked at the instrument in front of him. "Have we arrived?" Seito murmured to himself. The instrument, an optical screen in front of him, showed nothing else but the huge sky-blue planet Orion Emperor Planet that looked similar to Earth, but was many times larger in size. Hashtag just like Planet Yin, there were several planetary satellites of different sizes around it, but there were no planetary rings. Instead, thousands or even tens of thousands of ferocious-looking battleships floated around the equator in the middle of Orion Emperor Planet like a wide metal belt. They shone faintly against the brilliance of the planet, exuding an oppressive aura and pressure. Sei, who saw this scene, was shocked. He put away the small aircraft that was hovering in the space in a state of quantum invisibility and appeared in the universe alone. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward Orion Emperor Planet at high speed. However, just like the powerful defense displayed by the battleships around Orion Emperor Planet, the detection system around Orion Emperor Planet was also very dense. Before Seito could fly half the distance, hundreds of small spacecraft flew toward Seito like a swarm of locusts. Seito was not in the mood to pay attention to these small fries. His figure flashed and escaped the targeting of the spacecraft. Then, like a bird, he led the pursuing spacecraft and continued to rush toward the battleships. At this time, the Orion Empire battleships flashed again and released hundreds of spacecraft to meet Seito. Together with the previous spacecraft, they attacked Seito from both sides. A series of energy beams flew out, shooting towards Sei like rain. Seito used his advantage of being a small target, combined with the convenience of telekinesis and flight, to dodge the energy beams like a fish in water. He then passed through the intercepting spacecraft again, turning them into his pursuers. After that, the Orion Empire battleships went all out. They released another 100-person flying formation to meet Seito. But this time, they did not attack directly. Instead, they directly shot an energy beam at the nearby spacecraft, connecting them to weave a huge net of energy light that could cover several kilometers in radius. The net was extremely thin and was about to envelop Seito. And as if they had received instructions, the pursuing spacecraft formation also used the same method to weave a huge net of energy light in the universe. Seeing this, Seito smiled coldly. His figure flashed, and he directly used instant transmission to escape from the interception of the light net. He continued to fly toward the Orion Empire battleships. At this time, after 3 waves of pursuit and interception, Seito was not far away from the Orion Empire battleships. If he wanted to use lightning escape, he could even fly to the front of the Orion Empire battleships in an instant. But at this moment, a new interception crew appeared. However, unlike the previous aircraft formation that consisted of hundreds of people, this time there was only one person chasing after him. But there were dozens of slender and strong energy launchers around him, similar to the dragon cavalry that Ito-sei had seen. They were like a bunch of satellites, rotating around his body in a strange pattern and order. Seeing this, how could Ito not understand? After the enemy realized that ordinary methods could not stop him, they sent out one of their trump cards, a master-level spiritual energy cultivator. Seeing this, Ito slowly stopped, waiting for the enemy's master to arrive. During this process, the opponent seemed to have great confidence in his master. He didn't order the spacecrafts behind him to attack again. Instead, he continued to pull the big energy net, covering the space where Ito-sei and his master were, forming a square area with a length, width, and height of several kilometers for the two of them to fight. In a moment, the Orion Empire's master flew in front of Ito and stopped about 200 meters away from him. "Earthling, say your name," the man said softly with his mind power. His tone was very arrogant, as if it was an honor to have someone register for him. "Before you let someone register for you, shouldn't you also tell me your name?" Ito raised his eyebrows and said softly, "I'm Master Wagner Mullum," the master said proudly. "Wagner Mullum, what a long name. I'll call you Mullum." Ito smacked his lips and chuckled. Then, without waiting for Mullum, who was surrounded by dark blue smoke, to speak, he said, "You can call me Chun." "Very well, I'll remember your name. I will use the cruelest means to deal with you as the price for entertaining a master," Mullum said coldly, his voice full of anger. Chapter 2251. P.S. Thank you to AK56 for your precious monthly votes. After Lam finished speaking, he didn't make any special movements, but the dragon cavalry floating around him immediately spread out and floated around Ito like a black shadow. Then, with the fastest speed, they shot out small but extremely powerful quantum energy beams at Ito. In an instant, the light beams weaved into a crisscrossing 3-dimensional light net, enveloping Ito. Ito's figure moved, using instant transmission to dodge the light beam, and appeared in front of Lam. He stretched out his right hand, and a stream of light instantly shot out from his hand, flying in front of Lam in the blink of an eye. Lam was startled when he sensed the murderous aura. His figure disappeared from the void in a flash. In the next second, the dragon cavalry that was flying around also disappeared into the void. Ito raised his eyebrows in surprise and released his divine sense to search the surroundings. But then, a huge energy beam that was as thick as an adult's thigh suddenly shot out from the void very close to Ito, accurately bombarding his body. The light exploded, and Ito's body was immediately blown away from the light formed by the explosion of energy. Then more and more small light beams shot out from the void and shot at Ito's body like rain. It was as if they were really going to kill Ito with their own words. Ito, who was in pain from the continuous quantum energy attacks, frowned and compressed his psychokinesis to the limit and took shape. First, it formed a thin film around Ito's body, blocking the energy beams that were constantly shooting at him. Then, like an inflated balloon, it suddenly expanded, forming a spherical psychokinesis shield. It protected Ito. Then, Ito poured the power in his body into his eyes. He scanned his surroundings with his spirit eyes. Soon, the mirage-like figures of Ram and the many dragon cavalrymen appeared in his eyes again. A high-dimensional attack. No wonder I couldn't detect it at the start, Ito said to himself with a sneer. Then, the aura around his body changed, and his aura became profound and profound. Then, in the next moment, he disappeared from the universe as well. In another dimension, Sei Ito, who had reappeared, was still 100 meters away from Lamui. "How did you enter this dimension?" Lam asked in astonishment. "Why can't I enter?" Sei Ito asked with a faint smile. "Because this is the void dimension that only masters and high-dimensional life forms can survive in," Ram said in a deep voice. Sei Ito sneered. "It's just a divinity's domain. I've already broken it. But then again, I do have to thank you. If you hadn't personally used this move in front of me, I might not have been able to grasp the method to enter here." "How was that possible?" Ram's voice was full of disbelief. In the eyes of high-dimensional life forms like them, the Earth's life forms in the three-dimensional world were a group of inferior life forms that had not evolved. They would rather believe that there were mutated humans among the Earth's race than believe that there were creatures comparable to masters among the inferior Earthlings. Moreover, they were creatures that could grasp the secret techniques of masters through ordinary observation. This could be said to be the common problem of most high-dimensional life forms. Nothing is impossible. Sei Ito sneered. After saying that, the aura around him changed again, and he instantly disappeared from Ram's eyes. Then, Ram felt his body tighten. A heavy pressure that he could not bear suddenly descended on his body, causing his body to be compressed toward the center as if it was being squeezed by something. "No!" Lam screamed in fear and tried his best to struggle. But it was useless, and it didn't take long. The blue clouds around his body suddenly burst apart, revealing the charred body unique to Orion. Then his whole body suddenly shattered like a biscuit. It turned into a pile of powder and collapsed in all directions. In another void dimension, Sei Ito, who seemed to have done something trivial, rubbed his fingers in boredom and got rid of the fine dust on them. After that, Ito-sei turned around and stretched out his hand. The many spacecrafts of the Orion Empire that were still in the four-dimensional space were sucked into Ito-sei's hand like a pile of children's toys. With a squeeze, all the spacecrafts exploded. Just like Master Lamu, they turned into a pile of debris and drifted away. This kind of high-dimensional crushing low-dimensional method is really overbearing. Sei Ito, who spread out his palm and threw away the debris of the aircraft in his palm, sighed in a low voice. It seems that the combat power of the guys who could be called masters in the universe really can't be underestimated. This is especially true for those famous literary life forms who were born in a higher dimension. They have too great of an advantage. Then, Sei Ito stepped forward and walked directly towards Orion Empire's Orion Emperor planet in the void dimension. Due to the huge difference between dimensions, it didn't take long for Sei Ito to arrive above the many Orion Empire battleships anchored in the orbit of Orion Emperor planet. But at this moment, a strange shock wave suddenly penetrated the dimensional boundary between Sei Ito and the Orion battleships and exploded in the dimension where Sei Ito was located and below, forcibly ejecting Sei Ito from the high-dimensional world. Obviously, Orion Empire also had corresponding defensive measures against this kind of master secret skill that used high-dimensional methods to crush low-dimensional life forms. Otherwise, how could they dominate the universe of the North area? After all, Orion Empire was not the only level 3 civilization in this area of the northern part of the galaxy. Naturally, not all the masters that appeared were from Orion Empire. If they couldn't even deal with this kind of secret skill, Orion Empire would have been destroyed many times over. For example, the neighbors of Sirius, who had been oppressed by them, were also a level 3 civilization. They believed that they would be happy to let the masters from their planet walk around Orion Emperor planet a few times. The next moment, a large number of energy beams flew over and instantly enveloped Sei Ito. Then, a dazzling energy light cluster emerged. It illuminated the dark universe near Orion Emperor planet. But the battleships attacking Sei Ito were only a small part of the total number of battleships guarding Orion Emperor planet. Most of the battleships did not participate in the attack on Sei Ito. Instead, as if they had gone mad, they randomly launched energy attacks into other universes, densely covering the space where the battleships were located. It was an extremely dense level. Even if, say, Ito dodged the first wave of attacks, he would still be hit by the subsequent scattered attacks. And the result was indeed so. The moment Sei Ito was forced to eject from the high-dimensional space and use his space teleportation ability to avoid the concentrated attacks, a powerful battleship's secondary artillery attack blasted Sei Ito, who had just jumped out of the air, completely drowning him in a sea of plasma energy. Suddenly, Sei Ito felt a sharp pain all over his body. A large number of red marks similar to those that would appear under high temperature appeared on his skin, making him look like a cooked shrimp. Sei Ito, who was furious, released the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. He put on the Red Dragon Emperor's armor, then spread out the wings on his back. The moment the energy beam exploded, he turned into a red light and rushed towards the battleships below. Almost instantly, Sei Ito landed on the deck of one of the battleships. Immediately afterward, all the divine power in his body gushed out and instilled into his own domain, unfolding the largest cosmic domain he had ever displayed so far. In an instant, a dark shock wave spread out from Sei Ito's body. Like a stream of light, it quickly crossed the cosmic space with a radius of thousands of kilometers and transformed into a new cosmic region, enveloping all the garrison battleships of the Orion Empire in this region with a diameter of nearly 10,000 kilometers. Looking for the outside universe, it was as if a large, empty space had suddenly appeared in the middle of Orion Imperial Planet's defending army. The orbit of Orion Imperial Planet was directly exposed in front of everyone. Then, Sei Ito, who was in the domain, created a huge planet with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers out of thin air with a thought. It turned into an exaggerated meteor shower and shot towards the battleships in the domain at a speed comparable to that of a real meteor. Facing this exaggerated attack that had never been seen before, although the soldiers of the Orion Empire were shocked, they did not panic and immediately operated the battleships as usual. They launched attacks at the huge meteors in a free-diffusing manner. In an instant, dense energy beams appeared in the domain and collided with the many huge meteors. Boom! A huge explosion immediately reverberated throughout the entire domain. The huge meteors that were hit exploded into gravel of different sizes and were propelled in all directions by the impact of the explosion. But this time, Sei Ito suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed. The gravel that was flying in all directions suddenly spun and evolved into a gravel nebula vortex, which once again rushed towards the Orion Empire's battleships. At the same time, a new huge meteor appeared out of thin air, following closely behind the gravel nebula vortex, and continued to rush towards the Orion Empire's battleships. The Orion Empire's battleships slightly changed their formation and split into 3 echelons, firing at the gravel nebula vortex in a thrusting manner. But this time, the effect was not as obvious as the previous concentrated fire. Under the high-speed rotation of the vortex, all the incoming attacks were twisted and weakened, and finally dissipated in the cosmic domain after shattering dozens of gravel. But fortunately, the Orion Empire's firing speed was fast enough, and their rhythm was steady without panic. So, under the continuous bombardment, the Orion Empire's battleships finally broke up the gravel nebula vortex, and it failed when it was about to hit them. Then, a new huge meteor once again appeared in front of the Orion Empire's battleships. The Orion Empire's formation remained unchanged and continued to attack in a step-by-step manner. In this way, Sei Ito and the Orion Empire's battleships entered an irrepressible stalemate. But as time went by, more and more huge meteors came one after another, and the gravel nebula vortex continued to emerge. In the end, the Orion Empire could no longer eliminate all the threats. In the end, the continuous huge meteors and the gravel nebula vortex hit their hull. Boom, boom, boom. Under the joint attack of the huge meteors larger than the battleships and the gravel nebula vortex that contained the profound meaning of this stardust vortex, the defensive shield of the Orion Empire's battleships was instantly torn apart by the explosive energy. The hull cracked, broke, and exploded, turning into piles of broken wreckage that floated in the cosmic domain. Then, with a thought from Sei Ito, the purple-blue to the divine flame emerged out of thin air, wrapped around the wreckage of the battleships floating in the domain, and burned them into nothingness. Then, with another thought from Sei Ito, he turned the huge domain, which was the size of small Earth, into a Tautai behemoth. With his mind, he controlled the Tautai behemoth to rush to another group of garrisoned battleships floating outside Orion's imperial planet. Then, he shrank a part of the domain into the mouth of a Tautai and swallowed the other group of garrisoned battleships into the domain. Then, he did the same thing, bombarding the Orion Empire's battleships with a dense barrage of planetary attacks. Then came the third batch, the fourth batch, the fifth batch. It was not until almost an hour later that Sei Ito wiped out all the garrison battleships guarding Orion's imperial planet and the reinforcements that kept rushing out of Orion's imperial planet. Only a bare Orion's imperial planet remained in front of him. However, at this time, Sei Ito did not directly rush into the planet to attack Orion's imperial planet. Instead, he returned to the Rubik's Cube world in a flash to recover his energy. Although he was having a good time swallowing and smashing people with a domain the size of Earth, the consumption of energy was extremely shocking. Even with the vigorous energy in his body, the high-intensity battle of more than an hour had almost exhausted his energy. He had to take a good rest to recover. Otherwise, in his current state, he would directly rush into the Orion Emperor's star, which he did not know what was going on inside. It was not impossible for him to be trapped there. After all, Orion's imperial planet was the political, cultural, and economic center of Orion Empire. Who knew how many masters and venerables there were inside? Therefore, whether it was for his own safety or for the sake of the planet's destruction later, he needed to adjust himself to the peak state to deal with all kinds of troubles and accidents that he might encounter later. Under Sei Ito's full recovery, an entire Orion day passed in the blink of an eye. It was not until the morning of the second day that Sei Ito's figure reappeared in the space outside Orion's imperial planet. He leaned forward slightly and slowly descended towards Orion's imperial planet at a very slow speed. Chapter 2252. P.S. Thank you to Red Knight for your precious monthly votes. After a few minutes of flight, Sei Ito finally broke through the obstruction of Orion Emperor Planet's atmosphere and entered the interior of Orion Emperor Planet. However, the scene of soldiers surrounding the planet and the effects of various high-tech weapons did not appear. The interior of Orion Imperial Planet was still bright and sunny. It looked just like any other ordinary planet on Earth. There was no sign of global martial law, nor were there any deserted streets. Everything was as it should be. But at this moment, with the appearance of several ripples, several master-level Orion Masters, and one or two other master-level non-Orion Masters appear beside Sei Ito, faintly surrounding him. His Majesty the Emperor wants to see you. Then, one of the Orion Masters sent his thoughts over with psychic force. Lead the way. Sei Ito also replied with psychic force. Come with us, the Orion Master said. Then all the master-level characters moved in unison, as if they were escorting a prisoner, faintly oppressing Sei Ito as they flew forward. 10 minutes later, the Orion Masters and Sei Ito jumped out of a small space acceleration channel and arrived at the core of Orion Empire, in front of the Orion Palace. Then, the Orion Masters escorted Sei Ito and flew down, landing on the ground in front of the palace gate, and walked into the palace on foot. Under the guidance of the Master who seemed to be the leader, Sei Ito passed through several corridors and gardens with alien beauty, and finally stopped at a towering building. They stopped in front of a huge palace with a golden surface that faintly showed the momentum of reaching the sky. You guys keep an eye on him. The leader of the Orion Masters turned his head and ordered several other masters. Then, he ignored their reactions. Then, he walked straight into the palace in front of him. A few minutes later, after a few minutes, he walked out again and said to Sei Ito and the other Orion Masters, "Come in, His Majesty the Emperor is waiting for us." The surrounding masters of the Hunter Empire trembled and forced Sei Ito into the palace. This was an extremely spacious palace. At first glance, it was nearly the size of a regular football. There was no support or unnecessary furnishings inside. There was only a high platform with dozens of stairs at the innermost part of the hall. An Orion, whose energy smoke was deeper than that of an ordinary Orion, was sitting on the high platform. The back of the chair was ridiculously long. On the golden chair that seemed to lead directly to the hall, a pair of dark blue eyes stared at Ito Sei, who was escorted into the hall by many masters, with no fluctuation in his expression. "Your Majesty," the masters of the Hunter Empire, who came to the hall and stood still, bowed their heads and saluted in unison. "I'll give you a chance. Swear allegiance to me and sign a psionic contract. I can forgive all your crimes." The Orion Emperor's voice was full of majesty, as expected of the Emperor of the Orion Empire. "You're really courageous, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in living on an alien planet," Sei Ito said with a look of admiration. His admiration came from the bottom of his heart. Not every emperor could do what the Orion Emperor did. For the sake of talents, he could directly ignore everything that the other party had done to his country before, as well as the complaints that might be caused by it. "I can allow you to guard Earth." The Orion Emperor was not angry and said again, "You seem to have forgotten something. Earth is not yet a planet under your control." Sei Ito said softly, "As long as you agree, Earth will become a member of my empire," the Orion Emperor stated. Although his tone was flat, there was no fluctuation, but the pride and confidence hidden in it could be felt by anyone. "I'm not interested in being a traitor to Earth." Sei Ito grinned. He chuckled. The Orion Emperor did not speak, but looked directly at Sei Ito with a gaze that did not contain the slightest trace of purity. Sei Ito did not dodge. His gaze was flat and unwavering as he looked at him, until a moment later. "Then, you can atone for the crimes you've committed," the Orion Emperor judged in a soft voice. The moment his words fell, two black shadows suddenly flew out from the shadows of the two masters on the ground. They appeared beside Sei Ito, one on the left and one on the right. The energy light swords in their hands swung and slashed at Sei Ito's neck and waist respectively. At the same time, the surrounding masters released their psionic powers and intersected with each other to form a psionic space, separating the space where Sei Ito and the two shadow warriors were from the surrounding space, cutting off the possibility of Sei Ito using instant transmission to dodge. Almost instantly, Sei Ito fell into a dangerous situation where he could not escape. However, Sei Ito, who was in a dangerous situation, did not change his expression. He spread out his psychokinesis and formed an invisible armor around his body. At the same time, he kicked sideways and punched the two shadow warriors. Whoosh! But to Sei Ito's surprise, his punches and kicks seemed to hit a cloud. They instantly passed through the bodies of the two shadow warriors and landed in the air. Not only did he fail to send the two shadow warriors flying, but he also lost his last chance to dodge and was slashed by the plasma light swords in the hands of the shadow warriors. Boom! His psychokinesis vibrated, and Sei Ito could not help but frown. However, Ito Sei wasn't discouraged at all. With a flick of his fingers, two wisps of fluttering purple-blue flames that seemed like they could be extinguished at any time were ejected by Ito Sei. The flames landed on the smoke-like bodies of the two black shadow warriors, and then, as if they had encountered an open flame, they burst into flames with a whoosh. "Ah!" The two shadow warriors screamed and staggered away from Sei Ito. But the Hunter Emperor and the Hunter Empire's masters all frowned when they saw the miserable state of the shadow warriors. After that, knowing that their power could not do anything to the flames on their bodies, the shadow warriors hardened their hearts and directly turned into black energy smoke chains, entangling Sei Ito's body, ready to perish together with him. But this method was also useless. Sei Ito's psychokinesis barrier that he did not retract after casting it. Then the shadow warriors unwillingly turned into nothingness under the burning of the purple-blue Tusita flames. Of course, as the price to pay for taking on the purple-blue Tusita flames head-on, Ito's psychokinesis was also consumed, but compared to the total amount of psyche he has, it was not even a drop in the ocean, so this price was negligible. After finishing off the Shadow Warriors, Ito stretched out his hand and pointed forward. The purple-blue Tusita flames that permeated the surroundings immediately condensed into a purple-blue flame projectile, shooting toward a nearby Hunter Empire's master like a lightning bolt. It hit the psionic barrier released by the master and burned fiercely again. Feeling the rapid consumption of their psionic power, the master's expression changed. He quickly cut off the connection between himself and the psionic power attached to the purple-blue Tusita flames, then dodged without hesitation. In this way, the psionic space that was originally used to imprison Ito was immediately broken, allowing Ito to regain his freedom. Then Ito flicked his fingers and shot 5 different colored lightning bolts at the masters, who also dodged outside. The lightning bolts cut through the space and instantly flew in front of the 5 Hunter Empire's masters. Colliding with the psionic barrier, they hastily erected. Boom! At this time, Ito waved his hand, and the purple-blue Tusita flames, which suddenly became more powerful, immediately split into 5 purple-blue streams of light of the same size. They quickly flew towards the 5 Orion Empire's masters who were hit by the innate 5 elements lightning. Be careful! The other masters who have seen the power of the purple-blue Tusita flames immediately warned loudly. But they were still a step too late. The 5 purple-blue streams of light were about to hit the Orion Empire's masters, who were paralyzed for a moment by the innate 5 elements lightning. However, at this moment, the purple-blue Tusita flames suddenly stopped flying. Then, as if imprisoned by some kind of power, they quickly turned into a ball the size of a glass bead and disappeared from a hall. In the next moment, a ball the size of a tennis ball appeared in the palm of the Orion Emperor. The purple-blue Tusita flames that were still churning were sealed inside it like a decoration. Thank you for saving us, Your Majesty. The 5 Orion Empire's masters who escaped the disaster quickly bowed respectfully. Very interesting power. It reminds me of the power of the high-dimensional evolved life forms on some barbaric civilized planets called gods by the local natives. The Orion Emperor, who ignored the Orion Empire's masters, said lightly, "Is this what you're counting on?" Then, the Orion Emperor looked up at Ito again and said, "Maybe." Ito shrugged indifferently. "But I didn't expect your cultivation to be so high, far beyond the so-called masters. Are you a venerable?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the Orion Empire's masters in the hall changed, and they all looked at the Orion Emperor with shock. Obviously, even for them, this was the first time they heard of the true strength of the Orion Emperor. "Are you still going to resist?" The Orion Emperor neither confirmed nor denied Ito's guess, but he continued to ask expressionlessly. "As I said before, I'm not interested in the local traders." Ito smiled. "Unfortunately, it's rare to meet a mutant evolver like you who makes me feel a little interested." Emperor Orion tossed his palm, and the crystal ball sealed with the purple-green Tusita divine flame in his hand floated high into the air. It hovered more than 100 meters above the ground as he spoke in a soft voice. "But I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you guys who are dry and burned by fire." Ito grinned, revealing his white teeth. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed, becoming cold and austere. Chapter 2253. I hope you'll still be in the mood to spout nonsense later, Emperor Orion said softly. I think I will. Ito smiled. Then, without Emperor Orion making any moves, dozens of psionic light beams emerged from his body out of thin air and instantly pierced into Ito's body. Puff! Immediately, Ito's body trembled, and drops of golden blood flowed out from the wounds created by the psionic light. Dimensional attack. Ito, who instantly understood Emperor Orion's attack method, narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Then, the chaotic lightning flashed around his body and forcibly dispersed the numerous psionic light beams that pierced into his body. Boom! The lightning and psionic light turned into tiny energy particles and drifted in the hall. Then, Seito's mind moved as well. A thick thunderbolt as thick as a human body, with a gray interior and a red, white, gold, black, and green intertwined on the outside, suddenly emerged an inch above Emperor Orion's head and blasted toward him in the same way. Boom! An intense light emerged and enveloped Emperor Orion in it. "Your Majesty!" the Orion masters exclaimed. But before their voices fell, an invisible shock wave suddenly fell on Seito's body like an invisible sledgehammer, slamming into his mind. In an instant, Seito felt his consciousness tremble and become blurred. At the same time, a sharp pain like needles appeared, causing him to frown uncontrollably. However, the attack was not over yet. The next moment, 4 flat psionic light blades that looked like energy lightsabers appeared next to Seito. They slashed left and right, hitting Seito's shoulders and the roots of his thighs. Puff! Crack! The psionic light blades cut through Seito's tough skin. It was deeply embedded in Seito's bones, the hardest part of his body. Itsunari groaned, and his body swayed as he half knelt on the ground. Seito knew that he couldn't go on like this. Thus, he hardened his heart and bit the soft flesh on the tip of his tongue, using the intense pain to stimulate the power of his soul to quickly condense. Then, he operated the dimensional jumping secret technique that he had stolen from Master Lam, allowing a portion of his soul to manifest in the void dimension. In an instant, a Seito appeared in the void dimension. His body was translucent like glass, and his body was still emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, Emperor Orion, who had reappeared from the lightning, paused. He let out a low moan filled with surprise. Seito, who couldn't guess Emperor Orion's thoughts and didn't have the heart to care about what he was thinking, once again used his body as a carrier to erupt a powerful chaotic thunderbolt, shattering the psionic power deeply embedded in his limbs and bones. Then, he operated the power of his soul and created a large thunderstorm in the void dimension, launching a counterattack against Emperor Orion. However, before these thunderstorms could jump out of the void dimension, a powerful shockwave that swept away everything spread out in the void dimension, washing away all the thunderstorms in the sky. The primordial spirit, Edo-sei, frowned and used his spirit eyes to search the empty dimensional space. Soon, in a higher dimension, Seito found Emperor Orion's figure in the void. Seeing this, Seito's soul did not hesitate. He operated his aura and entered a higher void dimension, appearing around his body, emitting a psionic brilliance. His body seemed to have merged with the entire void dimension. It was unclear whether his current state of existence was his soul or something else in front of Emperor Orion. I didn't expect you to be able to enter here," Emperor Orion said with some surprise as he looked at Seito's soul that suddenly appeared. "I didn't expect you to appear in this space either. Is this the embodiment of the strength of a venerable?" Seito said as he looked up and down at Emperor Orion's strange clone. Yes. Perhaps Seito's performance had attracted enough attention from Emperor Orion. Emperor Orion, who thought that Seito was qualified to talk to him on an equal footing, unexpectedly answered Seito's question. "But just because you can enter here doesn't mean everything. Let me see. Are you worthy of my full strength to deal with you?" Then, Emperor Orion said softly. Seito did not argue when he heard this. He pointed with one hand, and hundreds of lightning bolts shot toward Emperor Orion like arrows. Emperor Orion's body did not move, but rows of pill-sized glass balls appeared in front of him out of thin air. Then, he reached out and pointed at one of the balls. The lightning bolts that flew toward him quickly dissipated in a ripple, leaving not even a single spark behind. Seito frowned when he saw this and looked at the rows of small beads in front of Emperor Orion. Under his gaze, countless figures of himself and Emperor Orion came into his sight. One after another, like a coherent movie, they reproduced the scene when he fired the lightning bolts just now. Time dimension, Saito said softly. Then, he closed his eyes and pondered. At this time, Emperor Orion did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he looked at Saito with interest, wanting to see what he could do. But soon, Emperor Orion's expression changed. At this moment, with an invisible force spreading from Saito's soul, one after another, beads like the one in front of Emperor Orion appeared in front of Saito. They gradually split into several branches like a big tree, with countless branches standing in front of Saito. Obviously, Saito not only comprehended the application of dimensional space, but also derived a more powerful part from this foundation, or a part that Emperor Orion did not show. Then, Saito opened his eyes again and smiled at Emperor Orion, who had a dignified expression on his face. Sixth dimension. I admit that I underestimated you a little. Emperor Orion no longer referred to himself as Emperor at this time, but directly referred to himself as I. As his words fell, the time beads in front of him and Saito exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of space dust and drifting away. Then, Saito found that when he tried to condense the timeline of himself and Emperor Orion again, he could not succeed. Obviously, Emperor Orion used some kind of secret method to shield himself from the timeline. Then, the void in front of Emperor Orion moved again, and another row of time beads appeared. But this time, only Saito's timeline appeared. Emperor Orion stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the time beads. Immediately, a white cloud of psionic power spread out from the time bead, turning into a big hand, and grabbed Saito in the time bead. In this regard, Saito naturally would not let Emperor Orion's attack happen. With a wave of his arm, Saito's own timeline also appeared in front of him. He picked out the time when the timeline was changing and was about to split into time beads. With a flick of his finger, an invisible shock wave vibrated out, instantly dispersing Emperor Orion's attack. Then, with a grab of his finger, a white cloud of psionic power was pulled out from the timeline by Saito and imprisoned in his hand. Then, Saito's mind turned quickly, and he injected the power of space-time chaos into his own timeline bead. In an instant, there was a shattering sound, and the timeline that belonged to Saito in front of Saito and Emperor Orion completely shattered. Because of the existence of the time turbulence, it could no longer be extracted by Emperor Orion. Emperor Orion, who discovered this, frowned, and the aura around him became solemn. But at this time, Saito was not in the mood to pay attention to him. Instead, he concentrated on manipulating the psionic power that belonged to Emperor Orion in his hand. At this time, Saito's spiritual sense moved, and an extremely thin spiritual sense needle was formed in the void. Like a sculpture, it quickly pierced through the psionic power he restrained. It did not take long for the Taoist cloud pattern golden seals and runes to be engraved in the psionic power, creating a Taoist magic tool with this psionic power. Then, Saito raised his hand and threw out the psionic power that had turned into a Taoist magic tool. It then turned into a stream of light and flew in front of Emperor Orion. At the moment when he subconsciously resisted with his psionic power, it entered his body and quickly swam in his energy body. Emperor Orion, who did not expect to encounter such a thing at all, had a change of expression. He immediately wrapped the psionic power in his body, which had the same aura but carried a strange feeling, and forced it to flow into his arm. But at this moment, Saito shouted in a low voice, and a muffled explosion immediately came from Emperor Orion's arm. Explode. Boom. The energy burst out, instantly blowing Emperor Orion's arm into a pile of fine energy particles. Affected by Orion Emperor in the dimensional space, Orion Emperor, who was using Orion's military fighting technique to fight Edo-sei in the Imperial Palace of Orion Emperor Planet, suddenly stopped and spat out a mouthful of blue blood. Seeing a rare opportunity, Saito immediately stepped on Emperor Orion's instep, stretched out his hands, and slammed his palms heavily on Emperor Orion's chest. Bang! Energy visible to the naked eye erupted from Emperor Orion's body, dissipating the smoke cloud outside his body, revealing his charred body. Emperor Orion, who was hit again, trembled again, and spat out another mouthful of smoke like blue blood. But unlike last time, Emperor Orion, who had recovered from his shock, directly used the blood as a weapon, directing his psionic power at Seito's face. Seito, who was caught off guard, immediately used a heavy move and retreated with a muffled groan. Chapter 2254. One was an external division of the power of the primordial spirit. Most of the power of the rules could not be used, so he could only rely on his martial arts foundation to fight. The other was an external manifestation of spiritual energy. Psionic energy could not be used at all, so he could only rely on the secret techniques of the Orion Empire to attack. The two could be said to be evenly matched, and the fight was very exciting. In addition, Emperor Orion's identity was enough. In order to give him face, even if the masters around him knew that as long as they rushed up, they would be able to take down Ito Sei. The masters next to him did not dare to attack. They could only watch their emperor and the enemy play a game of flesh and blood. On the other side, in the high-dimensional world, Seito's primordial spirit and Orion Emperor's psionic manifestation were also evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. But overall, Seito still had a slight advantage. After all, although Seito's primordial spirit was connected to his body, due to the uniqueness of immortal cultivation, it was not as closely connected to his body as the psionic manifestation. Even if it was divided into two, when one side was attacked, the other side would more or less be attacked. Therefore, under the continuous attacks of Ito Sei's primordial spirit and Ito Sei himself, whether it was Emperor Orion's spiritual manifestation or his real body, he couldn't help but be injured. He looked a little miserable. Knowing that this could not go on, Orion Emperor's mind moved. A huge blue diamond-shaped crystal about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide in the middle suddenly appeared behind Orion Emperor's psionic manifestation. It emitted a boundless light and a powerful psionic aura, rushing towards Seito's primordial spirit like a tsunami. At the same time, in the surge of the majestic psionic energy, the dimensional space shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. The ripples also rushed towards Seito along with the energy. In an instant, Ito Seinari felt his primordial spirit tremble, as if it had suffered a great impact. He also felt a spatial repulsive force gushing out from all directions, squeezing his body, as if it was trying to forcibly expel him from the dimensional space. Of course, the energy released by the blue diamond-shaped crystal summoned by Orion Emperor was not the only effect. Some of the energy rushed out of the dimensional space and poured into Orion Emperor's body in the four-dimensional space in a mysterious way, replenishing the psionic power in his body. Then, the intensity of Orion Emperor's attack in the four-dimensional space changed. A fistful of psionic energy hit Ito's arm hard. Bang! Immediately after, the psionic energy burst out and blasted Ito away. Ito, who was blasted away, frowned and looked at Orion Emperor with some surprise. Orion Emperor, however, did not show any mercy. With a wave of his arm, more than a dozen psionic beams as thick as fingers appeared out of thin air around Ito, who was flying backward and quickly pierced his body like sharp arrows. Puff! The beams hit, turning Ito into a hedgehog. However, the next moment, there was a soft puff sound. Ito, who had been pierced into a hedgehog by many psionic beams, suddenly turned into a log. Under the impact of the psionic energy, it shattered into a pile of sawdust that flew in all directions. It was the most basic ninjutsu, the substitution jutsu. Then, with a flash, Ito's figure rushed out from a cluster of flames that suddenly appeared diagonally behind Orion Emperor's head. He swung his leg in the air and kicked Orion Emperor's head. Orion Emperor grabbed the air with his backhand, and the psionic power enveloped Sei-Ito like a big hand of white light. Although the power of rules could not be used because his primordial spirit had left his body, it did not mean that Sei-Ito had no resistance against the psionic power. After all, the basic power was still in his body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the substitution jutsu and Taoist fire release like just now. Therefore, when Sei-Ito felt the psionic power enveloping him, all the pores on his body opened up, and the power in his body burst out in the form of high-pressure water guns. Whoosh! Under the collision of the two high-quality energies, a strong wind immediately blew in the palace. Sei-Ito, who regained his freedom with the help of the energy explosion, jumped and landed beside Orion Emperor. He squeezed his shoulder and slammed into Orion Emperor's chest with a mountain-sticking hand. Unable to defend himself in time, Orion Emperor's body trembled, and he suddenly flew backward like a cannonball. But soon, Orion Emperor's flying body came to a stop midway. Then he stretched his arms forward, and two huge psionic wolves appeared out of thin air in the hall, rushing to bite Sei-Ito. Ito Mori grabbed the air with both hands and pulled out two metal longswords that were quickly condensed from the void. Like the legendary sword dancer Gong Sun, he quickly danced, bringing out silver flashing circles or semicircles of various sizes. It was unknown whether it was because of the special psionic energy or the high level of the Orion Emperor's manufacturing, but the two giant wolves that looked like real beasts appeared vivid. It was unknown whether it was because of the special psionic energy or the high level of the Orion Emperor's manufacturing. Then, with a series of muffled sounds, the giant wolves were shredded into psionic energy and scattered in the hall like smoke. After that, Sei-Ito, who had taken care of the giant wolves, threw the two swords in his hands forward and shot them at Orion Emperor with the force of the 100-step flying sword. The blades turned into two silver streams of light and instantly flew in front of Orion Emperor. Orion Emperor did not waver in the face of the incoming swords and darts. He did not make any moves, but a white mist of psionic energy gathered in front of him, forming a light shield to block the swords. Bang! Under the force of the recoil, the swords were sent flying, spinning, and bouncing into the air. However, at this moment, fine water droplets suddenly emerged from the flying swords and gathered into two streams of water, melting the swords into them. Then, they turned into two lifelike water dragons, roaring and spiraling towards Orion Emperor again. Orion Emperor clenched his fists and punched left and right. His psionic power instantly erupted, blasting the water dragons that hit his fists into water droplets all over the sky. But before he could retract his power and counterattack, a new change appeared before his eyes again. The color of the water droplets all over the sky changed from blue to green. At the same time, the water droplets condensed, turning from liquid into fresh green leaves that looked like they had been plucked from a tree. After a pause, they spun at high speed like a tornado, wrapping Orion Emperor in the middle, forming a green leaf sphere as tall as a person. Then, Sei-Ito flicked his finger and shot out a purple and green Tishita flame. The divine flame turned into a stream of light and fell on the green leaf ball in an instant. Then, with a soft whistle, the entire green leaf ball burned with purple-blue flames, emitting a terrifying temperature that caused the space to distort slightly, tightly enveloping the Orion Emperor inside. "Your Majesty!" The masters of Orion Empire on the side shouted anxiously, their expressions changing drastically. But at this point, Sei-Ito still felt that it was not enough. With a flip of his palm, he took out a small amount of primordial god oil from the Rubik's Cube world, which could increase the power of the purple and green Tishita flame, and threw it into it. In an instant, the purple and green Tishita flame swelled, becoming brighter and deeper. Even the space around it showed a faint tendency to be penetrated under the burning of the rising purple and green Tishita flame. This showed the terrifying power of the purple and green Tishita flame at this time. But Orion Emperor was Orion Emperor after all. At this time, a white vertical line suddenly emerged from the middle of the fireball, formed by the purple and green Tishita flame. Then, like a pair of eyelids, it opened to both sides, forming an oval portal. Then, Orion Emperor's somewhat embarrassed figure ran out from it. Obviously, even if he somehow got rid of the purple and green Tishita flame, he did not have much of an advantage. Seeing Orion Emperor running out, Ito pointed his finger, and the purple and green Tishita flame that was still burning immediately split into a dozen arm-thick purple and green ropes of fire, which once again wrapped around Orion Emperor. Orion Emperor, who was full of anger, also became ruthless at this time. With a roar, majestic psionic energy gushed out of his body like a tsunami, turning into a sea of psionic light that fiercely rushed out in all directions. Almost instantly, the purple and green Tishita flame was submerged in the sea of light, and then rushed towards Ito and the masters of Orion Empire around him without any reduction in momentum. Ito and the masters of Orion Empire immediately moved, leaping into the air and retreating from the hall respectively. Of course, the one who leaped into the air was Ito, and the ones who retreated from the hall were the masters of Orion Empire. But compared to Ito, who knew little about psionic energy, the masters obviously had a better understanding of the characteristics of psionic power. So, the moment they retreated, the psionic energy that did not disperse so directly soared up under Orion Emperor's instigation, turning into a huge psionic light beam that filled the entire hall of Orion Imperial Palace and soared into the sky. In an instant, Ito was enveloped in the sea of psionic light, and he could no longer be seen. On the other side of the dimensional space, Ito's soul was barely able to stay in the dimensional space by using the dimensional power triggered by the rules of space so that he would not fall into a disadvantageous position in the battle. But at the same time, Orion Emperor, who seemed to have an endless supply of psionic energy, launched a variety of dimensional attacks. The continuous space interruption and timeline sneak attacks descended on him all the time, coupled with the various summoned beasts and pure energy attacks created by psionic energy. Ito fell into a deep depression. I've been an emperor for so many years, but this is the first time I've used the heirloom of Orion Empire, and it's such a large burst of energy. You should be proud. Seeing that he had basically grasped the victory, Emperor Orion looked at Ito, who was struggling to cope with the attacks of his space disorder and time dimension from time to time, and the attacks of the psionic beasts. Heirloom? Is that the big crystal behind you? Ito, who had used thunder to disperse a psionic beast, dodged a wave of timeline sneak attacks, and used a space interruption attack that could have dismembered him. Curiously looked at the blue crystal behind Orion Emperor that exuded a strong energy brilliance. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Ignorant. Orion Emperor's tone was full of disdain. Then, can you explain it to me? Ito formed a seal with both hands and said while silently chanting the Great Light technique to split the mandala canopy to suppress all sides. About this, you'd better ask the universe's consciousness after you die. Orion Emperor said softly. He did not have the bad habit of talking at length like the average villain after gaining a great advantage. He was indeed worthy of being the ruler of a powerful civilization that could dominate a star field. The mandala canopy shattered, turned into countless fragments, and disappeared into the void. It seems that I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Ito sighed helplessly. Then, with a shocked expression, he gathered a surge of energy into his right fist. Then he fiercely blasted it out. Plasma lightning lightspeed fist. In an instant, rays of brilliance beyond Orion Emperor's observation emerged from the dimensional space of nothingness. Like a dissolving agent, they turned the psionic beasts and psionic sea he summoned into nothingness. Space was pierced through, and the beads formed by dimensional power in front of Orion Emperor were reduced to dust. The psionic manifestation of Orion Emperor was completely shattered. Of course, as the price for this power, the arm of Ito's primordial spirit suddenly shattered like the psionic manifestation of Emperor Orion. It turned into a large pile of the most basic light particles and drifted into the space. At the same time, the entire primordial spirit was shaken, becoming weak and unstable. If it was not handled well, it was not impossible for his realm to drop. After all, the power form of the pocket universe was too different from the power of Seito's soul. Even if there was some connection between the two, their natures were ultimately different. A price had to be paid for forcibly transforming them. What's more, he used the strongest move of the Leo Gold Saints, Plasma Lightning Lightspeed Fist. It was normal for such a result to occur. However, the result was equal to the price he paid. Not only did he escape from the crisis, but he also smashed Orion Emperor's psionic manifestation into pieces. Then Sei operated his power, and the shattered right hand of the right general was reassembled. However, in this way, his originally weak primordial spirit body became even weaker. It's a pity that I didn't get that secret treasure. Otherwise, the price I paid this time would have been more worth it. Ito sighed as he looked at the empty dimensional space with some regret. It turned out that the moment he smashed Orion Emperor's psionic manifestation with a plasma lightning beam fist, the secret treasure mentioned by Orion Emperor seemed to have lost its existence. It quickly turned from solid to illusory and escaped from the dimensional space, leaving Ito unable to touch it. Then, Ito looked at the dimensional space where the psionic energy was gradually disappearing and also disappeared from the dimensional space in a flash, returning to his body. Chapter 2255. In the four-dimensional space, Orion Emperor, who was using the psionic sea to attack Sei, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood as the blue energy smoke around him dispersed. Even the psionic sea that was erupting paused and began to tremble. At this moment, Ito, who saw a rare opportunity, immediately tore the psionic power in front of him with both hands as if he was tearing a piece of cloth. He then reappeared in the palace hall in a flash. It's just that at this time, like Emperor Orion, he was also very uncomfortable. Not only was his face pale, but his head also felt a little dizzy. Waves of weakness and powerlessness kept emerging in his mind, urging him to find a place to recuperate and adjust his breathing. Fortunately, he was not in such a hurry that he had to do it immediately. It gave him a lot of buffer time. However, in terms of controlling his power, he had uncontrollably weakened a lot. He was not as delicate and agile as before. I need to end this quickly, Ito thought to himself as he frowned and endured the dizziness that kept surging in his mind. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Emperor Orion, who was about the same size as him. The heavenly sword suddenly appeared in his hand and slashed at Emperor Orion. Emperor Orion, who sensed the fatal danger, moved his body but staggered back, dodging Ito's sword by a hair's breadth. Seeing this, Ito understood that the damage caused to Emperor Orion by the shattering of his psionic avatar was far greater than he imagined. It was to the point where he could not even use his psionic power. He did not hesitate at all. With a toss of his hand, the heavenly sword in his hand flew into the air. Using the flying sword control method of the Shushan world, he controlled the heavenly sword to stab at Emperor Orion. Under the urging of his divine thoughts, the heavenly sword turned into a bright white silver line. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Orion Emperor and pierced through his head. The blue smoke around Emperor Orion's body exploded, revealing the true face of the sluggish Emperor Orion. Then, Ito leaped forward and arrived in front of Orion Emperor. With a flip of his palm, he struck the top of Orion Emperor's head. Following that, purple-blue flames gushed out from his palm and burned Orion Emperor into nothingness. Ito then waved his hand and retrieved the heavenly sword. Lin Ming flashed and arrived at the top of the palace hall. Then, he entered the Magic Cube world and appeared in the central area of the Magic Cube world. Through the Magic Cube, he opened the power of the time laws and entered a meditative state to restore his losses. It could be said that this was the most difficult battle he had ever fought since he became an immortal. However, he also gained a lot from this experience. First of all, he learned about the vastness of the universe and learned about the existence of masters and how powerful they were. Secondly, it was from these encounters with master-level extraterrestrial life forms that he secretly learned the unorthodox secret techniques of the masters, which gave him a new understanding of the laws and dimensional powers he had mastered. Although it did not improve his realm, his cultivation had improved a lot. This allowed his combat prowess to increase by a significant amount. At least in the face of Earth's gods and immortals, this dimensional secret technique could have an unexpected effect, turning the originally 50-50 battle into a one-sided slaughter. Outside, on Orion's planet, it had been a long time since he heard the sound of fighting or felt the eruption of energy, but he also did not hear the Emperor summon the Orion Emperor. After waiting for a while, he summoned an Orion soldier guarding the hall and asked him to go in and check the situation inside. The result was needless to say. They didn't find anything. They didn't see the figure of their emperor, nor did they find any trace of Ito Sei. The whole hall was empty. The master, who faintly felt that something was wrong, did not dare to hesitate when he saw this. He quickly asked someone to check the harem to see if the emperor had gone somewhere else. But after asking around, the answer he got was that no one had seen the emperor. As a result, the bad premonition in the hearts of the masters became stronger. However, they could not hide this kind of thing. They could only brace themselves and mobilize their power to secretly send the news to the several princes in the Orion Empire. At first, the princes who received the news behaved very well, and one by one, they worked hard to search for the Orion Emperor. However, after about a week, the members of the Hunter royal family, who had not been able to find the Hunter Emperor, began to have active thoughts. They began to secretly form cliques and collude with the ministers, accumulating strength to compete for that position. In just a few days, the originally unified Orion Empire was divided into several large and small factions, confronting each other. It's just that, to the relief of the people of Orion Empire during this period, there were no rebellions like in ancient China, and all the ministers and affiliated races were very stable. Of course, this kind of thing is not absolute. Maybe they look very loyal, but in their hearts, they may want to hold the army for themselves and play the trick of controlling the emperor to order his vassals. Gradually, the entire Orion Empire became chaotic in the struggle of these factions. All kinds of contradictions began to emerge in the Orion Empire, making the entire Orion Empire on the verge of fragmentation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 moons of Orion passed. This morning, just as the palace maids finished cleaning the palace and came out of the palace, accompanied by a faint light and shadow, Sei Ito appeared from the void, hanging in the cold and cheerless palace hall. It's time to destroy the Orion Empire. Sei Ito looked coldly at the empty palace hall under his feet and thought. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the void again. The next moment, somewhere in the red leaf forest on Orion Emperor planet, Sei Ito's figure flashed again. Then, with a stomp of his foot, the ground under Sei Ito's feet seemed to have been cut by an invisible giant blade. It trembled slightly and cracked to both sides. In the blink of an eye, a huge crack nearly 100 meters long, more than 10 meters wide, and unfathomably deep was formed on the ground. Then Sei Ito stepped forward and fell into the crack in a free fall. At the same time, under the effect of some invisible force, the crack continued to open and extend downwards, as if it was going straight to the core of Orion Emperor planet. However, Sei Ito wasn't in the mood to go to the core of Orion Emperor planet. After falling for more than 10 kilometers, Sei Ito, who was blocked by an underground magma flow, stopped falling and suspended in midair. With a thought, he summoned the god of war dimensional spaceship from the Rubik's Cube world. It was equipped with a black hole weapon. Then, Sei Ito connected to the god of war's main control computer with his mind and set an attack command. After that, he didn't stop underground at all. He teleported out of the underground space and rushed out of Orion Emperor planet. Under the full power of Sei-Ito flew out of Orion Emperor Planet in just a moment and appeared in the universe. Then he summoned the small spaceship from the Rubik's Cube world, sat in the cockpit, and started the aircraft. Under the powerful propulsion of the antimatter engine, it flew away from Orion Emperor Planet like a stream of light until it finally disappeared into the universe. After that, about half an hour later, the timer on the main control screen in the bridge of the God of War dimensional spaceship, which Sei-Ito had left behind in Orion Emperor Planet, jumped to 0. A powerful energy beam instantly shot out from the front of the God of War dimensional spaceship. It blended with everything along the way, shooting straight for tens of kilometers in an unstoppable manner. Then it suddenly exploded, forming a dark round hole in the depths of the Earth. Immediately afterward, the dark round hole began to expand. At the same time, the black cross section inside twisted and rotated like stirred coffee, releasing an endless suction force, swallowing and annihilating all the matter around it. In the process, the black hole continued to grow with the help of the power created by the annihilation of matter. It didn't take long for it to expand into a dark round hole with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, and it continued to expand without slowing down. Half an hour later, the black hole had expanded to a diameter of tens of kilometers, coming into contact with Sei-Ito's God of War battleship and swallowing it into the black hole. Then, as if it had eaten a tonic, the black hole suddenly expanded to a diameter of tens of kilometers, appearing directly outside the Earth's surface, and began to devour all the matter of Orion Emperor Planet. An hour later, the black hole had expanded to a diameter of nearly 200 kilometers, and the endless suction force began to affect the planet. At the same time, the army and various military units on Orion Emperor Planet discovered the existence of the black hole and began to organize forces to destroy it. An hour and a half later, the diameter of the black hole had reached a diameter of about 250 kilometers. The counterattack force of the Orion Empire arrived and began to destroy the black hole with gravity interference weapons. Affected by this, the expansion speed of the black hole slowed down to a certain extent. 2 hours later, the diameter of the black hole had expanded to more than 300 kilometers. Orion Empire's previous plan to obstruct the black hole had failed, and the masters of Orion Empire began to take action. The result was good, and the expansion speed of the black hole slowed down once again. But in the third hour, a new piece of news came out that made all the people of Orion Empire panic. Around Orion Emperor Planet, 8 new black holes were rapidly forming and expanding. If they were not dealt with quickly, Orion Emperor Planet would inevitably be swallowed by the black holes. At the same time, even if they were stupid, the people of Orion Empire understood that someone had planted a black hole weapon to completely destroy their Orion Empire. Orion Empire's army held an emergency meeting to find a powerful way to offset the black holes. Chapter 2256. The Orion Empire's plan was very good. They used the new warships that had recently appeared to be equipped with interference weapons to destroy the black holes. But when it came down to it, they found that they did not have any skilled warship pilots. The previous personnel had long been wiped out with the destruction of the garrison corps. However, if they were to transfer people from the current Natural Star garrison, not to mention whether they would have enough time, it was still a problem whether they could even pass through the space around Orion Emperor Planet. Their exploration department made it very clear that the location of the 8 black holes happened to be placed on the space channel connecting Orion Emperor Planet and the outside world. So unless they risked their lives to enter the unstable area, no warship could hope to enter or escape Orion Emperor Planet at this time. In the end, the Orion Empire's military had no choice but to find veteran soldiers who had been disabled and retired to mix with some of the new recruits to pilot the newly built spaceship into space. However, not long after they parted ways, something that made the Orion Empire even more helpless happened. A cosmic storm that had not been seen in 1,000 years suddenly arrived in the unstable space around Orion Emperor Planet, and as if it was being controlled, it blew straight towards Orion Emperor Planet, directly intercepting the warships they had just sent to destroy the black holes. They flew back to Orion Emperor Planet in frustration, watching the best opportunity to destroy the black holes pass before their eyes. However, the disaster on Orion Emperor Planet was still not over. For some reason, the cosmic storm had arrived on Orion Emperor Planet, creating a violent electromagnetic storm that caused most of the equipment on Orion Emperor Planet to be paralyzed. At the same time, it rubbed against the clouds, creating a terrifying thunderstorm that covered most of the planet. Thunder and lightning wantonly destroyed everything on the planet that struck it. The soldiers and civilians on Orion Emperor Planet had no choice but to hide in their homes. They secretly prayed that they could escape this disaster. Aurora, do you think I should send them a meteor shower? In the universe, not too far away from Orion Emperor Planet, Seito grinned and said to Lady Stormward, whose eyes were white, her hands were raised high, and the wind around her was blowing her hair. Obviously, all the disasters on Orion Imperial Planet were not accidental. They were all orchestrated by Seito. Aurora, who was in the midst of activating his ability at full power, turned his head to glance at him. He did not say a word and retracted his gaze, continuing to control his ability to wreak havoc on Orion Imperial Star as per Seito's request. Then I'll take that as a yes. Seito shrugged. He said with a smile. Then, without hesitation, he converted all his power into the attributes of earth and metal. Then, he released them, combining the violent vitality and various energies in the universe to form a huge grayish-white planet that looked like a small moon. Propelled by psychokinesis, he shot them toward Orion Imperial Planet. With the help of Seito's psychokinesis, hundreds, thousands, and gradually tens of thousands of planets flew faster and faster. It didn't take long for them to reach a terrifying speed. Like a real meteor, it shot towards Orion Imperial Star with a long flame tail. 10 minutes later, these meteors passed through the unstable universe outside Orion Imperial Star. They rushed through Orion Imperial Star's atmosphere and rained down on the planet's surface. Boom, boom, boom. Huge mushroom clouds rose one after another from Orion Imperial Planet, which had been ravaged by the cosmic storm. It was as if Orion Imperial Planet was an excellent mushroom plantation. A large patch of black wild mushrooms was growing. Under the bombardment of this terrifying meteor shower, a large number of buildings collapsed. The civilians inside died in large numbers, and the ground cracked. Strong earthquakes were created, and seawater surged, forming terrifying tsunamis. At the same time, volcanoes began to erupt, spewing poisonous smoke that covered a large part of the sky. If the cosmic storm from before was only a threat, this giant meteor shower was truly deadly. Aside from those masters, no one could survive the attack of this terrifying meteor shower. That's enough. Stop and rest for a while. At this moment, Seito turned to Lady Storm's word, Aurora. Aurora did not hesitate when she heard this, slowly dispersing her power and stopping the raging cosmic storm. Phew! Afterward, Aurora, who had completely dispersed her power, let out a long sigh, an exhausted look on her face. This was the first time she had unleashed her full power since she advanced to the Omega level with the help of Ito-sei. Moreover, it was an ultra-long-range control that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even with her mental toughness, she could not help but feel deeply exhausted. Are you all right? Seito reached out and wrapped his arm around Aurora's waist, letting her head rest on his chest as he gently asked. I'm fine. I just feel a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. Aurora shook her head slightly. Still, do we really need to do this? If we feel that they're a threat, we just have to eliminate those who pose a threat. Why do we have to destroy the planet as well? Then, Aurora said with some reluctance, I also want to leave the planet behind and only eliminate the aliens on it, but there's no other way. This is the main planet of these aliens. A lot of technological power is concentrated here. If we eliminate them from the inside, not only will it be time-consuming and dangerous, but it will also give them a chance to escape with their important technology. I don't want to leave a hidden danger for Earth. That's why we have to do this. Sei Ito shrugged helplessly as he explained. After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, Aurora nodded slightly and did not say anything else. When it came to dealing with the enemy, Aurora was clearly much more decisive than Jean Grey. This didn't mean that she wasn't kind. It was just that she had been through a lot, which made her appear more decisive and cold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on Professor X's philosophy until the end of the original work, leading the mutants to fight against the humans instead of directly starting a war with them like Laser. Sei Ito did not say anything else. He just stood in the universe with Temptress in his arms, looking at the Orion Imperial planet in the distance that was gradually falling into destruction. Then time passed, and more than 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Because of the combined interference of Sei Ito and Temptress, the Orion Empire completely lost the ability to destroy the black hole. They could only watch as the black hole grew and grew without any interference until it formed a net of black holes that enveloped the entire Orion Imperial planet. Then, the Orion Imperial planet collapsed under the suction force of the black hole. Large pieces of the planet flew into the nearest black hole under the gravitational force, disintegrating into the smallest particles and disappearing into the black hole. In less than 2 hours, the huge Orion Imperial planet was swallowed by the 9 black holes, including the black hole inside the Orion Imperial planet. Then, a violent explosion occurred, releasing a blazing white light thousands of times brighter than the sun, and a white energy shock wave visible to the naked eye rushed towards the 9 black holes. The suction force of the black holes did not reject it and absorbed most of the energy shock wave. But correspondingly, because they were too close to the center of the explosion, the 9 artificial black holes shook violently under the powerful radiation impact produced by the planet's explosion and stopped devouring the energy for a moment. But soon, they returned to normal and continued to devour everything around them. After a few more hours, the nebula formed by the explosion of the Orion Imperial planet was swallowed up by the 9 black holes. At this time, the distance between the 9 black holes became extremely close, and the suction force between them also attracted each other. Then, the black hole in the center was torn apart by the power of the other 8 black holes, erupting with a white light more intense than the previous explosion of the Orion Imperial planet, enveloping the remaining 8 black holes. Then, something unexpected happened to Sei Ito. The 8 black holes shrouded in the white light exploded one after another, releasing a blazing white light of equal intensity. The white light spread in all directions, illuminating the space where Sei Ito was located. Of course, this was not what really surprised Sei Ito. What really surprised him was that after the white light erupted, a white hole similar to a black hole suddenly emerged from the center of the white light. It quickly gathered the overflowing white light energy in the surroundings, forming something like a nebula around the white hole, slowly rolling along with the rotation of the white hole. That's true. Looking at the white hole created by his own actions, Sei Ito didn't know what to say. But that was fine too. One white hole was much safer than 9 black holes. Moreover, this white hole was naturally formed, so it was much more stable than the black holes he artificially created. Leaving it behind to cause trouble for the remaining soldiers of the Orion Empire's ruling planet in Orion constellation was the best thing to do. But before that, Sei Ito still needs to go to the other Orion Imperial planets that have escaped his revenge and wipe out the last remaining forces of the Orion Empire. After that, even if Sei Ito doesn't destroy the planets, the riots of the affiliated civilizations in the Orion Empire without the suppression of the military force are enough to make the toothless Orion Empire suffer. They might even become history and disappear from the universe. Sei Ito did not hesitate. He summoned the spacecraft, sat in the cockpit, and controlled it to fly to the other Orion Imperial planets. Under Sei Ito's hard work, 2 months later, all the Orion Imperial planets under the rule of the Orion Empire were destroyed. All the Orion Empire's battleships were destroyed, and all the scientific and technological personnel and research institutes were blasted into pits. At this point, the Orion Empire that had been running rampant in the northern universe of the Milky Way for nearly 5,000 years was completely wiped out by Seito's revenge. Chapter 2257. In the pitch-black space, a blue vortex suddenly appeared, and a small aircraft similar to NASA's space shuttle flew out from it. Then the vortex disappeared again, annihilated into nothingness. This was the solar system, and the small planet next to it was Mercury. Therefore, this small aircraft that suddenly appeared in the solar system was naturally not a guest from another civilization, but Seito, who had just flown back from Orion. After being away from Earth for more than half a year, Seito finally returned to the solar system. Then Seito reset the flight course and flew back to Earth. In less than 2 hours, the aircraft appeared near the Earth's orbit. However, Seito did not directly return to Earth. Instead, he turned and flew to the vicinity of the Moon, where he joined the Earth's defense fleet that was left behind. Now that the Orion Empire had been destroyed, the solar system had a dimensional barrier, and heroes had gathered inside Earth. As long as Earth did not actively seek death, there was no need for the Earth's defense fleet to exist. Therefore, after waiting for a long time, Seito summoned the solar system troops patrolling near Venus and Jupiter and sent them back to the Rubik's Cube world, removing their vigilance mission. After that, Seito, who had reappeared in the universe, moved and flew back to Earth, which had now expanded to the size of Uranus. In just half a year, the entire Earth has completely changed. Seito sighed as he looked at the spiritual aura that appeared on the Asian continent under his feet. In the Asian territory that had expanded by many times, Buddhist light, immortal chi, ghost realm demonic chi, and demon chi intertwined with each other, but also filled the Asian continent in a clear manner. Among them, the Buddhist light was the most abundant in India and Tibet, and the image of Mahavairakana loomed. The Southeast Asian region was shrouded in sacred and strange images and bits of ghost realm demonic chi. In the sky above the central plains of the 9 continents, the sound of immortal chi was faint. The flying fairies presented a sacred scene of the immortal Tao. However, the only flaw was that in this green immortal light, there were always a few golden Zen lights shining, making the scene impure. The bitter, cold land of the northeast was filled with blood. The masculine martial chi and the blood chi of the demons were entangled with each other, vaguely showing the shape of dragon and tiger. The land of the south was filled with pink peach chi, reflecting the green light. As for the Shu-Jian region, it was completely enveloped by the black clouds. It emitted a monstrous, killing aura. Obviously, India and Tibet were the territories of the Tantric sect. Southeast Asia was the territory of the Brahmanism, the elephant-headed god, and other Hinayana heretical Buddhist sects, as well as the gods of monsters and Gong Tao shamans. The Central Plains of China was the territory of the immortal Tao sect and the Zen sect. The bitter cold of the northeast was the territory of martial artists, demons, and possibly even the witch tribe. In the south, heretics flourished, and the Sichuan and Yunnan devilish light shone brightly. It was like a scene of hundreds of schools in the ancient spring and autumn period. As for the floating island outside of the central earth, Japan, the inside of it was filled with brilliant divine light that illuminated the void. It had completely become the place where Shinto Taoism and evil Buddhism preached. After sighing, Seito's figure moved again. He entered the rolling, demonic clouds and returned to the mountain he occupied. Boom! As soon as he came back, a violent explosion sounded in the mountain. The mountain shield shook violently, emitting a magnificent light. Seito, who heard the strange sound, frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that at the bottom of the southeast of the mountain he occupied, a group of burly men wrapped in animal skins. Their hair was messy like weeds and looked like the tail of a beast. They looked like wild men, each holding a golden axe, iron hammer, wooden cane, and smashing the mountain shield formation. They looked like they would not give up until they broke it. This is the witch tribe? Seito was surprised. It was also at this time that he noticed how familiar the black clouds above Sichuan and Yunnan were. It turned out that the black clouds were none other than the demonic clouds that had originally spread out from the Shenangjia and gradually spread to half of the Shujian region. So it was easy to imagine why there were so many people who looked like witches here. It was obvious that in the 6 months when Sei Ito was away, the resurrected Yin Emperor's forces had made some kind of breakthrough and occupied Yunnan. Of course, that was what he thought. As for whether it was true or not, he still needed to confirm it himself. Therefore, without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed. A Madron at the foot of the mountain suddenly disappeared from the crowd of witches and appeared in the palm of Sei Ito's hand. Sei Ito grabbed the throat of the Madron. Roar! Seeing that he was caught, the Madron roared and immediately waved the bone stick in his hand. With a stinky black wind, he smashed it towards Sei Ito's head. Boom! White light appeared, and the Madron's attack was immediately blocked by an invisible force. Are you witches all crazy? Sei Ito said in a deep voice with an unhappy face. If you want to kill me, do as you please. My Kwafu tribe does not have cowards who are afraid of death. The Madron who was caught shouted in an ancient language. Fortunately, Ito-sei had once been involved in the quest for Qin-ji and the legend of Son of Heaven. He had learned the official language and dialect of that time. Otherwise, he might not be able to understand what they were saying. So it is the Kwafu tribe. So you are the Yin Emperor Yuang's people? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. That's right. If you know what's good for you, quickly let me go. Otherwise, when the Yin Emperor's army arrives, you will be cut into pieces. The Kwafu Madron said, loudly with a face full of pride. Tell me, why are you attacking my mountain mansion? Sei Ito frowned and asked in a deep voice. You already know the answer? The Madron sneered with a face full of mockery. What do you mean? Sei Ito asked in astonishment. The Yin Emperor decreed that within a month, all the immortals and Buddhas in Yunnan must leave. Those who do not leave within the time limit must submit a memorial to show their power to the public and declare their allegiance. From then on, they will be the people under the Yin Emperor's rule and listen to his orders. Otherwise, whether immortals, Buddhas, demons, or devils, they will all be killed. You have been receiving the edict for several months. Since you did not withdraw from a mountain and did not submit a memorial, you will be attacked by us. The Madron said loudly. He is very ambitious. Is he not afraid of being killed by the immortals? Sei Ito sneered. The Yin Emperor's magical power covers the sky, and he has the help of the Wu tribe. Immortals, what is there to be afraid of? They are just the souls of the dead under our hands. Sooner or later, the 9 regions world and all the heavens will return to the rule of the Wu tribe. The Madron said proudly. Ito-sei was speechless as he looked at the novice wizard in his hand who was imprisoned by him. He did not know what to say. He did not know if the Madron's brain was too simple or he was too confident. Before he even asked, he had already revealed a lot of important information. Moreover, his language was so arrogant. Did they forget how the Wu tribe was overthrown in the beginning? The Wu tribe? You mean the Wu tribe from the upper realm has come to Earth? After a pause, Sei Ito asked. Oomph. The Madron's expression changed when he heard this. He snorted coldly, as if he was not going to go home. It was his performance that made Sei Ito more certain of the guess in his heart. It seems that the Wu tribe has taken a fancy to Earth and is preparing to turn it into your land of prosperity. Sei Ito's mind turned, and he somewhat understood the Wu tribe's plan. According to the legends he knew, as well as the information that Nine-Tailed occasionally revealed, the Wu tribe's living environment was very difficult. It could be said that it was a poisonous land. However, with their strong bodies and tenacious willpower, they were not afraid. However, the upper echelons of the Wu tribe who had once enjoyed the vastness of the land were constantly thinking of finding a land of prosperity similar to the Dong Sheng divine continent for their people. Unfortunately, they had never succeeded. They had even paid with the lives of many of their people for this. However, the newly emerged Earth gave them new hope. The environment was good, and they could live in it, although the resources were not rich enough. However, the land was vast enough, and there was sufficient vitality. It was enough for them to cultivate. However, more importantly, they discovered the existence of the Flame Emperor Yu Wang, a descendant of the Quafu tribe. This made them see a possibility that was to let the Wu tribe regain their great fortune, obtain a state of development, and once again step onto the stage of the human realm. All of this was because of Yu Wang's identity, the Flame Emperor. Although he was not one of the three emperors, Shennong himself, as the one who inherited the title of Shennong, he also received a lot of Shennong's fortune, as well as the emperor's aura. If used well, it was not impossible for Yu Wang to become the new emperor. Although this chance was very slim, for the Wu tribe, it was enough. They had not forgotten the pain of Qi Yu. Moreover, even if they could not become the emperor of the human race under the heavenly axiom, they could always push Yu Wang to the position of the emperor of Earth. Although in terms of fortune, it was not as much as the real emperor, it was enough for the Wu tribe to use. It could allow the Wu tribe to develop and strengthen again. Moreover, it was more in line with the interests of the Wu tribe, who was preparing to occupy Earth as the second land of prosperity. I didn't expect that right after solving the external problem, we would immediately face an internal problem. The road to Earth's upgrade, this time, is really full of thorns. Seito could not help but sigh in his heart. Again, he really did not want any accidents to happen in the process of Earth's ascension. At least, before the ascension was completed, he did not want any accidents to happen when the core world was stabilized in the dimensional sea. After all, he could not say when he would need to use those worlds again. However, the cruel reality mercilessly shattered his expectations. Moreover, it was very ruthless, putting aside the fact that there was a large number of immortals. Even the outbreak of a witch tribe member from the upper realm who was capable of fighting hundreds of battles was likely to blow up Earth, which had not yet stabilized. Not to mention, after the matter was exposed, a great war could break out between the two parties at any time. Earth would not be stable at all. It was hard to say when it would be smashed into pieces by a Daluo immortal or a great witch, and it would be destroyed before it could complete its promotion. F***CK. This is the rhythm of forcing me to kill people. Seito cursed unhappily. Indeed, this was the best solution. As long as the cause was eliminated, the Wu tribe would not have a fulcrum to fight for fate. The victory would only be their coveting of Earth. Although there was already the danger of a conflict with the immortal Tao, it would be much smaller. At the very least, a wild planet in the universe's starry sky was not very important in the eyes of the immortals. If the Wu tribe was determined to take it, the heavenly court, who did not want to destroy the current stable core environment, might even acquiesce to the Wu tribe's actions and let the two sides quietly complete the handover. However, the corresponding price was that Seito would be hated by the Wu tribe to the extent that they would not rest until he was dead. It's just that Sei didn't care much about this. At most, he would hide in the Rubik's Cube world after this. Even if all the members of the Wu tribe were exhausted to death, they might not be able to find his hiding place outside the dimension. Then, Seito, who was in a bad mood, grabbed forward with his arm. A gray, unstable little person that looked like smoke was pulled out from the forehead of the sealed Magihoman in his hand. Immediately, the Magihoman screamed and lost all signs of life. Seito's wrist shook and released a flame, burning the Magihoman's corpse into nothingness. Then, with a thought, his divine thought pierced into the soul of the Magihoman in his hand like an array, forcibly reading the memories in his mind. Under the powerful search of the soul-searching technique, the short memory of the Magihoman was completely read by him in just a moment. Then, as if the soul could not bear the burden, it shattered and turned into a cloud of smoke, disappearing into the air. As expected, the Wu tribe has already come down from the upper realm. With a turn of his divine thought, Seito ignited his soul fire and burned all the memories related to the Magihoman into nothingness before spitting them out from his mouth. In the memories of the Magihoman, Seito learned that there were now a total of 8 golden immortal-level Wu tribe members who had come down. Although there were only 8 of them, in the Central Plains where the total number of golden immortals was less than one hand, they were already considered the top forces. Moreover, the strength of the golden immortal of the Wu tribe was not just the strength of a golden immortal. The powerful strength that erupted from them when they unleashed their true form could even fight against the Tai. Therefore, in other words, it was not an exaggeration for the Wu tribe to directly send 8 Tai level masters. It was an absolute suppression within the scope of the earth. If they were not afraid of being too high profile and directly attracting the attention of Daluo, who ignored all kinds of restrictions, they would have already directly cleaned up the various forces in the Central Plains and returned the entire Central Plains to the rule of the Wu tribe. 8 Tai level masters, 1 golden immortal at the lowest level, and the Flame Emperor Yu Wang, who has an unknown strength. Well, I seem to have chosen a very powerful group. I hope this time I'm not courting death. Seito sighed somewhat helplessly. Then, with a wave of his arm, he removed the mountain-protecting formation that was rumbling from the Magihomins at the foot of the mountain, destroyed the house that he had just lived in, and disappeared from the top of the mountain in a flash. Obviously, at this time, Seito had already made the ultimate plan of escaping into the Rubik's Cube world if he failed. At the very next moment, a group of novice Magihomins with strange weapons in their hands rushed up the mountain while yelling. Then, all of them stared blankly at the empty and barren mountaintop with nothing in their eyes. In the next moment, in the Shu lands near the Shenangjia, Seito's figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 2258. At this time in Shu, there were no longer only poison men, red-hair barbarians, and mud dolls. Now, there were a large number of witch men who appeared out of nowhere, humans who pledged allegiance to the Flame Emperor, and people from the 3 sects who publicly declared their allegiance to the Flame Emperor. It was a bustling and lively scene, completely devoid of the deathly silence from before. This allowed Seito, who had just appeared here, to avoid the danger of being exposed. However, Seito did not stay here for long. After touring the new land for a while, he left the crowd and entered the nearby Shenangjia. He rushed towards the depths of the Shenangjia. This time, Seito discovered the difference in the Shenangjia. A large number of puppet men, witch men, and barbarians filled the place. They were patrolling everywhere like soldiers, guarding the main roads leading to the depths of the Shenangjia. At the same time, a large number of adobe houses replaced some of the vegetation in the Shenangjia, turning the Shenangjia into an ancient city isolated from the rest of the world. It was obvious that the resurrected Flame Emperor Yu Wang wanted to turn the Shenangjia into his capital. Fortunately, although there were a lot of people here, none of them were very strong. The strongest was only around Earth's S rank. They were not a threat to Seito, let alone discover him. Thus, Seito smoothly sneaked into the vicinity of the pyramid in the center of the Shenangjia. "Who is it? Come out." At this time, a loud voice suddenly sounded near the pyramid. Seito did not move, still hiding in the dark. Do I have to personally invite you out?" The owner of the voice said coldly. Then, the next moment, a black light shot towards the place where Seito was hiding. Seito's figure flashed and dodged the black light attack. But at the same time, he escaped from the hidden space. At the same time, 2 ear-piercing sounds could be heard. 2 tall and sturdy men dressed like the novice Magihomins outside appeared in front of Ito-sei. They were both wrapped in animal skins and stood on his left and right, vaguely sandwiching him in the middle. "Who are you? Why did you sneak into this place?" One of the Sorcerer tribe members with fiery red hair asked loudly. "How did you find me?" Seito didn't answer the question. "How dare you play around with a mere spatial concealment technique in front of a member of our Dijiang clan? Do you really think that there's no one in our shaman clan?" Another shaman with a head of mottled hair sneered. "Dijiang? Space ancestral wizard? No wonder." Seito suddenly understood. "Tell me, who are you? Why did you sneak into this place?" The red-haired Sorcerer tribe member asked again impatiently. "Look at your temper. Are you from the Zhu family? Seito looked at the red-haired magus with great interest. Speaking of which, Mrs. Zhu, who lived in the harem he created in the world of the Three Kingdoms, was a member of the Zhu family. She knew how to cast spells, which allowed Seito to know a lot of unorthodox magi skills. In addition, there were also Shu people from the world of Bright Moon in the Qin dynasty, and Marquis, Chunan's family, and the Demon Clan in the world of Son of Heaven. Strictly speaking, he had quite a lot of connections with the Zhu family. You're quite perceptive Taoist. Tell me, who are you? Why did you sneak into this place? If you tell me honestly, I'll make the decision and give you a quick death. The red-haired Zhu family member's expression became slightly better. He said, Are there only two of you here? Seito still didn't answer the question. This time, even the calmer Dijiang clan member couldn't help but frown, showing an impatient look on his face. Cut the crap. Tell me your identity and purpose, or don't blame us for being rude. Zhu family member said with a ferocious face. It seems that she's not here. Seito ignored Zhu family member's words. He released his spirit power and scanned the surrounding area. Bastard. Seeing Seito being so arrogant, Zhu family member growled out in rage. Immediately, he reached out his hand and grabbed towards Seito. Seito flashed across the air and showed up behind Zhu family member. He flipped his hand and flicked his fingers, releasing a few thunderbolts. However, before the thunderbolts landed on Zhu family member's body, the thunderbolts disappeared in a wave of space ripples. Right after that, the dull-haired Dijiang clan member flashed across the air and showed up beside Seito in a way that could be compared to teleporting. He swung his giant fist and punched towards Seito's face. Seito moved his head backward, brushing against Dijiang clan member's fist. At the same time, Zhu family member turned around and threw a kick towards Zhu family member's stomach. Seito flashed across the air and dodged immediately. However, once he stood still, Dijiang clan member showed up beside him again, with black smoke coiling around his palm and reaching towards Seito. Seito flashed across the air again and disappeared. Where is he? Zhu family member asked in surprise. Dijiang clan member didn't say anything. Instead, he looked around, then his expression changed as he hurriedly shouted at Zhu family member. Be careful! Zhu family member paused, not understanding what to be careful of. But in the next moment, he figured it out. At this moment, Zhu family member felt his entire body tightened, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped him and squeezed his body inwards. Roar! Zhu family member was enraged and roared like a wild beast. Scorching red flames were released from his body, and his body swelled up like a balloon. Almost instantly, he grew from 2 meters tall to over 10 meters tall, turning into a terrifying giant with a beast head and a human body. He was covered in red scales and had fire serpents piercing through his ears. His body emitted a terrifying aura that could even distort space. This was Zhu family member's true body. However, compared to the true Zhu family member, this Zhu family member lacked a group of fire dragons under his feet, so it didn't seem particularly complete. This was probably related to the fact that he hadn't reached the level of senior magus yet. Even though it wasn't complete, it still allowed him to easily blast away the energy surrounding his body. Then, Dijiang clan member's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Seito, attacking him at lightning speed. I didn't expect that the first time I used a dimensional attack after returning to Earth, someone would see through it and even chase after me. I'm really unlucky. Seito, who had activated his phoenix transformation and erupted with lightning speed to avoid the pursuit of Dijiang clan member, who was also a speed magus, laughed bitterly in his heart. Of course, this was also his bad luck. He had to use this kind of attack in front of the Dijiang clan's members. It had to be known that the members of their clan did not have any other talents. Or rather, even if they had the talents of other clans, they would not be particularly strong. However, their talents in space and speed were definitely top-notch. It was extremely easy for them to see through the difference in dimensions. Then, with a flash, he went behind Dejiang clan member and slashed with a heavenly sword in his hand, landing on Dejiang clan member's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the blade was directly blocked by Dejiang clan member's skin. Seito was a little speechless as he withdrew the heavenly sword and leaped back, dodging Dejiang clan member's counterattack by a hair's breadth. Then, Seito tossed his palm upwards, and the heavenly sword immediately turned into a stream of light and flew into the air, transforming into thousands of sword shadows that seemed real and illusory at the same time. They shot towards Dejiang clan member with the momentum of thousands of arrows being shot at him. Dejiang clan member, who was in the middle of the attack, had no choice but to temporarily give up on attacking Seito. Black gas lingered around him, stirring up the surrounding space and creating ripples. It was like a huge water screen that blocked in front of the thousands of sword lights, instantly swallowing them. However, at this moment, Seito suddenly turned around and charged forward, arriving in front of Dejiang clan member. The purplish-green flames in his hand flickered and instantly landed on Dejiang clan member's body. In an instant, there was a burning sound, and Dejiang clan member's entire body was enveloped by the purplish-green divine Tusita flames. Dejiang clan member screamed in pain and crazily rolled in the space. At the same time, his body swelled and rose. Like Zhurong, who was still a little dazed, he turned into a monster that looked like a yellow sack, as red as fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, and no face. It was Dejiang. However, no matter how he transformed, the purplish-green divine Tusita flames were still tightly attached to his body, burning fiercely, causing Dejiang clan member great pain. It couldn't be helped. The bodies of the Wu clan members were so strong. If he were an ordinary immortal, he would have been burned into nothingness by the purplish-green divine Tusita flames. How could he have the time to feel pain? Seito then ignored Dejiang clan member and waved his arm, pulling out a row of timelines in front of him. He took out the heavenly sword from them and put it back into his body. Then, he hid the timelines and summoned Zhu Rong's timelines. If he were a proper immortal, he would have sensed that his river of fate was being manipulated. Then, he would have sensed that his timelines were being spied on through his primordial spirit manifestation or divination. He would have used the corresponding method to shield his timelines. Unfortunately, Zhu Rong wasn't an immortal who cultivated the Tao. He was an orthodox Wu clan member without a primordial spirit and didn't know the Tao of Heaven. Even though his heart was pounding and he clearly sensed that some kind of danger was about to descend, he still couldn't find the source of the danger. Seito then tapped his finger on one of the beads with Zhu Rong's name inside. Instantly, a purely dark yet indescribable power spread out from the time bead, then condensed into numerous dark, sharp arrows, darting towards Zhu Rong inside the time bead. Puff, 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 puff. With a series of muffled noises, Zhu Rong's body was immediately pierced through by these strange black arrows. Then, as the timeline changed, another row of Zhu Rong silhouettes, which were all shot by arrows, emerged from the timeline touched by Ito Sei. In the real world, Zhu Rong's body was also covered in dark arrows, even though Zhu Rong had already activated his Zhu Rong body in the real world. Chapter 2259. Puff. Zhu Rong had no idea how he was attacked. His body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of burning blood. Seito, who was in the dimensional space, did not show any mercy. He flicked the time bead in front of him. Ding! But in the next moment, along with a loud boom, all dark arrows stuck in Zhu Rong's body exploded abruptly, turning into a dark storm that spread out inside Zhu Rong's body. During this process, Zhu Rong's skin visibly aged and cracked, peeling off from Zhu Rong's body piece by piece, turning into a pile of powder on the way to the ground, drifting in the air. It was as if an invisible executioner with a sharp knife was inflicting the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts on him. Zhu Rong, who was in great pain, roared and released in even stronger Zhu Rong true form. Almost in the blink of an eye, he grew from his original height of over 10 meters to almost 300 meters tall. He was like a giant standing on the ground with an indomitable spirit. Obviously, the true form that Zhu Rong released earlier was a product of suppression. His purpose was probably the same as what they were doing now, to hide. However, even though he was powerful, other than exposing the fact that the upper realm shaman tribe had descended, he was not of much help to himself. The violent, pitch-black energy entered his body during the process of his expansion and began to destroy his body from the inside. An even greater pain spread out from Zhu Rong's body. Zhu Rong, is he crazy? Quick, set up a magic formation to hide him. Where's Di Jiangjun? A few Wu clan members appeared beside Zhu Rong, who had transformed into his true form. They looked at him and said with a changed expression. Then, the four of them flashed and stood beside Zhu Rong in 4 different positions. They put their magic weapons on the ground and set up a magic formation. In an instant, a dark, misty cloud emerged around Zhu Rong's body, quickly shrouding him like a hurricane. However, at the same time when they finished setting up the magic formation, a thick gray lightning bolt suddenly broke through the black cloud and fell from the sky, directly hitting Zhu Rong, who was screaming in pain. Boom! The lightning bolt flashed, and Zhu Rong's body exploded, turning into a pile of burning flesh and lightning, shooting out in all directions. Zhu Rong, the 4 Wu clan members screamed in grief. Who is it? Come out if you have the balls. I, Feng Xiao, swear, I will tear you into pieces. A tall and sturdy man, whose blue hair fluttered in the wind, roared. Tear him into pieces. The other 3 Wu clan members shouted as well. Since you want to do that, I'll fulfill your wish. Ito Sei's voice rang in the ears of the 4 witch tribe members. Who is it? Come out. The Wu clan member, who called himself Feng Xiao, looked around and roared. However, what responded to him was a black gust of wind, which suddenly covered him and the other 3 Wu clan members. The gust of wind blew across their bodies in a disorderly and chaotic manner. During this process, their leather coats were torn apart, and their tough skin became old and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like the bark of an old tree, their skin cracked and cracked. Piece by piece, their skins peeled off from their bodies, exposing the red flesh under their skin. The 4 Wu clan members, who had experienced the same pain as Zhu Rong, opened their eyes wide and let out shrill howls with twisted faces. However, this did nothing to alleviate the pain they were suffering. They could only watch helplessly as their powerful bodies withered under this strange, pitch-black energy. They were broken and peeled off from their bodies. Even if they used the secret method of the sorcerer tribe and the innate power in their bodies to resist, it was still the same, apart from the fact that it seemed to have slowed down the speed at which their skin was changing. There was no way to stop the erosion of this energy. This is the power of time. A knowledgeable Wu clan member suddenly thought of something. He shouted out loud, "So what if we know what he is? None of us are from the Zhu clan." Another shaman tried his best to endure the pain. He smiled bitterly. As soon as he said that, the other 2 Wu clan members, who had just gained hope, paused, and their eyes dimmed again. Feng Xiao, you're the fastest among the 4 of us. Later, the 3 of us will instill our Wu clan power into you and send you away. You have to find Gong Gong Yu and Jishomu as soon as possible and tell them about the situation here. Ask them to come back and protect Emperor Yin. The Wu clan member, who was twitching all over, paused and said. The other 2 Wu clan members were stunned at first, then nodded one after another, agreeing with the Wu clan member. Obviously, they already understood the Wu clan member's intention. Xing Tian Raccoon. Feng Xiao opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "We don't have much time. Just do as I say." Xing Tian smiled bitterly and said decisively. Then, without wasting any more time, he stepped in front of Feng Xiao and reached out to pat Feng Xiao's shoulder. The other 2 Wu clan members looked at each other, then leaped to Feng Xiao's side and pressed their palms on Feng Zhao's body. In an instant, a red, a white, and a black cheese soared into the sky, and a gust of wind whistled out from the four of them. However, before they finished instilling their powers, another thick thunderbolt, which was exactly the same as the one that blasted Zhu Rong, appeared in the sky and struck directly at the four of them. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the three Wu clan members disappeared into the air as expected. However, Feng Zhao, who was the main target of the attack, was pushed away by Xing Tian Raccoon and the other two Wu clan members at the critical moment. Then he turned into a gust of wind and quickly flew out of the Shenong shelf, disappearing into the horizon almost instantly. Do you think you can escape? Sei Ito, who was in the dimensional space, pulled out Feng Zhao's timeline and sneered. As for Dijiang, who was also in the dimensional space, when Sei Ito destroyed Zhu Rong, Dijiang also received a blow to relieve his pain. Then, Sei Ito flicked his finger and shot another thunderbolt at the virtual image of Feng Zhao, who was still in front of the pyramid in the dimensional space. Then, in the outside world, Feng Zhao, who thought he had escaped, suddenly saw a flash of light above his head. A thick gray thunderbolt instantly struck Feng Zhao, who was in the half-human, half-wind state, and blasted him out of the dimensional space. Boom! Feng Zhao's body trembled and fell to the ground like a meteor, causing dust to fill the air. And because he was blasted out of the half-energy state, Feng Zhao was seriously injured and could not get up from the ground for a long time. But right after that, a new bolt of lightning descended from the sky and heavily bombarded Feng Xian's body. Boom! Then the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Sei Ito's attack only stopped when all 5 thunderbolts had struck and Feng Zhao's powerful body had completely turned into a pile of black ash and melted into the ground. At this point, except for Gong Gong Yu and Ru Shomu, who were mentioned by the dead witch Xing Tianji, 6 of the 8 witches who came to Earth had died in the hands of Sei Ito. Then, Sei Ito removed the dimensional secret technique and left the dimensional space. He returned to Earth and stood in front of the pyramid of Emperor Yin. At the same time, it was not until this time that Sei Ito had the mood to look at the pyramid in front of him again. Unlike before, the pyramid, which originally only had 3 floors and a total height of no more than 15 meters, had completely changed. The height had doubled to more than 30 meters, and the number of floors had also increased by 2 to 5 floors. The outer walls were carved with animals and birds, and the doors were staggered. It looked like a unique palace. A long slanted staircase connected the top of the pyramid to the ground below. It looked like a pilgrimage staircase. Sei Ito, who took in all this, raised his eyebrows and walked to the front of the pyramid. He stepped on the stairs like an ordinary person and went up step by step. The steps of the stairs were very exquisite. Just like the pyramid, there were a total of 5 levels, and each level had 9 steps. In addition to the rune engravings for reinforcement, there were no other defensive arrangements. There was only a flat and long walkway, so it didn't take long for Ito Mori to reach the top of the pyramid. It was a hall that looked a bit like an ancient emperor's summons to his subjects to deal with official business. As soon as he appeared, 2 powerful novice magihomons who were guarding this place attacked him. Ito Sei, who didn't put the 2 legendary novice wizards in his eyes, knocked them out with a casual blow. Then, the hall appeared in front of Sei Ito without any warning. Sei Ito, who did not find anything in the hall, frowned and turned to leave the hall. He walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor of the pyramid, but this time, he encountered a defensive restriction. Ito Sei didn't want to waste time on this. He turned his palm and took out the Haotian mirror, which was the most precious treasure for breaking spells and restrictions. He injected his power into it, and the mirror emitted a blue light that illuminated all directions. Almost instantly, the restrictions that were illuminated by the green light were broken one after another. Sei Ito, who kept the Haotian mirror activated, stepped forward and began to search the 2nd floor. However, the result was still the same. He still did not find the Flame Emperor. Sei Ito, who did not have any good ideas, began to search the third floor again, then the fourth floor, the fifth floor. However, after searching the entire exposed part of the pyramid, Ito still did not find the Flame Emperor. Chapter 2260. Ito, who couldn't find any trace of Emperor Yin, was too lazy to play any sneak attacks. His figure flashed and flew away from the pyramid. He arrived above the pyramid and handed the Hao Yin mirror to Zuiyu. He held the heavenly sword in his right hand. He activated the Hao Yin mirror and released a large amount of green light to cover the entire pyramid. He held the heavenly sword high in his hand and condensed his aura. A giant sword that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky appeared behind him. He waved his hand and slashed down. Under Ito's movement, the giant sword seemed to be wielded by an invisible giant. It followed Ito's movement and slashed forward. Clang! Boom! Then, a huge roar sounded, and the whole pyramid was immediately split into two by the giant sword, creating a huge crack that was as wide as a human body. Boom! Then, there was an explosion of energy. The sword turned into a torrent of energy in the dazzling white light and flew in all directions. Like a passing wind, it lifted all the vegetation around the pyramid from the ground. In the blink of an eye, a huge barren land with a radius of several miles appeared in the Shenanjia. Who is it? How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? Then a thunderous roar that shook the void rang out, and a figure wrapped in thick black smoke flew into the air from the cracked pyramid. The person who came was very tall and sturdy. The muscles all over his body were well-defined and full of explosive power. He was very tall, at least 9 meters. He wore a very ancient linen robe. Although it looked ancient for some reason, it gave people a feeling that it was not an ordinary object. He had a square face, big eyes, a straight nose, and square lips. 2 thick sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. He exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. People who looked at him couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. He wore a white stone beast bone crown on his head, which restrained his neatly combed hair. Diyuang, Ito saw the person who came and put away the Hao Yin mirror. He raised his eyebrows and said while holding the heavenly sword, "Who are you?" The person who came frowned and asked in a deep voice, although he did not explicitly state that he was Diyuang. But from his reaction and question, it was not hard to confirm that he was Diyuang. Chun Shiqing, a loose cultivator from the outside world, greets Yin Di. Ito performed a hidden sword style with his sword and saluted with one hand. "I have enmity with thee." Diyuang sized up Ito and asked in a deep voice. "No." Ito shook his head slightly. "I have a grudge with thee?" Diyuang asked again. "Neither." Ito also denied. "Since thou hast no enmity with me, why dost thou bully me like this? You destroyed my palace without distinguishing between right and wrong. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully?" Diyuang was enraged. His aura rose as he glared at Ito and shouted. His chi was so strong. Even the void was stirred by him. His voice was like thunder, shaking Ito's mind. Ito, who did not expect Diyuang to be so powerful, hurriedly used the power of his essence soul. He used the grand meditation mantra to calm his shocked mind. "It's because you should not have come into being at this time." Ito sighed softly. "What a joke. I have already awakened. Since I am at the right time, how can there be a wrong time? It's just nonsense that you Taoists made up because you don't want to see me control the world again. Don't try to confuse me with such words." Diyuang laughed loudly. His voice was filled with mockery. "Have you not noticed the difference between the current era and the ancient era?" Ito was not angry. He continued to speak nicely. "The earth is not enough in the ancient era. There is only Shaoxi in the sky, but it is not the old country." Diyuang frowned when he heard that. He looked at the surrounding sky and said lightly, "Yes, it is not the ancient era anymore. Although you are virtuous, you are not needed in the current era." Ito sighed and said, "And you should not have done so. You are mixed up with the witch race again. Have you forgotten about the chaos of the ancient era?" Di Yuang frowned. He did not speak for a while. To be honest, if you are only coming into being to fight the world again, I will not care about you. Naturally, Qin Mao wouldn't pay too much attention to it. I'm just a wanderer. Whether the world is ruled by the emperor or someone else, it doesn't affect me. But the witch race is different. They love to fight and are violent. They are also not tolerated by the sovereign. If the witch race comes into being, it will cause chaos. This is not something I want to see. I do not want this land to be destroyed in the fight between the two Daos. Say Ito explained patiently. Di Yuang still did not speak. He listened silently. Therefore, if you are willing to swear that you will not mix with the witch race and cultivate temporarily, even if it is only for 10 years, I am willing to stop and return to the mountains. I will not care about the emperor's affairs. Say Ito, who saw the change in Di Yuang, quickly continued to persuade him. To be honest, he really did not want to fight with the Flame Emperor. Although his surname was Yao and his ancestor was Shun, he still came from the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor were brothers. Therefore, they were relatives. In other words, say Ito and Di Yuang could be related 2 to 3,000 years ago. Moreover, he was used to being the descendant of the Yanhuan. If possible, say Ito did not want to fight with his ancestor. It was the same even if this ancestor's bloodline did not seem to be related to him. Therefore, Ito Cheng's only plan now was to try his best to fight for a buffer time so that the Earth could complete the dimensional upgrade peacefully and let the dimensional sea world re-establish the void. As for what would happen after that, he could do whatever he wanted. He could just blow up the Earth. Ito Cheng was too lazy to care. After a while, under Sei Ito's expectant gaze, Di Yuang slowly shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that it's too late. Emperor, why do you say that? Sei Ito asked with a frown. The moment we appeared, the heavenly star appeared. Although it hasn't attracted any major powers yet, the supreme gods and the ancient major powers have all sensed it. The only reason they haven't acted yet is because my actions aren't worthy of their attention. However, the calamities that should come will not be lacking. Therefore, I don't have much time. Forgive me for not agreeing to your request. Di Yuang explained slowly. Seito opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Don't say anything else. If you're willing to back off, I will treat it as if nothing happened today. I will not pursue your actions. However, if you still want to persuade me, let's see who's stronger. This is my destiny. I will not admit defeat, Di Yuang said with a domineering tone. Seito looked at the domineering Di Yuang. He made up his mind and made a decision. If that's the case, then forgive me for offending you. Seito flipped his hand and held the heavenly sword in his hand. He said in a deep voice, as a wanderer of the various worlds, Seito, who had cultivated a heart of stone, did not hesitate. He made up his mind to fight with Flame Emperor Yuan. At most, he would let him live based on a relationship between the two of them. Go ahead and attack. Di Yuang laughed loudly. At the same time, the black gas around his body spread out like a demonic cloud. It turned the surrounding area into a pitch-black and strange place. Ito Mori didn't hesitate. He thrust the sword in his hand forward. Even though it was a simple move, it was supported by Sei Ito's boundless sword intent. A resplendent sword light burst forth from the Itian sword. It seemed as if it could destroy the clouds and break the moon. It was as if a sharp knife had chopped apart the pitch-black clouds and mist in the blink of an eye. Good move, Di Yuang shouted loudly. Golden light appeared around him, illuminating his body. He punched out, accurately hitting the incoming sword light. Boom! It was a loud boom. The exploding sword light instantly tore the black fog apart. Sei Ito, who had made the first move, did not show any mercy. He immediately thrust his sword forward. Then, the sword moved along with the person. The person and the sword became one as they shot toward Di Yuang. Di Yuang was unmoved. He put his palms together and clapped 11 times. With a crisp sound, a visible shockwave flew toward Ito Sei with a wind-like airflow. A sword light flashed around Ito Sei's body, tearing apart the shockwave as he continued to charge towards Di Yuang without slowing down. However, even so, The indomitable momentum of Ito Naruto's sword was hindered after all, causing the power of the entire sword to drop by 30%, and the speed of the advancement slowed down a little. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Du Wang, who had his palms together, moved his fingers. They turned into a seal and blasted forward again. Du Wang's hands pushed forward. A huge bull head that was completely transformed by the golden spiritual power rushed forward and collided with Ito Sei, who was flying over in a hurry. Boom! There was an explosion of dermic powers. Sei Ito's body was sent flying backward. Ito Sei stomped his feet in the air and quickly stopped himself. However, before he could launch another attack, a square stone seal appeared above his head out of thin air. It swelled up in the air like an inflated balloon and smashed toward Ito Sei. It was obvious that this was Du Wang's magic treasure. As the magic treasure fell, the space around Sei Ito was sealed. He had no other choice but to take it head-on. I forgot. Although Du Wang has the blood of the witch tribe, he has the soul of a human. He is a witch that can cultivate immortality. Apart from having a strong physical body, he can also use magic treasures. Ito Sei thought to himself as he looked at the stone seal magic treasure that was gradually falling. He grabbed at the air, and a small golden axe appeared in his hand. As Sei Ito swung his arm, the axe quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a golden axe with the power to split mountains. It fiercely collided with the stone seal, falling from the sky. It was the magic treasure from Shushan Guang City's golden boat, the divine five-ding axe. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, a dazzling golden light suddenly blossomed. It was like a small sun that had descended to the mortal world. It illuminated the dark Shinong Shelf, Following that, a powerful shockwave appeared and plowed the ground. Under the powerful collision of the two magic treasures, the stone seal magic treasure trembled slightly and flew back less than a meter. It then pressed down on Sei Ito with a majestic power that could crush everything. At this time, Sei Ito's figure flashed. He used the space created by the collision of the two magic treasures to dodge the stone seal magic treasure. Rumble! The stone seal missed and smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, Sei Ito, who appeared above the stone seal magic treasure, put away the divine five-ding axe and took out a small green jade bottle. He urged his magic power, and a colorful mist shot out from the bottle. It directly wrapped around the huge stone seal below. This bottle was not anything else. It was the magic treasure of the Han Dynasty immortal Zhangmian, the Green Mirage bottle, which was also from the world of Shushan. It had the ability to collect all kinds of divine objects, magic treasures, evil spirits, and primordial spirits. However, as the magic treasure of the Yin Emperor, how could the stone seal be so easy to collect? The stone seal shone brightly and blocked the colorful mist outside. It still stood firmly on the ground like a mountain. Then the wind whistled and the air was compressed. It seemed that the space was locked. A golden dagger axe flashing with golden light cut through the space and hit Sei Ito's body. Seeing the attack coming, Sei Ito shook his wrist and shook the green mirage bottle into the air. He continued to release colorful mist to collect the stone seal. He quickly turned his body and blocked the attack with the heavenly sword. Ding! Then there was a crisp sound. Sei Ito's body was sent flying like a shooting star. It was clear how powerful the dagger axe was. After that, Du Wang, who had sent Ito Sei flying, waved the long spear in his hand and sent the green mirage bottle flying with a crisp dang sound. Then, he flipped his hand and threw the stone seal that had regained its freedom. It shot out like lightning and instantly appeared above Ito Sei, who had stopped moving. It once again pressed down on him with the momentum of Mount Tai. At the same time, Du Wang's figure flashed and appeared above the stone seal. He stepped on the head of the bull dragon above the stone seal and stomped hard. The seal pressed down on Sei Ito even faster and more violently. Boom! With nowhere to hide, Ito Sei was smashed into the ground by the big seal, stirring up dust all over the sky. However, The good thing didn't last long. After half a minute, there was a strong earthquake. Wang felt the seal under his feet slowly rise. He was lifted into the sky along with it. Then, the seal left the ground, revealing Sei, who had transformed into a giant and was half kneeling on the ground. It was as if he was holding up a mountain, using his hands and shoulders to support the seal. Roar! Ito roared and threw the seal out. Suppress. Wang snorted and pointed at Ito. Instantly, the seal that had just flown out paused and quickly returned to Ito. At the same time, golden cloud patterns and strange ancient characters appeared around the seal. They emitted a mysterious aura and flew towards Ito along with the seal. Emperor's mandate, absolute law. Chapter 22:61. In an instant, Ito felt his body tighten. It was as if all the power of heaven and earth had been added to the stone seal. It once again smashed onto Ito's body. Bang! Ito's feet shook and immediately sank into the ground. Only a small part of his body remained outside. Heavenly sword go! Seeing that he was about to be suppressed into the ground, Ito sent out heavenly sword with a thought. The latter immediately turned into a white ray of light. After drawing a beautiful arc in the air, it shot towards Wang. Wang waved his golden dagger axe and knocked heavenly sword to the side with a clang. However, the heavenly sword was not discouraged at all. It circled in the air and straightened its body. Then, it split into dozens and hundreds of white sword lights that were difficult to distinguish between real and illusory. They flew toward Wang from all directions. The angles were strange and tricky. Even Wang felt that it was difficult to deal with. He had no choice but to use his tough body to take it head-on when it was not important. He had to pay the smallest price in exchange for a greater victory. For a moment, ding, ding, dang, dang sounds echoed in the sky above the divine farm shelf. However, although Wang was forced into a difficult situation by heavenly sword, he did not delay what he needed to do. He continued to use his Fa Li and let the stone seal suppress Ito. A moment later, with a loud boom, Ito was once again suppressed into the ground. Golden rays of light flew and turned into golden runes that entered the stone seal. After finishing off Ito, Wang waved his golden dagger axe again. With the support of his Fa Li, it brought about a powerful hurricane. In an instant, the heavenly sword that was flying around him was blown away. The illusory rays of sword light were destroyed, and the heavenly sword's true body was revealed. Wang then grabbed with his hand, and a large vital energy hand appeared. Heavenly sword was captured in his hand. No matter how much the heavenly sword struggled, it was unable to escape. It's a good sword. Wang praised as he looked at the heavenly sword in his hand. The heavenly sword was glowing with Dao runes. But soon after, Wang's expression changed as he hurriedly raised his arm to block. Bang! Yuan Qi exploded. Wang's body flew out at high speed. Then, Sei, who had appeared out of nowhere, replaced Wang and stood on top of the bull dragon on top of the stone seal. He stretched out his hand and took back the heavenly sword that had broken free. As expected of the Yin Emperor's treasure, I almost couldn't escape. Ito sighed as he stepped on the stone seal. It turned out that when Wang used the seal to suppress him for the second time, Ito, who had already felt the difference in the power of the seal, did not choose to take it head-on. He immediately used the Earth Shield substitution technique and turned his Dharma idol into an earth puppet. His real body used the Taoist earth movement technique to enter the ground and escape from the other side. This was the main reason why Wang was able to suppress him back underground so quickly. But who would have thought that Wang's power was so strong? After suppressing him, it immediately went through the stone seal to Ito's Dharma idol and sealed its power. If Ito had not escaped quickly enough, he might have really been suppressed by it. But just as he finished speaking, the heavenly bull that he had mercilessly stepped on suddenly came to life and roared. It opened its mouth and swallowed Sei Ito, who was caught off guard. Then it started to swim in the sky like a real dragon. Roar! But in the next moment, there was a muffled boom. A dazzling platinum-colored light shot out from under the bull dragon's abdomen. It sliced across the bull dragon's abdomen like a large knife. A huge gash, several meters long, appeared on the bull dragon's abdomen. Large amounts of golden red blood gushed out from the wound. Then, a ray of light shot out from the heavenly bull's body and appeared in midair. Who else could it be if it was not Seito? Then, Seito, who had reappeared, raised his hand and threw out a thick gray lightning bolt from his hand. It instantly flew in front of the heavenly bull that was still tumbling in the sky. It directly bombarded its body. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the heavenly bull roared in pain as it flew back to the stone seal. It turned back into the stone statue on the seal. But compared to before, there was a long, long scar on the heavenly bull's abdomen. However, there was a long crack on its body. Apparently, it was the wound that Ito Sei had left on its body. At this moment, Diyuang flew forward with his golden spear raised high and smashed it down with enough force to split a mountain. Sei Ito raised his sword and blocked in front of him. Clang! In the sound of metal clashing, Ito Sei's feet paused and his body sank slightly. But then, Sei Ito raised his left hand and shot out a scarlet fire divine lightning at Diyuang. And because the two were extremely close, the divine lightning instantly struck Diyuang's body. Boom! Lightning flashed, and Diyuang involuntarily flew back from the explosion of lightning. However, Ito Sei, who had regained the upper hand, did not show any mercy. With a flick of his hand, the tripartite tranquility ring made of red, green, and yellow light was thrown into the air above Diyuang. It shot out star sand and thunder fire, bombarding Diyuang's body like a rain of rain. Crackle, crackle, rumble, rumble. In almost an instant, Diyuang was drowned in the heavenly star lightning fire. Seeing this, Sei Ito frowned and used the power of space to dim the colors. It was obvious that the tripartite purity ring had been badly beaten, and he summoned it back to his Rubik's Cube world. Then, Ito Sei felt the ground beneath his feet become empty, and the huge stone seal under his feet suddenly shrank back to its original size. It turned into a stream of light and flew back into the body of Diyuang, who had transformed into a bull-headed giant. At the same time, Sei Ito's hand moved again, and the green mirage bottle, which was also dimmed and had cracks on it, was taken back. He threw it into the Rubik's Cube world to nourish it. For a moment, the two of them were like opponents who were about to stop fighting. They both kept their magic treasures and did not look like they were about to start a life and death battle. Then, Sei Ito's body shook, and a large amount of energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him as if it was free. It quickly wrapped Sei Ito into a white-colored cocoon, and after 3 to 4 seconds, it tore open. Then, Sei Ito, who was also 9 feet tall, appeared from within. He faced Diyuang, who was holding a huge golden dagger axe. "Let's fight in the sky. If we fight here, we can forget about this land." Sei Ito looked at the Shenangjia forest below and said indifferently, "Okay," Diyuang said in a muffled voice. Then, the two of them did not hesitate. One turned into a ray of light, while the other turned into a black cloud and shot towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were 10,000 meters above the ground in the clouds. "Let's fight here," Diyuang said indifferently after stopping. "Okay," Sei Ito agreed. Then, the aura of the two of them rose, stirring up the surrounding space. Under the surging aura of the two of them, the originally clear sky began to be filled with dark clouds. The wind howled, and bright lightning flashed through the dark cloud from time to time, bringing with it loud rumbles that shook the void. The two of them seemed to be attracted by the lightning, and were bombarded by the lightning from time to time. However, the two of them were people with strong bodies. The natural lightning that did not have the power of calamity or the aura of the law was like an itch to them. It did not matter, and they enjoyed the bombardment of the lightning as if they were masochistic perverts. Suddenly, The two of them moved at the same time and collided with each other like two rays of light. Boom! A loud rumble that was louder than the thunder resounded from between the two of them. The shock waves surged and tore the surrounding dark clouds and lightning into pieces. One of them was the ancient war emperor, a powerful wizard who was proficient in the wizard tribe's techniques. Although his strength was only at the peak of the golden immortal realm, his majestic aura was not weaker than an ordinary Tai expert. The other was a hero of the age. The power in his hands was complicated and strange, and he was also strong in combat. He also had many magical treasures and divine weapons. Even his realm was comparable to Di Yuang after he unleashed his full power. It was really a well-matched match. The two of them were like ancient demon gods that had reappeared in the world, and they fought fiercely in the sky. Who are the two people in the sky? How can they be so strong? Tai, they're actually Tai immortals. How is that possible? Isn't Earth unable to accommodate Tai existences? This aura, how is that possible? The East. I didn't expect such powerful gods to appear in the East at this time. Looks like we have to speed up, and so on and so forth. Discussions like these continuously spread from the mouths of experts all over Earth. However, no matter what they said or did, they could not disturb Di Yuang and Sei Ito in the sky. They even prayed that the battle between the two of them would end quickly. They did not want to lose their lives because of the aftermath of the battle between the two mighty beings in the sky. The world shook and thunder rumbled. Strong winds wreaked havoc in the sky above Asia like bandits, taking advantage of the chaos. It made the citizens of the countries below feel like they were in the middle of the apocalypse. This battle lasted for 3 to 4 days. It wasn't until the evening of the 5th day that a figure flew through the air like a meteor and landed on the ground. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ground like an atomic explosion. Chapter 2262. The one who was knocked to the ground was Di Yuang. As mentioned earlier, one side was the ancient war emperor, a powerful wizard who was proficient in the wizard tribe's techniques. His strength could reach the level of Tai. On one side, Itensei was a hero of the present age. He had many strange powers under his control and many powerful treasures and divine artifacts. Added with the fact that he was at the same level as Di Yuang. After 5 days of fierce fighting, Di Yuang, who had consumed too much of his energy, was finally punched to the ground by Itensei. Emperor. At this moment, 2 earth-shaking roars were heard. 2 streams of light, one blue and one gold, shot to Di Yuang, who was deep in a crater. They were none other than the last 2 wizard tribesmen, Hu Feng Xiao and the others wanted contact at all costs. Gong Gong Yu and Russian Mu. How dare you hurt my emperor? Die. Next, the tall and sturdy golden-haired man, Russian Mu, who had been half-kneeling beside Di Yuang, abruptly turned around and growled at Itensei, who was floating in the air. He was releasing a strong golden power vibration. After that, he turned into a stream of golden light and rushed into the sky. Mu! Gong Gong, you shouted. However, he was still a step too late. Russian Mu, who had used all his strength, had already rushed to Sei Ito. The wind from his fist was whistling, and with a sharp metal will that could cut through space, he smashed towards Sei Ito's head. Of course, Russian Mu had also turned into a giant, showing the Rushu tribe's unique Rushu tribesman form. He had a human face, a tiger body, golden scales, a pair of wings, a snake pierced through his left ear, and 2 dragons under his feet. Sei Ito's feet flashed, and he appeared behind Russian Mu. He crossed his hands to form a hammer. He smashed it hard on the back of Russian Mu's neck. Bang! In an instant, Russian Mu fell to the ground at about the same speed as when he came. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground again. Let's go together. Di Yuang, who had recovered some of his strength, and Gong Gong Yu looked at each other. He said in a deep voice, "All right." Gong Gong Yu agreed. Then, the two of them flew into the sky together. Meanwhile, Gong Gong Yu's body began expanding. In midair, he transformed into the real Gong Gong, who had a boa head and a human body, and was covered in black scales. He trod on a black dragon and had a cyan boa coiled around his hands. Two more appeared. How is that possible? How could there be so many primordial experts on Earth? At the same time, due to the outburst of Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu, the experts on Earth once again felt frightened. Their faces involuntarily revealed expressions of disbelief. Good. Seeing Diyu Wang and Gong Gong Yu attacking at the same time, Sei Ito shouted loudly. Then, with a sway of his body, another head and 4 limbs grew out from his back and left and right sides of his head, respectively. It was as if there were 3 people fighting against Diyu Wang and Gong Gong Yu. It was the divine ability, 3 heads, 6 arms. Thunder-like muffled bangs and intense vitality spread out in the sky. The clouds in the sky were torn apart even more. One could even faintly see the starry sky of the universe. Then, Jishou Mu flew up and joined in the siege against Sei Ito. For a moment, Sei Ito suddenly felt the pressure increase by a lot. After all, although he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he only had 2 legs. He could not compare to Diyu Wang, Gong Gong Yu, and Jishou Mu, who had 6 legs. Moreover, Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu were stepping on snakes and dragons. It really made Sei Ito feel a little tired dealing with them. Knowing that this could not go on, Sei Ito roared Ja. He forced Diyu Wang and the other 2 to retreat. Then, with a flash of his body, a person with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. He transformed into 3 people with only 1 head and 2 arms. Each of them faced Diyu Wang, Gong Gong Yu, and Jishou Mu respectively. Magic light flashed. All kinds of beautiful and powerful spells and attacks appeared in the sky one after another, illuminating the sky with all kinds of colors. However, this situation did not last for long. At this moment, a thunderous bang sounded. Diyu Wang, who was not in his peak condition, was punched by Sei Ito again. He flew to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Then, an astonishing heavy sound was heard, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground once again. Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu, who saw Diyu Wang fly away, shouted, "Do you have time to care about others? Why don't you care about yourselves?" The 2 Sei Ito who were fighting Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu said coldly. Then, Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu felt their bodies tighten. They were restrained by an invisible force. "What's going on?" Jishou Mu roared. The 2 Sei Ito did not answer. They turned into a stream of light and shot into Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu's mouths under their shocked gazes. They entered their bodies through their windpipes. Then, their expressions changed, and they let out miserable shrieks with faces full of pain. Afterward, dark energy storms surged out from Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu's bodies, leaving thin slashes on their strong bodies. Their skins were dried and wrinkled like old tree barks. Following a series of popping noise, those dark energy storms peeled off their bodies, tearing out large pieces of flesh from their bodies. Even the strong-willed shamans who dare to fight the world could not help but scream in pain. They screamed even more miserably than before. Fortunately, Ito Sei didn't have the hobby of torturing the enemy. After using the turbulent storm to imprison Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu and tearing off the outermost layer of powerful defense on their bodies, he reached out his hand and summoned the surrounding thunderbolts. He directly blasted them towards Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu, who were in pain and almost unable to resist. Boom! Lightning flashed and formed a huge ball of lightning, enveloping Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu. At this moment, Diyu Wang flew into the air again. He swung his golden spear and struck the ball of lightning. In a split second, with a rip, the ball of lightning exploded, filling the sky with electricity and shooting in all directions. Afterwards, the charred figures of Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu reappeared in the sky. Their auras were weak, and there was not a single piece of intact flesh on their bodies. Gong Gong Yu and Jishou Mu reappeared in the sky. "You Mu!" Diyu Wang cried out in grief. His voice was filled with uncontrollable fury. D. Gong Gong Yu and Jisho Mu called out in low voices. However, before the two of them had finished speaking, a streak of silver light suddenly shot out of the air. It flashed past Gong Gong Yu and Jisho Mu's necks like lightning. In the next moment, there was a muffled puff sound. Two charred heads flew into the air under the spurt of a fountain of blood. Immediately after, thunder roared, instantly enveloping the floating head and the body below. "You! Mu!" Di Yuang roared out. After the lightning, Gong Gong Yu and Jisho Mu's corpses disappeared into the air like the 6 other shamans who had come down with them. Chun Shiqing. Di Yuang raised his head to look at the space before him and roared out through gritted teeth. His voice was like thunder, instantly spreading through the entire sky. The people who had been paying attention to the battle in the sky all deeply remembered this name. Of course, the names Di, Yu, and Mu were also remembered. However, the latter two were already useless. Afterwards, Di Yuang swung his golden spear in the air and slashed out a sharp streak of golden light. It directly cut through the space in front of him, forcing Sei Ito out of the space. As expected, the dimensional space is of no use to people with primordial spirits. Sei Ito, who had been forced out of the dimensional space by Di Yuang, sighed in his heart. Even though he had been mentally prepared for this, Sei Ito still felt a little regretful when it really came down to it. "Give me your life." Then, Di Yuang roared and flew in front of Sei Ito like an arrow. He swung his spear, creating streaks of sharp blades and lightning that attacked Sei Ito from all directions. "You've slowed down," Sei Ito said softly. Then his body turned into a dozen figures that looked exactly the same, but with different postures and actions. They launched a counterattack against Di Yuang. Di Yuang was not to be outdone. He spun the spear in his hand into a circle, enveloping him like a golden ball. At the same time, the head of the spear poked out from time to time, attacking Sei Ito from all directions. In an instant, a series of ding, ding, dang, dang sounds reverberated in the sky. However, just as Sei Ito had said, Di Yuang's speed was not as fast as when he was at his peak after expending a large amount of energy. Furthermore, he was filled with anger and had lost his cool, so there were openings in his attacks from time to time. Therefore, it did not take long before Sei Ito forced him to throw away his golden spear. Then, Sei Ito waved his hand and grabbed Di Yuang's golden spear, throwing it into the Rubik's Cube world. If it could be said that Di Yuang could still put up a fight with the spear in his hand, then without the golden spear, Di Yuang was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Not long after, Sei Ito used a spell to bind his hands and feet, and he fell into Sei Ito's hands like a stick. "Winner takes all. I didn't think that I would be defeated by you just after I was born, before I even had the chance to establish my great cause. Looks like this is my destiny after all. Forget it." After a moment of silence, Di Yuang, who had returned to his human form, sighed dejectedly. "You don't need to be depressed. You still have a chance," Sei Ito, who had also shrunk back to his human form, said calmly. Di Yuang frowned and looked at Sei Ito in confusion. Chapter 2263. P.S. Thanks to Only Know How to Bully I'm Honest for his precious monthly votes and crystal pendant for his tip. Now you have two choices. First, I'll send you to the Earth Immortal Realm, but you have to swear that you won't return to Earth. Second, I'll seal you for 10 years, and you have to wait 10 years before you come out and start your hegemony. But no matter which option you choose, you have to promise that the karma between us will end here. Otherwise, I'll have to disregard our kinship and destroy your soul. Sei Ito said flatly. Di Yuang frowned, and his expression quickly changed as if he was performing a classic face-changing performance. Sei Ito didn't rush him and waited quietly for Di Yuang to make his choice. "I choose the second option." After a while, Di Yuang sighed. "As long as you do as you say, the karma between you and I will end here." "All right." Sei Ito nodded decisively. This result was more or less what he expected. After all, While the Earth Immortal realm was good and had the Witch Tribe's army there, the Immortals and Buddhists' main camp was there as well. Therefore, while Diyuang gained the support of the Gung family, he had to face more difficulties and obstacles. Moreover, Daluo could move freely there, and Dao Fathers and Paragons sat high up in the sky. It really wasn't an ideal place to cause trouble. On the other hand, Earth was different. While it was a small place, it was filled with many factions. There were countless members of the Eastern and Western mortal sects, and it was a chaotic place that gave people headaches. Even after 10 years, there might not be any major faction that could unify Earth. This provided an ideal environment for Diyuang to cause trouble in the future, and it wasn't hard to imagine why he chose to accept the seal and stay on Earth. One had to know that for cultivators of the path of refinement, 10 years wasn't very long. 10 years really wasn't a long time. Perhaps it would pass in just one sitting. Not to mention refining treasures or cultivating divine abilities and secret techniques. Which one of them didn't require 100 to 80 years? Moreover, Diyuang had been awakened by a disturbance. Fortunately, his cultivation hadn't reached perfection yet. Otherwise, how could he have the strength of a mere golden immortal after sleeping for thousands of years? At the very least, he should have the foundation of Tai. These 10 years of being sealed just happened to be enough for him to refine his cultivation and cultivate the grand technique to perfection. Don't resist, Seito said softly and cast a sealing technique on Diyuang. He didn't seem to have done anything, but golden Taoist talismans appeared in the air. They shot towards Diyuang as if his body was some kind of gold-absorbing object. Then it merged into Diyuang's body like water. In just a few moments, Diyuang had turned into a golden statue that looked like a golden statue. Then, Ito casually slapped Diyuang, who had turned into a golden man, into the ground below. Boom! Then, a ripple lit up, and the area where Diyuang's golden body was located was suddenly disrupted with the surrounding space, and it was separated from Earth space. In that case, unless a Zenith Heaven Immortal personally came, it would be impossible for him to escape. Otherwise, no one would be able to find Diyuang's existence on Earth. They would have to wait 10 years until the space ruptured before they could see him again. After dealing with Diyuang, Seito didn't stay in the sky for long. After glancing at Japan, he disappeared from the sky in a flash. The next moment, Ito Sei's figure suddenly appeared in front of a space-time disorder area in the ice of the Himalayas. Then he walked forward. He flashed into the area where space and time were disrupted and disappeared from Earth space. A few moments later, Seito appeared in the Amani Hall. Sir, the guards in the Amani Hall bowed their heads and greeted. Call everyone here, Seito said softly. Yes, a guard replied. Then he turned around and shouted, Gather! His voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the grand hall of Amani. Then, in less than half a minute, 200 guards appeared in the spacious hall. They stood in a square formation in front of Seito. Sir, everyone is here, the guard reported. Seito nodded slightly and gestured for the guard to step down. Then he looked up at the guards in front of him and said softly, I announce that from now on, the alert mission is lifted. Hearing this, the guards' expressions changed, but they still didn't say anything. They continued to look at Seito in a respectful manner. Choose a team. Then, Seito turned to the commander of the guards and said, Yes. The commander replied and turned to look at the guards. Soon, a 5-man combat team was chosen by the commander. Seito asked them to step aside for the time being. With a thought, he sent the remaining 200 guards back to the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, the spacious Armani Hall became even more spacious and quiet. I'm going to retreat here. From now on, my safety is in your hands, Seito said to the remaining guards. Yes, sir, don't worry. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will protect Sir's safety. The 5 selected soldiers knelt down on one knee and promised in a solemn voice. I believe in you. Seito smiled. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and walked to the Akasha domain. He entered the domain and disappeared in front of the 5 guards. A few minutes later, Ito walked to the Akasha system's core light sphere. Then, he summoned a shadow clone and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Retreat was a retreat, but this time, Ito didn't plan to just sit there in a daze under the Akasha system. After all, this time, he was just browsing the Akasha system's universe information to comprehend the name of the stars and increase his cultivation. He wasn't going to instill world force into it to increase its strength. So, a shadow clone was enough. When the various worlds in the Rubik's Cube world produced enough world force, it wouldn't be too late for him to come out and inject it. Just like this, Ito used the shadow clone's memory-sharing characteristic to half-leisurely enter seclusion under the Akasha system. And this seclusion lasted for nearly a year. Until one day, when Ito, who was instilling world force into the Akasha system, felt the world tremble. Only then did he break away from the comfortable seclusion where he spent time with girls. The dimension ascension is finally complete. Ito, who left the Amani Hall and reappeared in the main world of Earth, sighed with emotion as he felt the new environment in front of him was clearly different from before. Then, he leaped into the sky. He flew into the sky and observed the changes of the entire Earth. There were two main changes. First, the space around the Earth had become tougher. If it could only withstand the power of a golden immortal before, then it could now withstand the power of a Tai immortal. Moreover, the vitality was abundant. Although it wasn't necessarily comparable to those spiritual mountains, it wasn't worse than the normal environment in the Earth immortal realm. In terms of vitality concentration, it was even a little higher. Second, some of the laws had changed. For example, a punch that could shatter a rock could now only leave a deep fist mark on the rock. But correspondingly, some of the laws had become much clearer. It was no longer as hazy as before, where it required a lot of effort to discover, come into contact with, and comprehend. Now, as long as one's primordial spirit was formed, they could quickly capture it. This also meant that Earth would usher in an explosive period of cultivators, and a large number of cultivators would benefit from the current changes. And the result was that more immortals, Buddhas, gods, and devils descended on Earth, making the already chaotic forces on Earth even more chaotic. Almost every few thousand kilometers, he would encounter a sect of a force. This point, even the extremely cold Himalayas was no exception. At least, Ito casually swept through and found 4 or 5 Buddhist, Taoist, or unorthodox cultivation forces. Of course, these had a lot to do with Ito. What was really worth his attention was the situation of the dimensional sea. Rubik's Cube, has the dimensional sea stabilized? Ito, who had roughly observed the changes of Earth, thought to himself, it hasn't stopped. Currently, it's undergoing the final dimensional change. What about the new world that replaced Earth as the stable core of the dimensional sea? Ito asked again. It's undergoing the final upgrade. Ito nodded slightly. He didn't ask further, but the Rubik's Cube gave a rare follow-up. But there's not just one newly born core world. There are many of them. What's the situation? Ito asked in surprise. Several worlds have received frequent infusions of world force during this dimensional upgrade and have met the upgrade conditions. They have evolved into core worlds. Therefore, these worlds have become the new stable core. What effect does this have on the dimensional sea? Ito asked with concern. The effect is unknown. According to speculation, there's an 80% chance that it will cause the dimensional sea to split and form several new dimensional regions. What about the effect on us? Ito immediately asked. None. That's good. Ito breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Ito jumped in the direction of Japan, squinted his eyes, and said coldly, but since we're already out, let's go out for a walk and settle the karma between myself, Amaterasu, and Inagawa God. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. The next moment, Ito's figure appeared in the 9 states of Huaxia. Like an ordinary person, he strolled around a 9 states world that had completely changed. At this time, the traces of technological products in the nine-states world had decreased by a lot. Instead, there were a bunch of new products that had both the style of technology and the traces of cultivation that could be described as cultivation technology. For example, a mobile phone with a 1,000-mile sound transmission array. For example, a small car with a floating array. For example, a 3D movie theater with an illusion effect, and so on and so forth. There was a wide variety of things that were no worse than the original era of technology. In fact, they were even better. Other than that, the people on the streets had all changed out of their modern Western-style clothes. They had changed into modern ancient clothes that were full of classical Oriental charm, but not lacking in convenience. It made the whole of Huaxia look as if it had really returned to the ancient times. However, these changes were not the biggest. The biggest change was the ordinary people on the street. Regardless of their age or gender, there was more or less qi in their body, showing their identity as a cultivator. The only difference was that some people might practice the crop fighting style, or the common Taiji fist and Xingyi fist. Some people might be lucky enough to obtain the cultivation inheritance. It seems that the batch of martial arts secret books that were flooding the internet at that time has become an important key to triggering the cultivation of the whole nation. Sei Ito, who saw all this, secretly said in his heart, "If it weren't for this, Sei Ito would never believe that this group of cultivators from the Earth Immortal world would be so kind as to pass on their martial arts and cultivation methods to the outside world so that every ordinary person could become a cultivator." And the fact was indeed as Sei Ito thought. As early as when the world first changed and the vitality soared, some people who had more or less opened the spiritual circuit in their bodies discovered the fact that they could cultivate internal qi by practicing the martial arts that were circulating on the internet. However, because of the selfishness of human nature, they kept it a secret and only spread it among a small group of people. However, with the subsequent large frequency conversion and the surge of vitality, more people discovered this situation. Then, a selfless person among them made it public, thus triggering the first wave of cultivation craze. Fortunately, although the international network was disconnected at that time due to the Earth transformation, the city's local area network, provincial network, and so on were more or less still available. In addition to adding fuel to the fire by adding fuel to the fire, this news was successfully made known to most people in China. When the cultivators from the upper realm found out about this situation and wanted to ban it, it was impossible. They could only allow the people of the 9 regions to enter the era of universal cultivation. Of course, since it was just a joke spread on the internet, it was difficult to distinguish whether it was real or fake. In addition, there was no one to guide them. Therefore, most people who cultivated internal qi were unable to go further. Therefore, if they wanted to become a master, in addition to those with heaven-defying talent and perception, they could only ask for help from the various sects or the previous martial arts masters. This also made the cultivators from the upper realm somewhat happy and changed their minds. Instead, they recultivated the cultivation methods and secret books among the people to help speed up the arrival of the era of national cultivation. As for the reason, Sei Ito guessed that it was probably easier for them to select the foundation so that they would not make a mistake in accepting people with poor qualifications. After that, Sei Ito strolled around the streets for a long time. After feeling the changes in Huaxia, he activated his teleportation and left the streets. He directly appeared in Tokyo, Japan, in front of his apartment that had been rebuilt and lived in. Then, just like when he was in Huaxia, he strolled around the streets of New Tokyo City. Just like Huaxia, the entire Tokyo City had undergone significant changes. However, unlike the progressive Huaxia, the tall buildings in Tokyo City had been knocked down one after another and replaced. Once again, it was restored to the ancient appearance of the Edo period. Chapter 2264. Stop! A very rude reprimand came from afar. Sei Ito turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Not far in front of him, Several arrogant-looking men dressed in warrior clothes with long swords at their waists were walking towards him. "Are you talking to me?" Seito raised his eyebrows. "How dare you talk to Master Jiro like that?" Next to the leader of the samurai, a short samurai with a strange hairstyle that only ancient Japanese could shave, shouted angrily. Seito frowned and looked at the samurai who spoke. In an instant, the samurai felt pain in his eyes. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes and let out a miserable scream. Ah! Then blood dripped down from the short samurai's palm. Mao Qingwei. The other samurai's expression changed greatly. Bang! Then, all the samurai pulled out their swords and pointed at Seito, shouting, "Peasant, kneel down with your hands on your head." "Ah, my good mood is ruined by you." Seito sighed helplessly. Then, he waved his arm as if he was swatting flies, and several wind blades suddenly appeared in front of the warriors in front of him. In an instant, the wind blades swept across their bodies, cutting them into several pieces. Bang, 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 bang. Then the broken corpses fell to the ground and sputtered a large amount of bright red blood. Ah! Immediately, screams full of fear came from the mouths of the surrounding pedestrians. It was also at this time that Seito noticed that the surrounding people were wearing kimonos. Men, women, old, and young were all the same. Coupled with the surrounding remodeled buildings that were like the ancient buildings of the Edo period, it really was like being in the Edo period. No wonder they came to me as soon as they appeared. It turns out that I'm too special. Seito looked back and forth between himself and the surrounding pedestrians for a while and suddenly realized, what a bunch of gods with a wicked sense of humor. Forget it, I'll go and deal with them now. After that, Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from the street. At the same time, in the dimensional space, Seito waved his arm, and the timeline of the Japanese archipelago emerged from the void, like a large net that connected the sky and the earth, appearing in front of him. Seito then spread out his spiritual force and browsed through the time beads in front of him. It didn't take long for Ito-sei to find the image of a Nado Kami. Then, he dispelled the other timelines and listed out the parts related to Inari Kami. Almost as soon as he listed out the timeline of Inari God, who was in the god space of Inari Taisha, frowned. He waved his hand and threw out a bunch of white coins. Then, the coin that was thrown out by Inari God suddenly burst into flames and turned into a pile of white ashes, fluttering down to the ground. But at this moment, the void suddenly trembled. A shockwave that was visible to the naked eye appeared out of nowhere, blowing away all the ashes in the sky. Inari Kami opened the golden fan in his hand and blocked in front of him, squinting his eyes and looking forward. He didn't know when. Seito's figure suddenly appeared in Inari Kami's divine residence. "It's you." Half of Inari Kami's face was covered by the golden fan, and his voice was full of anger and anger. "Long time no see, Inari Kami." Seito smiled and said, "What are you doing here? Also, how did you enter my divine residence?" Inari Kami squinted his eyes and asked, "Divine residence." As the name implied, it was the residence of God. In other words, it was the absolute domain of God, the kingdom of God, unless he accepted the invitation. Normally, it was impossible to enter another god's divine residence, unless he used force. But doing so would be equivalent to declaring war, and it could only be done when the god wasn't in the divine residence. But now, the situation was obviously different. Inari Kami was in her divine residence. Even so, Ito Mori still inexplicably broke into her divine residence without alerting her. Inari Kami had to pay attention to this. If she didn't ask clearly, she wouldn't dare to stay in her divine residence in the future. What if this happened again? Would she still be able to live? Of course, to understand the karma between us. Seito smiled and said, "As for why I can enter your divine residence, it's because I came in with you." "Impossible!" Inari Kami screamed. "Nothing is impossible. Just because you can't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't do it." Seito said lightly, "Fine. So what if you can enter? This is my divine residence. It's my territory. Since you came to me, I'll fulfill your wish. I can use your divine title to fulfill my wish." Inari Kami laughed. As her voice fell, the entire shrine, which was originally showing the soft color of the sun, suddenly changed. It became as dark as the earth. A large number of spiders, foxes, dogs, wolves, and other animals, as well as samurai and witches, emerged from the void and roared as they rushed towards Ito-sei. At the same time, Inari Kami closed her golden fan and pointed it at the void. Then, a large number of golden arrows appeared in the void and shot towards Sei Ito like rain. But at this moment, Sei Ito, who was in the middle of the attack, suddenly appeared behind Inari Kami. He reached out his hand and grabbed Inari Kami's soft neck. Ugh! Inari Kami felt her throat tighten and her expression changed. She let out a muffled groan. "Let me go." Then, Inari Kami's expression changed, and she said weakly, "I'm willing to swear my loyalty to you from now on. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. Just give me your power," Sei Ito said lightly. Then, with a thought, a large number of golden lights appeared around Inari Kami. They were like dust-like stars, revolving around Inari Kami's body and slowly wrapping her in it. "No, no, I beg you." Inari Kami panicked and begged for mercy. Sei Ito ignored her and sped up the sealing technique. Soon, Inari Kami was sealed into a golden fox statue and was kept in the Rubik's Cube world by Sei Ito. Almost as soon as he put Rice Lotus God into the Rubik's Cube world, the entire god house suddenly shook. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the sky above the god house. It was like an irregular spider web, spreading across the entire god house. It looked like it was going to cover the entire god house. Sei Ito knew that this was because the shrine had lost its power. Without hesitation, he left the shrine and appeared in front of the shrine of Inari Taisha's shrine. Behind him was the Rice Lotus Divine throne statue that was also covered in cracks. Clearly, the entrance to the divine residence was this Rice Lotus Divine throne statue, which was why it was affected when the divine residence collapsed, causing cracks to appear on its own. Next, it should be Tenzo. Unfortunately, she has been staying in Takamajihara. I need to go to the upper realm to kill her. Sei Ito thought to himself as he walked out of the main shrine and looked up at the sun in the sky. Luckily, the earth is almost connected to the upper realm. I can go back and forth between the two realms. Otherwise, I will have to wait until I become a Gyōdaryō to find her. After thinking about it, Sei Ito's figure flashed and arrived near Mount Fuji in Japan. That was because the path to Takamajihara was in Mount Fuji. Sei Ito did not stop when he arrived at Mount Fuji. He walked slowly in the mountain and used his space ability to sense his surroundings to find the passage between the two realms. With Sei Ito's super strong senses, he soon found a golden passage that was hidden in the clouds that led to another world. Then, Sei Ito stepped forward and stepped on the golden cloud path that was like the sun shining through the dark clouds. He walked toward the spiritual world with floating reeds on the opposite side. Along the way, the space changed, and Ito-sei gradually left the earth. Although this passage didn't seem to be long, and it seemed that it wouldn't take much time to finish it, even with the strength of Ito-sei's legs, it took him several hours to finish it. Then, Sei Ito felt his body become lighter and heavier. It was as if he had broken through some kind of obstacle and stepped on a solid path paved with yellow soil. The reeds that were half the height of a person on both sides swayed with the wind and made a soft, rustling sound. The first thing Sei Ito felt when he came to the new world was that the air here was very clear. Although the Earth's air quality had improved a lot due to the surge of vitality recently, it was still too long ago. It was impossible to completely remove the industrial pollution that had been deposited for more than 100 years. Therefore, compared to this new world, there was still a long way to go. Secondly, the aura here was very abundant. It was even more abundant than the Earth that had just experienced the vitality tide. Sei Ito could clearly feel the flow of vitality and the cleansing of his body with every breath he took. Finally, he felt that it was very quiet. After walking for almost half an hour, other than wild rabbits, pheasants, and a few other small animals, there was not even a living person. There was almost no bird chirping. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no death aura here, Seito would have thought that he was not in Takamagara, but in an abandoned country. Then, Seito gave up his original plan of asking someone where the Amaterasu residence was. He directly moved and flew into the sky. While flying forward, he used the heavenly vision and earthly hearing technique to search for the whereabouts of the person. Just like this, under Seito's all-out search, a village that was similar to the ancient Japanese residence appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 2265. Ito-sei's figure flashed and appeared in front of the village. He walked into the village on foot. Perhaps it was because they had never seen an outsider before, or perhaps they had never seen an outsider dressed so differently from the mainstream. The children, farmers, and women who were playing leisurely and basking in the sun in the village all looked over curiously. Ignoring these gazes, Ito-sei walked forward and stopped in front of an old man. "Old man, do you know where Amaterasu Amakami lives?" Ito-sei asked the farmer, who was panicking when he saw him coming. "No, I'm not sure." The farmer quickly replied. "Does anyone in the village know?" Seito asked. "The village chief might know." The farmer said. "Where is the village chief?" "Over there." "The village chief lives in the biggest row house." Ito-sei looked in the direction of the farmer's finger, nodded, and said, "Thank you." After saying that, he ignored the farmer and walked straight to the village head's house. In a minute or so, Itsunari walked to the village head's house, which was the most beautiful and occupied the largest area in the village. As he walked in through the open door, he said loudly, "Is anyone home?" "Who is it?" An old voice came from the house. Then, after about 10 seconds, a short old man with a rather imposing face walked out from the inner room, lifting the curtain. "You are." The village chief was confused when he saw Seito standing at the door. "Hello, village chief. I would like to know how to get to Amaterasu God's house." Seito smiled. "Amaterasu God's house? That's not a place where ordinary people like us can go." The village chief frowned. "Do you know how to get there?" Seito's eyes lit up as he asked. "That's a place where only the priests and shamans can go." "How would I know?" The village chief said angrily. "But I heard from a priest who came to our village to perform rituals that it's in the east. It's a place called Apollo City. As for the specifics, you'd better go to the town 20 miles north and ask the priestess." "I see. Okay, I understand. Thank you, village chief." Seito smiled and thanked him. After that, without waiting for the village head to speak, he turned around and walked out of the village head's terrace house, heading straight out of the village. "What a strange outsider," the village chief muttered as he watched Seito leave. On the other side, Ito Mori, who had left the village, did not hesitate. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky. Then, he turned into a streamer like a meteor. He shot toward the east. Although he didn't know the exact location of Apollo City, he believed that as long as he went to the east, he would find it. After all, as the residence of a god, its aura must be very powerful. With Seito's eyesight, as long as he wasn't too far away, he would definitely be able to see it. And the fact was indeed so. After Seito flew toward the east for about 10 minutes, a powerful aura that illuminated the void reflected in Seito's eyes. Then, not long after, a huge city appeared in Seito's line of sight. The city was built according to the ancient Japanese structure. It was divided into an inner city and an outer city. Between the cities were the residences of gods, priests, shamans, soldiers, and ordinary people. There were markets, taverns, brothels, dojos, and other places needed for life. It could be said that the whole city was no different from a normal city, except that there were a lot more gods than ordinary cities. The vast land outside the city was covered with grain fields. A group of farmers in old clothes were working hard in the fields with old tools. As far as the situation was concerned, It seemed that the residents living in the world of gods weren't much better than the people in the mortal world. Except for living longer and not being harassed by monsters, their basic living standards might not be as good as the residents on Earth. At least the residents on Earth could still wear good clothes. With some good tools, they couldn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't expect that at this time, there would still be so many left in the city and didn't fall into the mortal world. Saito came to a stop near the huge Apollo city and looked at the aura of other gods in the aura above the city. Then, his figure flashed. He disappeared into the void. After waiting for more than an hour, when he reappeared, there was a large group of people around Saito. Mother Eriko, elder sister Suzu Ito, Masao, Yi, Kikikyo Kenna, Erika, Liliana, Karen, Valletta, Cornelia, Weizi, Charmy, Kaneyama Yomi, Karinai, Uchiha Yoshiko, Toyo, Hellable, and Tokiemi. Among them, Karen, Valletta, Cornelia, Erika, and Liliana each had a combat force of 1,000 people behind them. Hellable was followed by her 3 adjutants. As for the others, like Ito, they were alone. As soon as they appeared, a terrifying aura spread out outside Sun God City, startling all the gods in Sun God City. What's going on? Where did these gods come from? Is it going to be a war between gods? All kinds of divine thoughts filled with panic surged in the entire Apollo city. At this time, the majestic voice of the Apollo god, Amaterasu, sounded in the city, "Meet the enemy." Correspondingly, Saito also gave the order to attack. Attack! In an instant, the 5,000 special soldiers led by Cornelia, Valletta, Karen, Erika, and Liliana moved together, following Saito and the others like meteors toward the Apollo city. At the same time, the aura above the Apollo city condensed into a golden holy shield covering the entire city. Many Einarjar soldiers climbed up the city wall, raised their spiritual bows, and attacked Saito's people. Retreat. Toki Megumi, who had inherited the divine title of Hachiman and became the goddess of archery, shouted in a low voice as golden divine light flashed around her body. Then, the arrows that were shot at her changed direction in the air as if they were blown by an invisible strong wind. They were reflected toward the soldiers on the city wall, and then were blocked by the golden energy light above the Apollo city. Seeing this, a divine light flashed in Toki Megumi's eyes. She raised the big bow in her hand, imbued her divine power into it, and shot out a divine golden light, shooting out an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the sky and instantly hit the shield of the Apollo city. Boom! Then a huge explosion sounded. Under the powerful explosion, the entire shield trembled violently. However, even after it stabilized, it didn't break as expected. Huina, try it, Huina, the Qingqiu courtyard said. With that, a light flashed in her hand, and she held a pitch-black long sword. She held the sword hilt with both hands and slashed forward with the most formal sword dao upward slash. Then, an exaggeratedly huge crescent-shaped sword light appeared in the sky and directly hit the shield of the Apollo city. Boom! A dazzling light bloomed, and the whole shield trembled more violently than before, but the result was still the same. It still firmly covered the top of the city. Saito squinted at the energy shield and said, "Charmy, Uliana, Huina, you 3 attack together." Huina knows. Big sister knows. I can't wait. Huina, Uliana, and Charmy of the Qingqiu courtyard said one after another. Then, the 3 moved together. Terrifying thunderclouds, sky full of icicles, and a huge crescent-shaped sword light all fell on the shield of the city. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire shield immediately shattered with a pop sound, turning into crystal fragments that filled the sky. The resulting energy shock wave rushed in all directions. As the commander of the army, Cornelia raised her sword and shouted, "Attack!" At the same time, the aura on her body bloomed like a halo, covering all 5,000 soldiers. This was the direct manifestation of her army prestige godhood. Huh. The 5,000-strong army growled out together, then marched towards the sun god city with heavy footsteps that quaked the earth. The Einherjar soldiers on the sun god city changed their expressions and hurriedly raised their arrows to defend themselves. However, they were immediately intercepted by the god of archery, Kitaki Emilai, and shot back just like before. This time, without the protection of the energy shield, the Einherjar soldiers were immediately hit by the arrows and fell from the city wall. Seeing this, Sun God City knew that arrows were useless, so they could only switch to musketeers without the support of god power to counterattack. However, how could the musket ammunition without the support of divine power break through the defense of the individual combat suit, which was the crystallization of technology in the Rubik's Cube world? They were all blocked by the field deployed by the soldiers and fell to the ground with clanking sounds. "Let's go," Seito said. The others nodded and turned into light with Seito, rushing into Sun God City without the protection of the shield. "I'll deal with Amaterasu. You guys deal with the others. Be careful." Seito turned his head and said to the people around him as he flew into the city. "You too," Big Sister Suzu Ito said. Seito looked at everyone again. After getting their response, he jumped out of the team and flew toward Tenzo Pavilion, which was at the top of Hamaru, at the center of Sun God City. That was because the aura of Amaterasu was the most obvious and clear there. "Be careful." Suzu Ito turned her head and said to the women around her, following which everyone spread out and sought out the various deities in the city, beginning their first battle after becoming deities. As for the Einherjar army in the city, they were restrained by the 5,000 soldiers led by Cornelia and the other 4. They couldn't assist the gods in the city. Chapter 2266. P.S. Thank you to Leonard for your precious monthly votes. P.S. My new book didn't pass the first review. I need to revise it tonight. Start preparing for the second review. Walala. Wood chips flew, and Ito Sei's figure appeared in Tinsho Pavilion. In Tinsho Pavilion, aside from the target he was looking for, Amaterasu Amakami, there was a man and a woman standing next to her. They were each holding a long sword and a bronze mirror. They were looking at Ito Sei, who had just broken into the pavilion, with caution. "Long time no see, Amaterasu." Seito glanced at the two of them, and then looked at Amaterasu Amakami, who was sitting in the middle, and smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so bold. Do you really want to start a war between the 10,000 gods?" Amaterasu narrowed her eyes and stared at Seito coldly. 10,000 gods? Are you sure you can summon 10,000 true gods? Seito sneered. Although Shinto in Japan claimed that there were 8 million gods, that number included the nature spirits. It didn't mean that there were 8 million true gods. Most of the true gods were like fairies and fairies in Western mythology. They didn't have the strength or the ability to fight. Their actual combat power was even weaker than the heroic spirit generals in the city. There weren't many true gods that could be used. There were only about 100 of them, and they were divided into 3 groups: Tianjin gods, Guijin gods, and Hades gods. Therefore, the number of true gods that Amaterasu could summon was even less. There were only about 30 of them, which was about the same as Seito's current strength. Of course, if the Guijin gods were willing to put aside their prejudice against Tianjin gods and come to his rescue, that would be a different story. Amaterasu, who was just bluffing to scare Seito, was stunned. His expression became unsightly. Seito ignored Amaterasu and looked at the man and woman standing in front of Amaterasu and asked, "Who are you two?" "I am Yamada Tsumi." He had a firm expression and looked like an old man in the mountains. The middle-aged man, with a glowing saber in his hand, replied loudly. "It's the blooming of flowers," said the woman holding the bronze mirror. After hearing their reports, Seito's eyes flashed as he recalled their information. "See you on the mountain." He was the oldest mountain god in Japanese legends, the god of wine and the god of war. He was the third son of Itsune and Itsune. In terms of kinship, he could be said to be the elder brother of Amaterasu Omikami. However, it was recorded in books, such as the Kojiki, that he was an ancient god of other people. He was one of the strongest rebels against Tenshu's domination of the heavens. He was one of the ancient gods of Tianjin after being subjugated by the god of thunder, Buddha Yuhan. Kanahana Kasiya was the second daughter of the great mountain Jinjin Shun. She was the cherry blossom goddess and was responsible for the blooming and withering of cherry blossoms. Other than that, she was also the wife of the son of Amaterasu, Lord Qianqiang. She had given birth to a celestial grandson, the god of fire. She was also the mother of the Japanese god that Sei Ito killed first. They're all famous people. Ito Mori sighed softly, and then his eyes fell on Kanahana Kaya. While looking at her face and figure with interest, he chuckled and said, "Sure enough, as the legend says, you are very beautiful. No wonder Lord Qianqiang attacked you in the middle of the night." You. Kanahana Kasiya's face turned red when her secret was exposed. She glared at Sei Ito angrily. Boom! Just then, a violent explosion came from outside the Tenzo Pavilion. It seems like there's a fight outside. Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Sei Ito looked at Amaterasu and said. Amaterasu's expression changed when she heard that. She gritted her teeth and said, "Roar." She shouted, "Go." Just as she said that, a dazzling golden light shot out from the mirror in Kanahana Kasiya's hand. A powerful tearing force enveloped Sei Ito's body. Suddenly, Sei Ito felt pain all over his body. The clothes on his body instantly turned to dust and disappeared in the golden light. Then, thin and long wounds appeared on his body, and traces of golden blood seeped out. Sei Ito, who was in the light, frowned. He immediately clenched his fist and punched the golden light in front of him. This punch looked ordinary, like an attack that a beginner could do. However, after the punch was thrown, the entire golden light space shook. Slender cracks appeared all over the space. Then with a boom sound, it exploded. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. But in the next second, a dazzling sword slashed out from the shockwave. With a dazzling light, it cut towards Sei Ito's neck. Sei stomped his feet and leaped back, dodging the attack of the blade by a hair's breadth. Shio! However, before Sei Ito could land on the ground, more than 10 golden lights appeared around him. They wrapped around his limbs, waist, and neck like snakes. Then, the light rope ignited with golden sun flames, burning Sei Ito. Although the flames didn't look big, as if they could be put out by a basin of water, the temperature was surprisingly high. It was more than 100,000 degrees. Therefore, as soon as it appeared, Sei Ito's skin couldn't help but emit a light, sizzling sound, and white smoke came out of it. It made Sei Ito groan. Oof. Then, the dazzling sword slashed towards Sei Ito's throat again. What a tight attack! Sei Ito, who was entangled by the sun-fire rope, sighed. With a thought, he immediately activated the sun god power belonging to Mitra, so that the sun-fire rope's influence on him would be minimized. Then, he raised his head and kicked Satomi Oyama's abdomen while dodging the beheading sword. Bang! Under the huge explosion of power, Satomi Oyama instantly turned into a cannonball, flew out, broke through the wooden wall of Tinsho Pavilion, and disappeared into the distance. Then, Sei Ito forcibly broke the sun-fire rope with his hands. Then, with a tap of his foot, he flew in front of Kanahana Sei, who was holding a bronze mirror connected to the fire rope. The heavenly sword appeared in his hand, and instantly swept across Kanahana Sei's neck. Whoosh! Kanahana Sei's body suddenly scattered. It turned into pink cherry blossoms that filled the sky and fluttered to the side. Knowing that this was probably Kanahana Sei's way of escaping, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. With a shake of his arm, a red lightning was flung out by his sword, hitting the cherry blossoms that filled the room. Boom! The lightning exploded, turning into fine electric sparks that filled the sky, spreading towards all the cherry blossoms. But in the next second, with a crackling sound, the scattered innate fire divine lightning suddenly condensed again, and then like a swallow returning to its nest, it shot back toward Seito. Seeing this, Seito's expression changed slightly, and pointed his sword at the divine lightning that flew back. Boom! With a loud bang, a dazzling light appeared in Tinsho Pavilion. At this moment, a fiery golden light shot out from the side, like a speeding arrow, and flew toward Seito's head. Seito, who was constantly paying attention to his surroundings with his six senses, wasn't surprised. His upper body leaned back slightly and dodged the attack. But then, even more golden light rays shot toward Seito like rain. Seito's mind turned instinctively. He used teleportation, but who would have thought that it didn't work, and he was still in the same place, about to be hit by the golden light rain. In this, Seito didn't panic, and without seeing him do anything, a large amount of lightning shot out from his body. It collided with the golden light rain. Boom! A white cloud of energy appeared, and once again enveloped Seito. But this time, Seito immediately used his long sword to cut through the cloud of energy. Then, his gaze locked onto Amaterasu, who was creating a solar fireball not far away, and shot towards her. Oof! At the same time, Amaterasu snorted coldly, and the crispy jade pendant hanging around her neck suddenly lit up, releasing a green light that instantly enveloped the entire room. Immediately, Seito felt the air around him stop moving, and time in Tinsho Pavilion stopped. Then, Amaterasu sent the solar fireball that she had already created flying towards Seito. Time stop, huh? Seito laughed in his heart. With a thought, he used the time rule power he had mastered to break the time imprisonment formed by the Amaterasu Magatama. Then, he swung the sword in his hand forward. With a poof sound, the solar fireball that flew in front of him was split into two, turning into two smooth hemispheres that flew past him on his left and right. Then, Seito's body moved, and as if he had teleported, he appeared in front of Amaterasu, whose expression had changed slightly. The heavenly sword in his hand shone brightly and flew out of his palm, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before appearing behind Amaterasu and piercing through her back. Poof! Golden blood and the protruding tip of the sword instantly appeared from Amaterasu's chest. Then, the light of the Magatama dissipated, and time returned to normal. Reiki! Kanahana Sayaki's voice rang out. Let go of Reiki. Then, Kanahana Sayaki grabbed a wooden hairpin from her head, and with her strange divine power, it turned into a long sword with a metallic luster. As Kanahana Sayaki charged forward, she slashed at Seito's arm that was holding Amaterasu's neck. Seito, who was under Kanahana Sayaki's attack, did not dodge. Instead, he waved his hand, and a strong wind slammed into Kanahana Sayaki's body like a speeding truck, causing her to fly faster than she came. She only stopped when she hit the wall of Tinsho Pavilion. Taking advantage of Kanahana Kasuya's attack on Ito-sei, Amaterasu's body, which was captured by Ito-sei, burned fiercely, turning into a pure flame state. In an instant, it escaped from Ito-sei's hands. Like a stream of light, it flew out from the place where Takumi Yamamoto had hit and almost disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. See? This is the Reiki that you risked your life to save. Seito turned around and looked at Kanahana Sayaki, who was almost unharmed, and sneered. After that, he turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after Amaterasu. Boom! Amaterasu's body flashed, and he turned into a bolt of lightning. Stop! Kanahana Sayaki's expression changed as she shouted. Then, her body scattered, and she disappeared from Tinsho Pavilion in a breeze. Just like that, with one retreating and one escaping, the three of them quickly flew thousands of kilometers away. They were about to fly out of Takamijihara's border and enter the vast universe. At this time, Kanahana Sayaki, who was the weakest, could not hold on any longer. Her speed slowly decreased, and she was soon left behind by Seito and Amaterasu. However, Kanahana Saiki was not discouraged. She threw the bronze mirror in her hand, and it floated in front of her. She used the mirror to reflect Amaterasu's image as she chased closely behind. Itase and Amaterasu did not care about Kanahana Saiki behind them. They quickly rushed out of Takamajihara and flew into the starry sky. They flew deep into the starry sky. But at this time, Sei Ito suddenly noticed that the universe was very familiar. This was because this was none other than the solar system that Sei Ito had been to several times. At this time, Sei Ito and Amaterasu were in the area between the Earth and the Moon. However, it was different from the empty space between the Earth and the Moon that Sei Ito knew. At this time, there were a lot of large and small boulders that looked like floating islands or floating meteorites. This surprised Sei Ito. Looks like this place is the same as Takamajihara. It is in another space that is connected to the Earth, but there are some differences in dimensions. Sei Ito thought to himself. After flying for a while, Sei Ito saw a gray boulder that was about 10 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters wide. It was oval-shaped, and there were all kinds of strange blood-red runes on its surface. In the middle of the boulder, there was a thick knot full of coins. Then, Amaterasu moved and slammed into the boulder like an arrow. In an instant, the surface of the boulder lit up slightly. All the blood-red runes started to roll quickly like fish swimming to the thick knot in the middle of the boulder. With a whoosh, they burst into flames and turned into a pile of ashes that drifted away from the boulder. Then, the boulder began to tremble, as if a creature that had been sealed for a long time was trying to break free from it. Ah, Amaterasu! Then, a loud roar filled with anger rang out in the void. The boulder seemed to have been hit by a huge force and suddenly shattered into pieces, revealing a naked man with red skin and a big bald head. Ah! The man who had regained his freedom roared at the sky. An extremely violent and terrifying aura burst out from his body. Sei Ito, who sensed the terrifying aura, stopped in his tracks and looked at the man with a frown. But before he could do anything, Amaterasu's voice rang out in the void. As long as you help me kill him, I will fulfill your wish. Chapter 2267. These words could be said to be extremely ambiguous. It didn't indicate who he was talking to at all, so the meaning of it in everyone's ears was completely different. For example, right now, when Sei Ito and the newcomer heard it, Sei Ito and the bald man instinctively thought that he was talking to each other. Therefore, they couldn't help but feel wary and hostile towards him. But soon, Sei Ito came back to his senses. He felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. The bald man opened his mouth and spat out a powerful energy beam towards him. Sensing the terrifying power contained in the beam, Sei Ito didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately dodged to the side. The beam that missed its target immediately bombarded a huge meteorite that happened to be drifting by not far away, disintegrating it into nothingness silently. Seeing that his attack missed, the bald man didn't delay at all. He leaped up and arrived in front of Sei Ito. He clenched his fists and blasted them towards Sei Ito, bringing with him mysterious and cold black energy clouds. Sei Ito raised his arm to block the bald man's attack. Bang! But in the next second, Sei Ito felt his skin tighten. A large amount of life force was devoured by the black energy clouds surging from the bald man's fists, causing his skin to dry up rapidly. It was like the skin of an old person, showing a withered white color. Undead ability? Sei Ito's expression changed when he saw this. He immediately lifted his foot and kicked the bald man away. He flew back and circulated the energy in his body to force the remaining undead energy out of his body. It allowed his withered arms to return to normal. The bald man who was kicked away stretched his arms forward. A large number of undead flew out from between his arms. In the blink of an eye, the undead expanded to a diameter of tens of meters, forming a terrifying tide of undead. Sei Ito's screams, which made him want to scratch his head, rushed towards Sei Ito. Ito waved his arm and unleashed purple-blue flames that filled the sky, forming a tall wall in front of the undead tide. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Immediately after, flames rose and ignited the entire undead tide. "Who are you?" Ito asked loudly. However, the one who answered him was not the bald man. It was Tenzo, who was still hiding somewhere. He is the heavenly fragrance back man, the most powerful and evil god among the Tianjin gods. As long as you can defeat him, I will fulfill your wish. No matter how stupid Ito was, he knew what the Tenzo was trying to do. Her plan was very simple. She wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. She wanted to use the strongest evil god in Japanese mythology to kill her. The heavenly fragrance back man was the legendary Tianjin god, the god of Venus, and the lord of the stars in Japanese mythology. The ruler of countless stars was many times more powerful than Tai Bai Jinxing, who was of the same origin as him in Chinese myths and legends, but who did the work of running back and forth. He had great power and mastered a lot of terrifying undead and soul-related secret techniques. According to the legends, many brutal gods on Earth were killed by him. However, he was very ambitious. He always wanted to replace the Tenzo, which eventually led to a rebellion. He became the target of the gods of Takamajihara. However, he was too powerful. Even when the strongest of the Tianjin gods, Kenyu Raikami and Jingji Master God, joined forces, they were unable to defeat him. In the end, they had to rely on the Japanese god Jian Yichui's incessant persuasion from the side to prevent the heavenly fragrance back Prince Charming from erupting with his full strength. The two gods, Jian Yulei Shun and Jingji Master God, seized the opportunity to defeat him and seal him. It was a strange big rock that Ito saw before. It was not that the Tenzo spared his life because they were both Tianjin gods. It was because his power was too strong. He had reached the level where his soul could not be destroyed. It was impossible to kill him. Therefore, she had no choice but to seal him away and leave him as a hidden danger. However, she did not expect that he would be used as a life-saving straw and a killing knife in her hand. "Tenzo, you stinking woman. Come out and fight me if you dare. I will tear you apart." The heavenly fragrance backman roared. "Heavenly fragrance backman, if you want to see me, you have to defeat the person in front of you. He is a warrior that I have handpicked. He will definitely be able to kill you and send you to hell." Tenzo said loudly. "What a joke. He wants to kill me." The heavenly fragrance backman laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. His voice was full of mockery. "Heavenly fragrance backman, don't believe the Tenshu's nonsense. I'm just like you. We are both enemies. She said that because she wants to use your power to kill me. Let's stop fighting and kill the Tenzo first." Ito said loudly. The heavenly fragrance backman, who was about to attack, paused. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. However, the Tenshu's voice sounded again in the void. "Ito, you don't need to use such words to deceive him. With your strength, you could defeat him in a head-on battle. Why do you need to use tricks like a mortal? Your actions will make you despise Kenyu Raikami and Jingji Master God. Don't you want to fulfill your wish?" In an instant, the heavenly fragrance backman's expression changed. He stared at Ito with a fiercer gaze. The Tenshu's words reminded him of the time when he was fighting Kenyu Raikami and Jingji Master God. He had been lied to by the Japanese god Kenyu Raikami. "I don't care if you are an enemy or not. I don't care if the Tenzo is telling the truth. As long as I kill you, nothing will be a problem," the heavenly fragrance backman said fiercely. Then he opened his mouth and howled. An ear-piercing scream spread out from the heavenly fragrance backman's body along with a visible shockwave. In the blink of an eye, it swept across dozens of kilometers of the void. Suddenly, Ito, who was in the middle of the shockwave, paused. A strong sense of dizziness and pain appeared in his mind. Then, the man with the heavenly fragrance stretched out his hand and pointed forward, shooting a black stream of light at Ito. Ito instinctively sensed a strong sense of danger. His heart tightened. He didn't dare to hesitate. His body moved, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and fled. Seeing that his attack had missed, the heavenly fragrance-back man didn't hesitate either. He immediately turned into a stream of light and chased after Seito. Almost immediately after Seito reappeared, the heavenly fragrance-back man appeared in front of Seito. Black energy surged around his body like a black wave that suddenly appeared. At this time, Seito, who had barely recovered from his soul attack of the witch's howl, surged with energy. Golden sun flames burned around his body. Then, like a meteor, he slammed into the heavenly fragrance-back man's chest. At the same time, he stretched out his arms and grabbed them. The golden flames surged and instantly surged onto the heavenly fragrance-back man's body. Immediately, the heavenly fragrance-back man let out a miserable howl. Then, the surrounding pitch-black energy quickly surged, forming a pitch-black storm filled with cold energy. It revolved around the heavenly fragrance-back man and Seito at high speed. In an instant, the sun flames burning around Seito's body were greatly suppressed. In this regard, Ito-sei didn't care at all. He opened his mouth, and a silver-white bright light suddenly flew out from his mouth. It instantly pierced into the forehead of the heavenly fragrance-back man, who was close to him, and went through the back of his head. PFFF. However, to Seito's surprise, the heavenly fragrance-back man didn't seem to feel anything at all. He smiled maliciously at Seito and spat out the same beam of light that he had used when they first met. Ito-sei's expression changed slightly. He tilted his head and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Even so, a crescent-shaped gap appeared on one side of his ear under the piercing of the golden light. Ito-sei endured the pain and frowned. With a thought, two arms emerged from his chest out of thin air. He clenched his hands into fists and punched the hot masculine energy into the chest of the heavenly fragrant-back man, one punch after another. Bang, 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 bang. This time, the heavenly fragrance-back man's expression finally changed. However, soon after, his body dispersed and turned into a pitch-black cloud of smoke. He instantly surged towards Seito's head and burrowed into his body through his exposed eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. He looked just like a great demon in a movie when he possessed a person. You're looking to die. At the same time, Seito's soul in his sea of consciousness shone brightly. He glared at the heavenly fragrance-back man who gradually appeared in the divine court and roared out coldly. Afterwards, he extended a finger and countless streaks of golden light appeared in the divine court. They were like a black hole that sucked in all light as they shot towards the heavenly fragrance-back man from all directions. The heavenly fragrance-back man, who was completely unprepared, immediately let out a painful scream. Speaking of which, why did he have to use the possession technique to take over Seito's body? This strange guy was neither a god nor an immortal. If it was an ordinary god, regardless of whether they were from the Japanese divine system or not, as long as their strength was inferior to his, they would naturally be devoured. Even if their strength was on the same level, but their mastery of power and laws was inferior to his necromancy secret technique, it would be the same. However, the heavenly fragrance-back man had chosen Seito, putting aside the fact that the strength of his soul was far greater than that of an ordinary god's soul. The various strange powers that Seito possessed were enough to make the heavenly fragrance-back man suffer. Moreover, there were many powers that could restrain him. Wasn't this seeking his own death? Therefore, it didn't take long for half of the heavenly fragrance-back man's soul to be handed over to Seito in his sea of consciousness. It was sealed by Seito's soul. Chapter 2268. The next moment, the black smoke that had been rushing towards Seito's head shook. It seemed as if something was pushing it away. It left Seito's body at an even faster speed than when it had entered his body. Then, it hurriedly fled into the distance. I'll remember you. Next time, I'll skin you and pull out your tendons. Then, I'll devour your soul. The heavenly fragrance man's heart was filled with unwillingness as he fled. Then he issued a threat from afar. Where do you think you're going? Stay here, Ito coldly shouted as his eyes shone brightly. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. The heavenly fragrance man immediately felt the space around him tighten. It seemed as if he had been restrained by some kind of power. Then, the space around him changed. The heavenly fragrance man appeared in front of Ito once again. Since you want to kill me, then you'll go to hell with me. The heavenly fragrance man roared. He had lost nearly half of his spiritual energy, so his aura had clearly become much weaker. Then, the black clouds around his body started to roll. His body started to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had broken free from the shackles that Ito had placed on his body. Then, he turned into a tall giant that was comparable to a star. Then, the heavenly fragrance man's hands moved forward. They enveloped Ito. A powerful force surged and squeezed the surrounding space. This made it so that Ito couldn't use his teleportation-like ability to escape from the heavenly fragrance man's grasp. If it was before, when the strength of the heavenly fragrant back man was still intact, maybe this blow might be able to catch Ito, but now that he had lost more than half of his strength, even if he broke out with all his strength, he was still far from being able to catch up to Ito. Therefore, Ito, who was in the palm of the man with the heavenly fragrance's back, suddenly disappeared into the space squeezed out by the man's palms. The next moment, the golden light flashed again, and Ito appeared above the heavenly fragrance man's head. He flipped his palm and threw out a large jade-colored seal. This seal was none other than a treasure that had gathered the will and fate of several worlds, the Imperial Jade Seal and Jade Annulus. The Jade Annulus of a clan that flew out from Ito's hand expanded in the air. Almost in an instant, it expanded from its original height of about 10 centimeters to a huge jade seal the size of Mount Tai. Its surface was flickering with light. With an absolute power that could suppress everything, it smashed down on the head of the man with the heavenly fragrance's back. Bang! Ripples appeared in the void, and the man with the heavenly fragrance's back staggered forward. However, the attack of the Jade Annulus of the clan was still not over. In the next moment, the Jade Annulus of the clan flashed with light once more, and 9 illusory dragons of different shapes flew out from the coiling dragon carvings at the top of the Jade Annulus of the clan. They roared as they coiled around the man with the heavenly fragrance's back, turning into giant pythons that tightly coiled around the man's body. It made him look like a coiling dragon pillar that had been enlarged thousands of times. Withdraw. Ito pointed at the Jade Annulus of the clan on the man's head and calmly shouted. Then, a boundless and powerful suction force erupted from the Jade Annulus of the clan with the assistance of the 9 dragons coiling around the man's body. The man with the heavenly fragrance's back was sucked into the Jade Annulus of the clan. No! Under the suction force of the Jade Annulus of the clan, the man with the heavenly fragrance's back became smaller and smaller as he unwillingly shouted, Amaterasu, Ito, I definitely won't let you off. Definitely. A moment later, the Jade Annulus of the clan lit up. It quickly shrank back to its original size and flew back into Ito's hand. A faint light flickered on its surface, and it looked especially beautiful. One couldn't feel the power that it had released before it all. Then, Ito flipped his hand and put away the Jade Annulus of the clan that sealed the man with the heavenly fragrance's back. He turned his head and looked at Amaterasu, who was hiding in the void not far away, as well as Kanahana Sayaki, who had rushed over when Ito and the man with the heavenly fragrance's back were fighting. Amaterasu, what other tricks do you have? Ito walked through the void towards Amaterasu as he calmly said. Amaterasu's expression changed slightly, and his face became gloomy, but he didn't say a word. Looking at your expression, is that it? Ito said softly. There were naturally people in the Japanese pantheon who could deal with Sei Ito, but whether it was her brother Susanoo, Tsukumi, or Itsunami, who had hidden in the depths of the Yellow Spring, none of them were people she could easily invite. Because of the past, she didn't even want to invite them. But other than them, Amaterasu couldn't think of anyone else in the Tianjin pantheon who could be a match for the enemy in front of her. As for the legendary 5 great gods who lived in seclusion in the outer sky of Takamagara, well, Amaterasu had never even seen them. It was even more of a joke to expect them to save her. Then surrender, Seito said and reached out to grab Amaterasu. Don't even think about it, Kanahana Sayaki shouted. Then, she jumped in front of Amaterasu and pointed the bronze mirror in her hand at Seito. In an instant, a powerful suction force was transmitted from the mirror, sucking Seito's body and pulling him into the mirror. At the same time, Amaterasu's eyes lit up, and she waved her hand to summon a sky full of sunflowers. She shot them at Seito like rain, interfering with his resistance to the suction force of the mirror. However, Ito-sei, who was facing a sky full of attacks, smirked slightly. He suddenly let go of his resistance to the suction of the mirror. His body immediately flew along with the suction of the mirror. It was very easy for him to get out of the sky full of sunflower sparks. He almost instantly flew to the front of the mirror. But then, Seito's body stopped again. Before Kanahana Sayaki's smile could fully bloom, he turned around and appeared beside her. He used his fingers as a knife and swung his arm to cut Kanahana Sayaki's wrist. Bang! Kanahana Sayaki was in pain, and she subconsciously let go of the bronze mirror in her hand. Seito reached out and caught the bronze mirror in his hand, and with a clasp, he sent it into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Seito's hand that cut Kanahana Sayaki's wrist was cut diagonally, and it instantly hit Kanahana Sayaki's throat. Bang! Ugh! The power of the palm blade immediately made Kanahana Sayaki's breathing stagnate. She covered her throat with both hands and knelt in the void with a painful expression on her face. Seito did not let her off, and then he slapped Kanahana Sayaki's head with a backhand. Bang! In an instant, Kanahana Sayaki felt a pain in her head, and her entire consciousness became blurry. Then, the scenery in front of her changed in an instant, from a dark universe to a world with flowers and trees. But before she could see where she was, she suddenly fainted. To the outside world, Kanahana Sayaki instantly disappeared into the universe. Of course, all of this seemed to take a long time, but under Seito's rapid attack, all of the exchanges were completed in an extremely compressed second. So, before Tenzo could react, his guard Kanahana Sayaki had already disappeared into thin air. Then, Seito's left hand swept in front of Tenzo, creating a dazzling white light. Unnumbered complex Kido by Fu. Suddenly, Tenzo felt dizzy, and a feeling of extreme drowsiness rose from the bottom of his heart. Tenzo knew that he had been hit, and his heart tightened. Without thinking, he turned himself back into a golden sun flame, using the power of authority to erupt the highest temperature he could muster and burn Seito in front of him. Whoosh! The blazing heat surged, and Seito's hair suddenly became charred under the heat of the fire. Then, he jumped back and jumped away from Tenzo. However, it was not Seito's style to just stand there and watch. With a thought, a large amount of liquid appeared out of thin air from the universe, where there should be no liquid at all. They fused together and turned into a blue ocean that stretched for nearly 100 kilometers. Under Seito's control, it wrapped around Tenzo, who had turned into a solar fireball, like a cloth. Whoosh! Steam rose, and a large amount of water vapor appeared in the universe. However, the void ocean created by Seito was too big, and with Seito's energy supply, it had a very strong ability to sustain itself. Therefore, no matter how hard Tenzo tried to burn, the seawater did not decrease at all, and it steadily wrapped around her. Then, Sei Ito's thoughts moved again, and a large amount of frost suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea water out of thin air. With a kacha-kacha sound, the frost spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the outermost part of the sea water ball was frozen into ice, and it continued to freeze the inner part of the ball. Under the continuous attack, most of the sea water was frozen into a ball of ice, and only the outermost part of the solar fireball that Tensho had turned into remained in a liquid state, and it was filled with a large amount of steam. If he did not solve this quickly, it would not take long for the entire ice ball to explode due to the high internal pressure. However, at this time, Tensho, who was completely encased in the ice ball, had reached a level where she could be sent into the Rubik's Cube world. Therefore, Sei Ito did not hesitate, and immediately sent the ice ball into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, the power of the Rubik's Cube world began to operate, and all kinds of powerful energy that even gods could not resist erupted from the void, turning into thick energy chains that penetrated the ice and pierced into Tenshu's body. She was suspended in the void of the Rubik's Cube world like a prisoner, and she was sealed. After that, Sei Ito did not stay in the universe after dealing with Tensho. He quickly flew back to Takamagara. Chapter 2269. P.S. Thank you to Sacred Knight for your precious monthly votes. P.S. What kind of sci-fi anime and movies do you have? It would be best if there is a portable high-energy battery inside, such as the Terminator's small hydrogen battery. Thank you. Takamagahara, in the Sun God City, the fierce battle was basically over. Only a few sounds of metal clashing could be heard occasionally from the city. Obviously, someone was doing the final cleaning work. In the middle of the Sun God City, two burly warriors in black armor were surrounded by a group of women. There was a lot of blood and wounds on their bodies, and they looked a little embarrassed. They were the strongest warriors in the entire Takamagahara, Imperial Thunder God and Jingu Lord God. As one of the two gods with high-level divine power, he was the only one who hadn't been defeated yet, Tianjin God. Hina, are you okay? Yi whispered to Sakuya Courtyard's Hina, who was covered in blood and whose breath was fluctuating. I'm fine, but it seems that I can't participate in the battle anymore. Sakuya Courtyard's Hina said, with some frustration. Let all the people who use swords step down. Eriko Ito said, yes, since the power of swords and swords can affect them. Let all the people who use swords step down. Suzu Ito echoed. Hearing this, the others looked at each other and retreated from the front, leaving the front position to Karen, Valletta, Hellable, Mayo, Wei-Zi, Maijua, Charmy, Kurenai, Uchiha Yoshiko, and others who didn't use swords. At the same time, Eriko Ito, Suzu Ito, and Kanzen Yomi put away their weapons and stayed in the second circle, which was relatively behind. The third circle was where Yi, Erika, Liliana, and Sakuya Courtyard's Hina, who were pure swordsman warriors, and Suki Mayuri and Oriana, who had long-range attack power, were standing. Humph! A group of bitches and fake gods. Do you think you could defeat us like this? Seeing Eriko and the others change their formation, Imperial Thunder God sneered. Imperial Thunder God sneered with disdain. Who do? Remember to be merciful later. These sluts are pretty good looking. I want to enjoy their bodies after the battle. As a conqueror, it must feel great. The red-faced Lord God Jingjin said loudly with a strange smile. As soon as he said that, Karen, Valletta, and the others were enraged. As for the others, every single one of them were people that had experienced battles for a long time, and they possessed thick and dark thoughts. They wouldn't reveal their emotions because of this bit of foul language, and they completely maintained their composure. Even Jianshan Yellow Spring, Erika, and Charmy had strange, dangerous smiles on their faces. You'd better do it yourself. I'm not interested. Imperial Thunder God's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, You're lying again. Back then when we were attacking Wither China, I don't know which guy was the one who slept with all the girls along the way. Jing Jin laughed. Humph. Hearing Master God Jing Jin's words, the corner of thunder God Jianyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he let out a soft sound of fake dissatisfaction. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Wei Zi, whose upper body was leaning forward, exuded a violent aura like a wild beast that was choosing its prey. She said coldly, "If you're done, then die." After saying that, Wei Zi's body dashed and appeared in front of Thunder God Jian. Her arm turned into a black whip and lashed at Thunder God Jian. At the same time, Maizhua, who saw Wei Zi's action, did not hesitate and rushed to the front of Master God Jingjin. He raised his leg and kicked, sweeping out dazzling energy saber light. Karen and Valletta reacted and appeared beside Thunder God Jian and Master God Jingjin with their body blink technique. They then unleashed their extraordinary strength fists that were filled with divine power. They blasted toward the two gods with a strong wind. Thunder God Jian and Master God Jingjin's expression changed, and they both dodged the attacks from the four gods. However, before they could counterattack, a cloud of flying flowers and a faint flute sound suddenly appeared. It messed up their vision and interfered with their consciousness, causing their consciousness to become sluggish. Then, Thunder God Jian felt his arm heat up, and a black flame suddenly burned on his sword-wielding arm. Awakened by the great pain, the Imperial Thunder God's body flashed with white light, and the black fire of Amaterasu was shaken away from his arm. He waved his sword to create a dense golden sword net, forcing the black fire and flying flowers away from his side. However, right after that, a dazzling lightning fell from the sky with a force that could destroy mountains and seas and directly bombarded Thunder God Jian, who was protected by the saber light. Kaboom! Lightning flashed, and dense lightning spread out from the saber light circle, causing Thunder God Jian, who was wielding a sword, to pause for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Jianshan Yellow Spring immediately pointed his finger at Imperial Thunder God. 6 flat, dark yellow light marks exuding darkness attribute appeared around Imperial Thunder God and pierced into his waist. Then, a weak incantation sounded from Jianshan Yellow Spring's mouth. Thunder God's carriage spinning wheel, there is light in the cracks of this item, one divided into 6. After that, Mayo flashed and appeared above Thunder God Jian, who was immobilized by the 6 lights. He clenched his fists like hammers and fiercely smashed Thunder God Jian's helmet. Bang! Golden light flashed, and visible ripples spread out for where the fist and helmet made contact. Thunder God Jian felt his head shake, and his vision became a bit blurry. At this time, Eriko Ito's hands formed the motionless seal and released the motionless flame at Thunder God Jian. With the support of Ito Eriko's sun god power, the originally red Akala flame instantly turned golden. It swept up a fierce vortex and surged towards Kenji Raikami, who was stunned and then stunned. Boom! The flame exploded and instantly enveloped Thunder God Jian. On the other side, Jingjin Lord, who had just dodged Maizhua and Valletta's pincer attack, stood still. A sharp spike shot out from the ground under his feet and directly pierced towards his lower body. Jingjin Lord's expression changed as he felt a chill in his lower body. He quickly bit his tongue and used the pain to separate himself from the outside world. He kicked off the spike, and his body flew into the air at high speed. However, at this time, Hellebel's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and he slashed with his soul-splitting blade. A blade of light with divine power slashed towards Jingjin Lord. Jingjin Lord's blade flashed with golden light, and he swung it. Hellebel's blade of light was instantly cut in half, and then the blade of light continued to fly towards Hellebel without slowing down. Hellebel activated Ring Spin, and in a flash, he reappeared diagonally above Jingjin over God. He slashed with the strange Zanpakuto in his hand, and a large amount of water appeared out of nowhere, crashing toward Jingjin over God like a waterfall. Jingjin Lord took a step in the air and dodged the waterfall. Bang! Whoosh! The waterfall missed, and it crashed onto the ground. A large amount of water splashed out. However, the splashing water paused, and as if it was affected by some kind of power, it turned into water arrows and shot towards Jingjin Lord, who was in the air against gravity. Master God Jingjin swung his saber in a circle. A huge half-moon blade appeared in front of him, shattering all the incoming arrows into nothingness. However, in the next moment, an arrow flashing with golden light appeared out of nowhere behind him, and it hit his armor hard. Boom! The arrow exploded, and Jingjin Lord was sent flying. At this moment, Uriana uttered a short incantation, and dozens of pitch-black gravity balls appeared around Jingjin. As if they were attracted by something, they rapidly collided with Jingjin, who was flying a short distance away. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Jingjin Lord was instantly engulfed by the smoke that erupted. Then, Jingjin Lord flew out of the smoke, and he landed heavily on the ground, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. Bang! Suzu Ito quickly pointed at Jingjin Lord, who had fallen to the ground. 5 or 6 long, thin metal staffs, flickering with spiritual light, appeared out of nowhere in front of the Jingjin sovereign, shooting down at high speed. Jingjin Lord's 4 limbs, head, and waist were nailed to the ground. Bakudo number 62, 100 steps railing. Then, Maijua, Valletta, and Hellable moved together and appeared beside Jingjin Lord. They used their fists, feet, and Zanpakudo to block Jingjin Lord's head. You've been captured. Valletta looked at Jingjin Lord, who was nailed to the ground by the 100 steps railing, and said softly, Do you think that a mere spell of this level can seal me? What a joke. Jingjin Lord laughed. As soon as he said that, a golden light flashed around his body, and like a storm of swords, a group of Zanpakudo exploded from his body, and in an instant, Valletta, Maijua, and Hellable, who couldn't defend in time, were sent flying, and the 3 of them were bleeding. At the same time, under the explosion of Jingjin Lord's Zanpakudo, the 100 steps railing on his body was also cut into a pile of fragments, and quickly dissipated in the air. Then, Jingjin Lord turned into a golden sword light, and with the power of the sword, he instantly flew towards Suzu Ito. Suzu Ito's pupil shrank, and she used her flying scythe kick to dodge. After his attack failed, Jingzu transformed back into his human form and slashed horizontally with his katana, bringing out a huge katana that was more than 5 feet long. Sweeping towards Kurenai, Uchiyamiko, Toyo, Ito, Eriko, Oriana, Tsukiyamiri, Yi, and Sakujian's Rina. Doyu was caught off guard, but immediately afterward there was a crisp kacha sound. The life-saving necklace on her neck that was given by Ito, burst into pieces, releasing a barrier outside her body, protecting her from the slash of the blade light. Doyu flew out into the distance under the slash of the blade light. Even so, Toyo, who was hit by a huge force, couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood, and her face became pale. With Toyo's action, Kurenai and Uchiha Yoshiko immediately reacted. Kurenai's figure flashed as she used substitution jutsu to avoid the attack, while Kurenai's eyes flashed as she twisted the space around her body, diverting Kurenai's katana to another place, causing the attack to hit empty space. Following that, Eriko, Oriana, and Emilai Tosaki didn't hesitate to use golden light magic, and arrows to attack Kizu over God. In an instant, a dazzling golden shockwave, a shadow blade, and an arrow landed on Jingjin's body. Bang! Puff! Boom! Over God Jingjin's body trembled as he retreated backwards, several new wounds appearing on his body. Then, Uchiha Yoshiko, who had been facing Jingzu all this time, turned her scarlet eyes and looked at Jingzu. Instantly, Master God Jingjin felt the scenery around him change as he was pulled into a strange space. It was a world where mortals, heroes, and deities could sleep, the dream realm. In this way, they didn't have to worry about Ketsu over God for a short time. Where's that guy? Erika, who was about to step forward to support Ketsu over God, asked curiously. I sent him to the dream realm. He won't be able to break the space and escape from there in a short time. Uchiha Yoshiko said lightly. Well done, Yoshiko. Suzu Ito praised. Then, everyone's eyes turned and fell on Thunder God Kinzu, who was shining in midair. I didn't expect you bitches to be so capable. You actually defeated Ketsu over God. Kinzu said lightly. Don't worry. We will immediately send you to accompany him. Wei Zi sneered. No, you won't have a chance. Kinzu said, then his hand loosened and Futsu no Mitama fell straight to the ground, leaving only half of the blade and the hilt exposed. After that, Futsu Mitama suddenly blossomed with a dazzling golden light, causing Eriko and the others to have no choice but to close their eyes and spread the light. After a moment, when Eriko and the others opened their eyes again, the scene in front of them had completely changed. The space was burning with a red fire, exuding a terrible heat. Cracks could be seen all over the ground. Streams of crimson molten iron flowed through the cracks like blood. A large number of long and short swords were stuck in the ground like trees in a forest. They buzzed as the hot wind blew past them from time to time. This is... Erika's expression changed slightly as she looked around and said, it's the sword domain. Qing Qiu Courtyard's Huina, who was also a sword god, sighed and said, it's so powerful. Huina feels that her strength is being suppressed, and she can't use it at all. Reinhardt is trembling. Erika, who retracted her gaze, looked at her beloved sword that was still trembling in her hand and said, Silver Grandmaster Craftsman too. Liliana on the side agreed. My Lion King is fine, probably because of Ho. Yellow Sand said. As for the others, Suzu Ito, Eriko, and he had already put away their swords, so there was no need to worry. Hellable Zanpakuto was a manifestation of his soul. Although it was a sword, its attributes were very different from a sword's. It was also not suppressed by the sword domain, so there was no need to worry about it. The remaining people were all swordless. Their power attributes did not include swords, so they were not affected by the domain of swords. At most, due to the difference in their realms, they would feel a little sluggish in using their power and lack of power. Chapter 2270. Huina, you're the only sword god here. Do you have any good suggestions? Erika asked. Huina doesn't have any good ideas. Huina said helplessly, but before that, it's better for us to stand back to back. Huina thinks that those swords inserted in the ground are definitely not just for show. Huina is right. Those swords are very dangerous, Liliana said as she looked at the swords in a daze. Did you see it? Erika, who knew that Liliana's astral vision ability had become stronger since she was promoted to Shinzu, hurriedly asked. I saw some. Liliana, who came back to her senses, said, well, everyone form a defensive circle back to back and pay attention to the surrounding situation. Huina, Oriana, Tucci, and Kurenai, you four stand in the center circle. Eriko Ito said decisively. Yes, everyone responded. Following which, everyone formed a circle around each other, their gazes cautiously scanning their surroundings. But almost at the next moment, when they formed a defensive circle, the surface of all the swords and katanas inserted obliquely in the ground and the field lit up, and from the real katana, an energy saber that was exactly the same as the real katana appeared. Then they turned together, and the blades were aimed at Eriko and the others, and then turned into golden lights, shooting towards Eriko and the others. In an instant, these golden lights flew in front of Eriko and the others. Seito and Eriko made hand seals and released a defensive barrier around everyone. Suzu Ito used Kito's spacebreaker. Uchiha Yoshiko used her Sharingan to distort the space around everyone, causing the direction of the swords to deviate. Shina waved his hand and created a solar firewall. Yi opened his dragon eyes and then used his telekinesis ability to materialize a small katana to block the swords flying in front of him. Hellable created a huge water spout to wrap everyone around. Karen also used the hurricane she created to envelop everyone. Charmy created a huge ball of lightning in front of her. Erica turned Reinhardt into a huge shield with 3 sides high and 2 meters wide. She stood in front of him and Liliana. Wei Zi, Maijua, Jinshan Yellow Springs, and Valletta used their agile reflexes to deflect the sword light. In short, everyone used their own unique abilities to block the sword lights that shot out like rain in the sword domain. "This won't work," Zheng Yi said with a frown. Then he turned his head slightly. He asked Yi, Yi, can you break through this domain? "That won't do. The opponent's strength is higher than mine. I can't borrow the power of the Eye of the Dragon to return to the past and defeat him," Yi said, shaking his head as he looked up into the void. "Then it seems that there's only one way," Zheng Yi sighed. "You mean?" Suzu Ito seemed to have thought of something. Zheng Yi nodded, confirming Suzu Ito's conjecture. "Indeed, this is the only way to break through this domain." Suzu Ito nodded in agreement. "What are you talking about?" Huina asked curiously. "Everyone, pay attention. Mother, Zheng Yi, and I will open our own domains to offset the power of this sword domain. When the time comes, use your strongest power to attack one point of the domain and try to break it in one go," Suzu Ito said as she turned to whisper to her mother, Eriko. "Okay," the others agreed. Then, Eriko Ito, Suzu Ito, and Zheng Yi, who received the others' response, opened their respective domains. In an instant, 3 peculiar power spaces, 2 gold and 1 black, appeared in the domain of swords. They blended and resisted each other, creating a disorderly thunder and lightning due to the friction between the laws. They constantly bombarded the domain of swords, the domain of Sword of Tsubasa, the domain of Son of Ito, Eriko, and Shinya, and the domain of Death of Ito Rin. In the confrontation of the 3 different powers of rules, the most powerful sword domain's power instantly deviated and became unstable. The sword light inside began to become void, no longer as fast and powerful as before. Seeing this, Hellable, Charmy, Karen, and Oriana, as well as Uchiha Yoshiko and Yi, didn't hesitate and immediately urged the power in their bodies to the extreme as previously agreed. All of them simultaneously launched their attacks at a single point in the sky. In an instant, terrifying thunderballs and water guns full of high pressure and high temperature, as well as high-speed rotating hurricanes and dense air bombs, appeared. There was also the dark fire of Amaterasu, and a huge sword light that seemed to be able to cut the sky appeared together in the sky. Then there was a violent explosion, and a violent energy fireball bloomed from the sky. It was like an artificial sun, emitting a dazzling light. The light and the fireball dissipated quickly. It only took 3 to 4 seconds for the sky to reappear. However, at this time, a huge gap appeared in the originally crimson and dim sky, revealing the normal sky and sunlight outside. The edges of the cracks were covered with pitch-black lines that slowly extended outwards. From time to time, streaks of bright lightning would flash out from within. "Let's go," Suzu Ito said loudly. Then, everyone moved together, supporting each other, and turned into a colorful stream of light, returning to Takamagara from a gap. But then, a large number of sword lights shot toward them like raindrops. At this time, Karen turned around, swung her arm, and created a thick tornado, sucking all the sword lights into the tornado. But the next moment, more sword lights flew out from behind everyone, once again enveloping everyone, breaking the defense and enchantment they hurriedly set up and piercing through their bodies. Puff, 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 puff. Fortunately, everyone had the life-saving items left by Seito. Although they couldn't completely resist the dense sword light attack, everyone took the opportunity to avoid being hit in their vital parts and didn't die on the spot. They were all injured and fell to the ground. Bam, 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 bam. Huh. Bitches, you've been captured. Lord Jingzhu, who was suspended in the air, looked down at Eriko and the others lying on the ground and laughed. Then, he turned his head and joked to Kenjutsu, who withdrew his sword domain. Voodoo, these are my spoils of war. You're not allowed to snatch them. Umph. A guy who only knows how to take advantage of others. Kenjutsu said in a displeased tone. Ha ha ha. It took it seriously? Don't worry. It's also your credit to capture them. I'll leave some for you. Lord Jingzhu laughed as he landed on the ground. Kenjutsu didn't speak and also landed. He walked toward Eriko and the others with Lord Jingzhu. Eriko and the others were unwilling to be captured, and they forced themselves to get up from the ground. Are you okay? Eriko raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and asked the people behind her without looking back. I'm fine, but Huina's injuries are a bit serious. If she isn't treated quickly, I'm worried. Erika, who used healing magic to treat Huina in Qingxiu courtyard, looked up at Ito Eriko's back and said, I'm fine. Huina's breath was weak. I like this girl. Voodoo, don't fight with me for her. Lord Jingzhu looked at Huina in Qingxiu courtyard with appreciation. No, I also took a fancy to this one, Jianyu Leishun said in a low voice. Oh, then we'll do it the old way? Lord Jingzhu said. Okay. Kenjutsu agreed. Don't even think about touching Huina. Yi stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Although Meo didn't say anything, he also stood next to Yi, followed by Hellable, Suzu Ito, Karen. You be asterisk cheese sure are unyielding. Lord Jingzhu looked at everyone with interest and laughed. But that's good. I like women like you. After saying that, he moved and came in front of Yi. He turned the long sword in his hand and slashed at Yi's chest with the back of the sword. Yi opened his dragon eyes and predicted Lord Jingzhu's move. He clenched his left hand and punched Lord Jingzhu's abdomen. Bang! A white light suddenly appeared, and Lord Jingzhu was hit so hard that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Meo then waved one hand and burned Lord Jingzhu with sunfire. Karen released wildfire to help the fire. Hellable and Suzu Ito released their attacks to stop Kenjutsu, who was about to make a move. Then, Valletta, Maijua, Wei Zi, and Charmy followed closely behind. In an instant, the scene returned to the initial state of the battle between the two groups. It was a chaotic battle, but in the next moment, Lord Jingzhu turned into a golden sword light and flew out of the flames and wind. He flew into the crowd and stabbed and slashed at Liliana, and Erika, who couldn't defend themselves in time. He then turned around and attacked Suzu Ito, Eriko, Karen, Meo, and Yi from behind. Thor Jianyu did the same. He used his superb martial arts skills to injure Valletta and send Wei Zi flying. He also inflicted dozens of wounds on Charmy and Maijua, turning them into 2 bloody figures. He also cooperated with Lord Jingzhu to attack the others. Under the tacit cooperation of the two, everyone was once again knocked to the ground in a moment. Moreover, everyone had more wounds on their bodies, and their bodies were covered in blood. Voodoo, cut their tendons so that they won't resist. Jing Jin suggested with a chuckle. At the same time, she raised her knife and cut open the tendons of Karen's hands and feet, who was closest to her. Kenjutsu nodded and also cut the tendons of Wei Zi's hands and feet. Then, the two of them walked one step at a time and did the same to the others. You're courting death. Chapter 2271. Suddenly, a furious roar rang in the ears of Jingjin, Overgod, and Kenya Raishin. Before the two of them could react, a huge force suddenly descended upon them and sent them flying away from Eriko and the others. 3W boom. There was a loud roar, and bright lightning instantly spread out from Jingjin, Overgod, and Kenya Raishin's bodies. I'm sorry I'm late. Sei Ito, who had replaced Jingjin, Overgod, and appeared beside Eriko and the others, apologized with a face full of anger. It's not too late. Suzu Ito, who was covered in blood and had broken tendons in all 4 of her limbs, smiled bitterly. Seito did not say anything. He immediately activated the god of life's authority and created a large amount of pure life energy. He infused it into the bodies of Eriko, Suzu Ito, Yi, Shinya, Karen, Huina, Erika, Oriana, Liliana, and Tsuki Meili, healing their injuries. However, it was only a simple recovery. If they wanted to reconnect the tendons in their limbs, say Ito would have to at least force the remaining power of the rule of sword and blade out of their bodies. I'll send you back first. Leave the rest to me, Seito said in a deep voice after healing them. Okay, remember to teach those two bastards a lesson for me. Suzu Ito, whose face had regained some color, nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll capture the two of them alive and bring them back for you to vent your anger. Ito nodded heavily and promised in a deep voice. After saying that, he sent Eriko, Suzu Ito, Shinya, Yi, Karen, Huina, Oriana, Erika, Liliana, and Tsuki Meili back to the Rubik's Cube world. Ito then turned around and walked toward Valletta and Charmy. Using the same method as before, he gave them the simplest treatment, and during this process, Yi Zichen gave them a simple treatment. Jingjin Master God and Jinyu Thunder God, who had recovered from the initial shock, did not move. They both stared at Ito with solemn faces. A moment later, after sending Valletta, Wei Zi, Maijua, Charmy, Kaneyama Yomi, Uchiha Yoshiko, Kurinai, and Hellable back to the cube world, Ito turned around and looked at Jingu and Raikami coldly. Imperial God Jin asked in a deep voice. You want to see her? I'll send you there now. Ito sneered. With that said, Lin Fan's body flashed as he appeared before the Jingjin Master God. The power of the time laws around him burst forth, forming a turbulent time tempest that slammed out onto the body of the Jingjin Master God instantly. Boom! Master God Jingjin's body jerked as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying backwards. Seeing this, Jinyu Thunder God's expression changed. Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly pushed his power to the extreme and revealed another form of his, Thunder God. In an instant, a large amount of lightning appeared around Jinyu Thunder God's body and bombarded the surroundings aimlessly. At the same time, Jinyu Thunder God's aura rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it rose from the original Gold Immortal level to the peak of the Gold Immortal level, stirring up the void of Takamagara and creating ripples. Ito, who was being bombarded by lightning, flashed. He dodged past Jinyu Thunder God and then flashed again, appearing in front of Jingjin Master God, who had just landed on the ground and had yet to get up from the ground. The heavenly sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed towards his chest. However, with a ding sound, the heavenly sword in Ito Sei's hand vibrated under the power of the rules. It bounced off Jingjin Master God's body. Haha, no sword in the world can hurt me. Jingjin Master God laughed. Then, a divine light flashed around him. His body transformed into a golden spirit saber, and he rapidly flew through the air in a large arc. It shot towards Ito's head like lightning. At the same time, thunder and lightning roared behind Ito, blocking his escape route like a net. It was the 8-colored lightning attack unleashed by Jinyu Thunder God, who had completed his Thunder God transformation. However, Ito, who was in the middle of a pincer attack, did not change his expression at all. His body flashed, and he appeared beside the golden spirit sword that Jingjin Master God had transformed into. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the sword's hilt. Golden Blade, who was caught by Ito, shone with divine light. He released hundreds and thousands of sharp blade attacks, which were densely packed and slashed towards Ito. Ito swung his arm, and Golden Blade turned into a stream of light and shot towards Jinyu Thunder God, who had turned into a red-skinned Thunder God. At the same time, he retreated quickly, dodging the large amount of blade wind released by Golden Blade. Jinyu Thunder God raised his lightning rod high and blocked Golden Blade, who had lost control of himself. Clang! Golden Blade, which collided with the lightning rod, shook and flew into the air. Jingjin Master God, who who had regained his freedom, immediately removed his transformation and returned to his human form. He held onto his long sword and flew back to Jinyu Thunder God's side. At this moment, Seito's figure appeared again. He appeared behind Jin Master God and Jinyu Thunder God, and he extended his palm forward to perform a unique skill. Heavenly Wheel Dance. In an instant, a huge universe void appeared out of thin air, enveloping Jin Master God and Jinyu Thunder God. Heavenly Wheel Dance was a secret unique skill of the Virgo Saint Seiya. By understanding the truth of the universe, one could create a perfect world and then bind the enemy into the world that one had created. Anyone who entered the world could not attack, nor could they escape. They could only be bullied by the master of the world. 5 senses deprivation, say Ito, who was hidden in the void, said faintly. The next moment, Jing Master God and Jinyu Thunder God, who did not understand what was going on, realized that they had lost their sense of hearing, touch, taste, smell, and vision. Everything in front of them became pitch black. They could not see, hear, or touch anything. It was extremely empty, as if they had been sealed. Then, say Ito's voice rang in Jing Master God and Jinyu Thunder God's hearts again. 6 senses deprivation. In an instant, Jing and Jianyu Lei Shun's figures became illusory. Their entire existence became illusory and unreal. Only something that should be a thought kept flipping in the pitch-black space of the universe. And Seito, who saw all this, smiled coldly and opened his mouth to say one last word, seal. His goal was not to kill them, but to capture them and draw out their power to strengthen the women behind him. What's more, Suzu Ito and the others still wanted to vent their anger on them. How could he directly use the power of the realm to erase the last traces of their existence? Then, a large amount of golden light appeared out of thin air from the dark void, wrapping around Jin Master God and Jinyu Thunder God's remaining consciousness. However, in Seito's eyes, their physical bodies still existed. They turned into 2 golden statues with a large number of golden Tao patterns on the surface, as if they were completely made of gold. Then, Seito waved his arm and put away Jin Master God and Jinyu Thunder God. At this point, the last resistance in Takamajahara's Sun God City was declared destroyed. The entire Sun God City fell into Seito's hands. After that, Seito's figure flashed and found the weak Doyo. He took her back to the camp where Cornelia and the army were, and sent Cornelia, the surviving soldiers in the city, and the bodies of the dead soldiers they collected back to the Rubik's Cube world. In this way, without any burdens, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately flew to the sky above Sun God City and raised his right arm to the sky. A huge rock ball with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, twice the diameter of the entire Sun God City, quickly gathered in the air. Then, as Seito waved his arm, it turned into a huge meteor and fiercely hit Sun God City below. Boom! The meteor fell to the ground, and Sun God City was immediately crushed into ruins by the huge rock ball, deeply buried under the rock ball. The earth rolled over and over like a terrifying wave in a tsunami, pushing in all directions. The land within a radius of nearly 20 kilometers became barren. Dust rose into the air and turned into a huge mushroom cloud, rising straight into the sky. Humph! After doing all this, Seito coldly snorted and flew to the west of Takamajara, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. About half a day later, Seito flew out of Takamajara and re-entered the starry sky of the universe, continuing to fly forward. Then, after flying for more than a day, a vast and boundless ocean suddenly appeared in front of him. Sure enough, as long as I fly according to the geographical location on Earth, I can directly fly from Takamajihara to the Earth Immortal Realm. Seeing the ocean appear, Seito's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "That's right, Seito's destination was the Earth Immortal Realm." However, it was not because he wanted to do anything but purely for traveling. Since he had already come to the upper world, there was no reason for him to go back directly after doing something bad. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well take this opportunity to travel in the upper world and broaden his horizons. He wanted to see what the upper world of the main world was like. However, he somewhat underestimated the vastness of the Earth immortal realm. The ocean alone was as vast as the new Earth, so he flew straight for 7 or 8 days before he finally saw the land. Fortunately, the flight this time was relatively smooth. He did not encounter various monsters blocking his way or individual cultivators fighting like in romance and novels. He flew across the ocean very safely. After that, Ito flew for about half a day and finally stopped on a mountain with no people or monsters. He flashed into the world of the Rubik's Cube and changed into his real body. Yes, his real body. As early as Ito flew halfway out of Takamajahara, he and his shadow doppelganger switched places and entered the world of the Rubik's Cube to help his mother Eriko and elder sister Suzu Ito dispel the sword energy in their bodies and heal their injuries. Otherwise, Ito would not have so much free time to spend on this boring journey. Chapter 2272. In the following days, Itochu was like an ordinary cultivator in the earthly immortal realm. He traveled around, lived in the wild, and occasionally went to the nearby towns and villages to see the local customs of the earthly immortal realm. However, most of the time, he went to different sects and sections. He secretly peeped at the secret books and records of various elixirs and secret medicines in the name of discussing Taoism. Then he went to the mountains to dig up medicines, went to the sea to collect treasures, and refined elixirs to enhance the strength of women of the Wuxia faction and the cultivation faction. In this way, with Ito's help, in just 1 year, Li Yingxiong, who had the best aptitude, entered the 7th stage of the Golden Core realm. She was about to complete the 9 stages of Huandan and become an immortal. As for Mi Mingyang, Qiu Zhixian, and Li Yingxiong's father, although their progress was slightly slower, their cultivation methods were concise enough and in line with the current situation, so they also made great progress. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that their excessive progress would cause their foundation to be unstable and temporarily stop the elixir supply, they might have transcended the mortal world and become false immortals. In addition to them, Tao Wu, Dugu Feng, Song Yuji, Ji Yanran, Zhao Ji, Sun Shangxiang, Lady Hua, and other women who had also received elixirs had also made great progress in their cultivation. They had broken through the limits of their martial arts and were heading toward the martial immortal realm. Of course, while they were making rapid progress, Ito didn't neglect his mother Eriko and elder sister Suzu Ito, who had fought with the Tianjin god system a year ago in Takamagara. After they had fully recovered from their injuries, Ito began to draw out the power of all the gods, including Amaterasu, and instilled it into everyone according to their respective attributes. Under this kind of infusion of power, everyone's godhead immediately began to improve greatly. Among them, his mother Eriko and Jinyi, who had the sun god attribute, and Huina, who had the god of saber and sword attribute of the Qingqiu courtyard, had the most obvious improvement. They rose from their original level to the level of a golden immortal, which was the level of a great divine power god of a small god system. Among them, his mother Eriko and Jinyi were ordinary golden immortals / great divine powers. On the other hand, Huina of the clear autumn courtyard, who had consumed 2 portions of the divine power of the god of saber and sword, was a peak gold immortal. She was only 1 step away from breaking through the limit and stepping into the realm of primordial like Ito. At the same time, because they had captured enough true gods and false gods this time, Ito had also specially allocated a few gods' powers to other people who had the potential to become gods. For example, Wind, who had inherited the power of storm gauntlets, became the second wind god in the Rubik's Cube world after Karen under the infusion of power. However, wind's attributes were more inclined toward destructive storms, which was somewhat different from Karen's wind of nature. For example, Pandora, who could be regarded as a demigod and had mastered the power of the small universe, became the god of desire and the snake god under the infusion of power. For example, the two sisters Kagura and Chizuru Kagura, who had been baptized by the divine artifact Yada Kagura in the early years, and who had been given the divine artifact Yada Kagura by Issei Ito, became the twin gods under the infusion of power. Another example was Aisha, who had the divine artifact Madonna Smile. Aljet and Jay, who had obtained the eighth sense of the small universe with the help of Sei Ito, also became the god of life and the god of warriors with the help of power and part of the world's power. After that, Sei Ito fed the remaining gods and spirit gods, who could not be used, to the world tree, which was about to give birth to its first child, in the form of food. About 2 months later, the green egg hanging from the world tree suddenly exploded, revealing a female body that was emitting green light. She had white and delicate skin, silver white hair, and pointed ears. She hugged her knees and curled up like a baby. Immediately afterward, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from her body and quickly crossed the entire Rubik's Cube world, as if announcing her birth to the world. At that time, Sei Ito, who was visiting a certain sect, noticed the message from the Rubik's Cube and immediately left the sect. He entered the Rubik's Cube world in a secret place and appeared in front of the female body. At the same time, the female body moved slightly and stretched out naturally, facing Sei Ito and opening her eyes. It was also at this time that Sei Ito could see the full appearance of the female humanoid creature. She was very tall, about 1.8 meters tall, with a slim and slender figure and white and delicate skin. Her entire body was cut with the most precise golden ratio, and there were no flaws at all. Even the private parts of her lower body did not have the slightest bit of foreign matter, which made her look like a white tiger. She had an oval face, and her facial features were extremely well proportioned. She had the gentle beauty of the East, but also the profound beauty of the West. She was exceptionally beautiful. Even a very confident woman would feel ashamed after seeing her face and would not have the slightest desire to compare herself. Coupled with her bright golden pupils and long silver hair, as well as the noble and inhuman aura that emanated from her body from time to time, she looked like a divine being. As expected of an existence that was nurtured by many gods, divine creatures, and legendary creatures. She has the same strength as me as soon as she was born. Looking at the woman in front of him, Sei Ito could not help but sigh in his heart. However, on second thought, Sei Ito also understood. After all, the other party was the first life born from the world tree. She had received the most nutrition and attention, so it was normal for her to be so powerful at birth. Moreover, she might be the manager of the next life born from the world tree, an existence similar to the spokesperson of the world tree. In Western legends, she would be the spirit of the world tree, the tree of the tribe, an existence like the main god. It would be abnormal if she was not strong. Father. The woman opened her mouth and called out in a hoarse voice. What did you call me? Sei Ito was stunned. Father. After familiarizing herself a little, the woman said in a smooth voice that was many times better than before. When did I become your father? Sei Ito looked speechlessly at the naive-looking woman in front of him and asked. Mother told me, the woman said. Then, she turned her head and looked at the world tree with admiration. Okay, I understand. What's your name? Sei Ito looked up at the withered leaves of the world tree and said helplessly. The natural spirit light around it had weakened a lot. Great. He had not even had a child with his woman, and he had already had a cross-species union with a tree. At the same time, he waved his arm and channeled a substantial amount of Kanate Imu Chi and a portion of the world's power into the world tree that had lost a lot of its aura due to the birth. I don't have a name yet. Mother said father should be the one. The woman retracted her gaze and looked at Sei Ito while blinking her eyes. Sha 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 sha. The leaves of the world tree that had been nourished by the Kanate Imuchi and the world's power trembled and sent out a thought wave. Since Mother wants me to name you, then you'll have the surname Chun. As for your name, since you were born from the world tree, then you'll be called Mu Ling. It suits your background, Sei Ito said after some thought. Yes. Chun Muling nodded with a joyful expression. Come, put on the shirt first, then tell me what abilities you have. At this moment, Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out a white Greek-style dress made of silk. He handed it to Chun Muling and said. Chun Muling reached out and took the long dress. She didn't ask how to put it on and skillfully put it on. Clearly, even though she was just a newborn, the world tree had already imparted some basic knowledge to her. I have roughly 5 abilities. 1 is the power to control time and space. 1 is the power to nurture life. 1 is the power to control souls. 1 is the power to control plants. And 1 is the power to communicate with animals, Chun Muling replied. She really is like the ancient elves in the legends. Seito raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to come with me or stay here? Seito then asked, I want to stay here and take care of Mother, Chun Muling said after some thought. That's good. If you need anything, just tell the void. The Rubik's Cube will help you. Seito nodded and agreed. Okay, father. Chun Muling smiled. Seito, who was a little uncomfortable when he heard the word father, flipped his hand and took out a book of elves that had the highest communication authority in the Rubik's Cube world and could directly connect to the secret library. He tossed it to Chun Muling and said, use it to learn the knowledge inside when you're free. After that, he used teleportation to escape from the world tree and return to the city. After a long time, he gradually got used to the fact that he had a big daughter. I can't let my daughter surpass me like this. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. But then he thought of his daughter's strength and her extraordinary aptitude. Seito raised his eyebrows, and a strong sense of urgency rose in his heart. Therefore, he did not hesitate. After a few simple words with everyone, he set off again and returned to the area of the Rubik's Cube world. He activated the law of time and used the difference in the flow of time to devour the remaining divine power of Odin in his hand. As for the travel operations in the outside world, he once again handed it over to his shadow clone. And the shadow clone, who took over the travel task from Seito, did not make any changes. It continued to follow the original rhythm of entering the mountains and visiting the sections. When it saw monsters, it did not care if they were good and killed if they were bad. It collected herbs and peeked at pill formulas, providing help to everyone in the Rubik's Cube world in their cultivation. In this way, unknowingly, several years passed in the outside world. On this day, in the Rubik's Cube world, along with the stabilization of the maximum time dislocation in the central area, a terrifying aura that was so powerful that it instantly enveloped the entire Rubik's Cube world suddenly erupted from the central area, exuding a terrifying aura. All the residents in the Rubik's Cube world were shocked and looked up at the sky in horror. However, this situation did not last long. Almost when the residents of the Rubik's Cube world thought that the end of the world had come, the terrifying aura quickly disappeared in the Rubik's Cube world. If the clouds above the various worlds were not torn to pieces when the aura erupted, everyone would have mistakenly thought that what they felt just now was fake. Ha 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 ha. Then, exaggerated laughter echoed over the central area of the Rubik's Cube world. Father, Chun Muling, who appeared in front of Seito in a flash, called out with a puzzled face. Did I scare you? Noticing that his behavior was a little excessive, Seito stopped laughing and looked at Chun Muling embarrassedly. No. Chun Muling shook her head slightly and said, Father, what made you so happy? Nothing, just a breakthrough in the realm. Seito smiled. Chun Muling looked up and down at Seito and guessed with a surprised face. Father broke through to the Zenith Heaven realm? Yes. Seito nodded affirmatively. As Seito said, after devouring Odin's divine power and also devouring all the power of Hades, who he really couldn't find a suitable person to give it to, and almost exhausted the world power produced by the Rubik's Cube world over the years. He finally broke through 2 levels and stepped into the strongest realm below the Sage realm, the level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It could be said that from now on, even in the Earth Immortal world, he could completely do whatever he wanted. Congratulations, Father, for taking another step forward. Chen Muling congratulated with a face full of joy. However, at this moment, Chen Muling saw her father's expression suddenly change, and his brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't help but wonder, "Father, I didn't expect it to be like this." After a moment, Sei Ito sighed. "What's wrong, Father?" Chen Muling asked curiously. "Nothing. I have to leave for a while." Sei Ito got up and said. "Oh." Chen Muling nodded. After saying that, Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the room in the central area, appearing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. "Rubik's Cube? How much time do we have left in that world?" Sei Ito asked loudly. "What if I don't reach my current level before that world is destroyed?" Sei Ito was silent for a moment, and then asked again. "Your production is really generous." Sei Ito chuckled. "As expected of a high-level person, your realm is really high." Sei Ito sighed. "I think I'm not the only one." Then Sei Ito asked again. "Then do you know the situation of the others?" Sei Ito asked curiously. "Then, after completing the mission, can we still come back?" After a pause, Sei Ito asked again. "Okay, what should I do now?" After a moment of silence, Sei Ito asked. Sei Ito nodded and burst out all his strength as asked. Then a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Like a black hole, it swallowed all the power gushing out of Sei Ito's body and concentrated it until it finally formed a bright spot of light, and like a laser cannon, it suddenly shot out. After that, there was a boom, and the void of the entire Rubik's Cube world was blocked. Immediately afterward, the Rubik's Cube world hidden in the inexplicable dimension began to compress to the limit. It changed from the original strange existence to a small Rubik's Cube the size of a ping-pong ball, exactly the same as the Rubik's Cube pendant Sei Ito bought on the street. It turned into a stream of light and shot into the black hole that suddenly appeared in front of the inexplicable dimension. After an unknown amount of time, with a flash of light, the miniaturized Rubik's Cube appeared in a strange universe. "Then let's begin. Save this universe that is about to be destroyed," Sei Ito said softly as he looked at the familiar yet strange universe through the power of the Rubik's Cube. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.